It's the first day at a school for ability users, and Kang Hyun is already feeling utterly bored. Just after the very first class, a burly, overconfident bully strides up to him and offers a handshake. Aware that it's a trap, Kang Hyun decides to play along and shakes his hand anyway. The cocky bully immediately begins to squeeze with all his might, a smirk plastered across his face. At first, he's confident he's got the upper hand, but he's taken aback to see Kang Hyun holding on effortlessly. Then, to his surprise, Kang Hyun begins to squeeze the bully's hand in return. Panic sets in for the muscle-bound brute, who can't fathom how someone who has poured all their points into strength could possibly be losing. The entire class is in shock at the unfolding scene, while the muscle-bound student begins to turn red, his muscles and veins straining against their limits. Then, without warning, his entire arm explodes in a gruesome spray of blood splattering everywhere. Even he is taken aback by the shocking turn of events, while his classmates can only gasp in horror, barely managing to call for an ambulance. It all begins a couple of months earlier when Kang Hyun first steps into the dungeon. There, he encounters a massive goblin that swiftly kills him in the most brutal manner imaginable, dragging him off to its lair. But then, in a shocking twist, he suddenly wakes up at home, in his own bed, completely unscathed. Instead of panicking, he dives straight into training, working out and honing his sword skills with the help of YouTube videos. Without a moment's hesitation, he returns to the dungeon, only to meet his demise once more. And just like that, he wakes up back at home. So what on earth is happening? Kang Hyun possesses a unique ability, one that sets him apart in this world. Each time he dies in the dungeon, he finds himself resurrected in his own bed at home. For everyone else, death in the dungeon is permanent, a definitive game over. But for him, it's merely another chance to try again, allowing him to level up his stats endlessly without the fear of dying. This entire madness began just a few days ago, when Kang Hyun was merely an unemployed loser living with his sister. At that moment, his little sister was giving him an earful for being a lazy bum. He was more intoxicated than a sailor at the pub, and he insisted to his that he couldn't just return to their parents' house. At his age, he believed he shouldn't be relying on them. But this only fuels her anger further, as it implies he believes it's acceptable to rely on his little sister. With New Year's Day approaching, she orders him to go out and find some part-time work. Reluctantly, Hyun agrees, eager to let him retreat to his room. She doesn't need to say anything more. Kang Hyun is all too aware of his own shortcomings. Since moving to Seoul, his greatest achievement has been a brief internship at a major company. Tomorrow he'll have to search for some low-paying jobs just to appease his sister and start earning money. The glow from his computer screen casts a faint light in the dark room, reminding him that he left the house without shutting off his game. If only reality were as forgiving as a game, perhaps things wouldn't be so bleak for him. As his eyes flutter shut and sleep envelops him, his final thoughts drift to the incredible life he could be living if he were truly part of a video game. Meanwhile, Earth detects a connection to the Haken dimension, prompting the activation of its automatic defense systems. While Hyun sleeps peacefully, the defense system temporarily rejects the connection to Haken, triggering the beginning of the tutorial on Earth. Hyun snaps awake, jolting upright. Before him, a countdown timer ticks away, indicating the time remaining until the connection with the Haken dimension is complete. He barely has a moment to grasp the implications of this strange situation before the timer shifts to reveal a message welcoming him to the tutorial. The tutorial consists of 8 levels, and death within these levels has no consequences in reality. However, surrendering midway through a level is not an option, and if he fails, there are no retries. Upon completing the tutorial, he will receive a reward and awaken his abilities in the real world. Hyun pauses to take in the surreal scene unfolding before him, and he arrives at a singular conclusion. This must be a dream, the kind only a die-hard gaming addict could experience. It's a clear sign that he desperately needs to step outside and touch some grass, preferably sooner rather than later. The scene shifts as the system transports Hyun to the first level, urging him to find the courage to save the Earth. The message then updates, providing him with crucial information about this initial challenge. To succeed, he must reach the end of a precarious bridge, with the dire consequence of failure being death. It's a strange condition to meet, especially since there's no bridge in sight. But what begins as the best dream quickly spirals into a nightmare. He suddenly finds himself on a stone bridge suspended above a sea of molten lava. Glancing around, he notices others who have also been thrust into this challenge, their faces mirroring his own confusion and terror as they grapple with the gravity of their situation. Heon begins to wonder if he's trapped in a bizarre dream when a voice suddenly calls his name from right beside him. He turns to find his little sister, Ayan, clinging to the wall and staring at him in disbelief. Yet, instead of feeling relieved, Heon's first instinct is to demand, "Why are you showing up in my dreams on New Year's Day?" That's exactly what she wants to know too. But beyond that, she questions whether this is truly a dream. Like him, she was suddenly transported to an empty space, bombarded with messages urging her to save the Earth. It's overwhelming, and just as panic begins to set in, Ian interrupts her spiraling thoughts. "Don't act like this is your dream," she insists, but she snaps back at him, her frustration boiling over. This isn't the time for distractions. If this is truly a dream, then there's no way their conversation could feel so natural. Heon remains in denial, grappling with the reality of the situation. After all, one clear distinction between dreams and reality is the absence of pain in dreams. If this is real life, then he should be able to feel pain. Nevertheless, our protagonist takes a deep breath and announces his decision to leave. The system had already made it clear that they needed to reach the end of the bridge, leaving no room for idle chatter. He wasn't surprised that she didn't remember. In his mind, she was still just an NPC in his dream. Ayan, curious, asked him what he would do if he fell. He shrugged off his concern, convinced that if he did, he would simply wake up. At least, that's what he thought. Until someone fell right between them, plunging straight into the lava pool below. They both watched in horror as the body made contact with the molten surface. It melted instantly, and the agonized screams rising from below shattered any illusion that this was merely a dream. After experiencing that brief nightmare, Heon begins to reflect on the situation. The haunting echoes of realistic screams terrify him, yet he attempts to convince himself that he won't be affected. Meanwhile, Ayan, realizing her brother isn't dependable, opts to crawl, determining it's far less risky than attempting to walk. RMC watches as his sister slowly crawls ahead of him, stubbornly denying the fear creeping into his mind. Despite his internal struggle, they continue their painstaking journey over the searing hot magma pool. Hours have passed since they began their slow crawl across the precarious bridge. Suddenly, Ahian calls out to her brother, breaking the tense silence. "Do you have any guesses about what's really going on?" he asks, her voice a mix of curiosity and determination. Heon can't shake the feeling that this must be an incredibly vivid nightmare. Yet the reality of the situation is far too intense to simply be a dream. There's something much larger at play, and Ayan is convinced of that. Perhaps the system has been deceiving them. If they die here, they might also perish in real life. Overwhelmed by the weight of it all, Heon breaks down in tears as the gravity of their predicament sinks in. He had been doing a remarkable job of ignoring the truth until now, but she keeps bringing it back to the surface. Fear grips him, leaving him unable to move forward. RMC collapses onto the floor of the bridge, pleading with her to let him rest for a moment. His hands and feet tremble, urging him to lie down for a while. Yet, despite all the undeniable evidence surrounding him, he clings to the desperate hope that this is just a dream. Their thoughts are abruptly interrupted as a system window materializes before them, announcing that a certain amount of time has elapsed since the tutorial began, resulting in an increase in challenge difficulty. What does this mean for them? It means Heon is completely mistaken. Remaining in one spot will certainly not make things easier. The ground beneath them begins to tremble, and without warning, the platforms behind them start to crumble. Bridges collapse one after another, sending debris flying. The people who had been inching their way through the challenge now leap to their feet, breaking into a frantic sprint toward the finish line. Ayan takes off, racing to escape, while Heon quickly gathers himself, ready to follow. They both sprint for their lives, the collapsing bridge behind them closing in. As long as they don't trip, they just might make it to safety. After what feels like an eternity of running, the end of the bridge comes into view. He glances at his sister, only to see the section of the bridge directly above her beginning to crumble. With no time to spare, the large rocks plummet toward her. Heon springs into action, leaping from his bridge to land on hers. In a desperate bid to save her from certain doom, he makes one final dash, determined to get them both to safety on the other side. A system notification suddenly appears, announcing that they have leveled up and congratulating them on reaching level 1. As a reward for completing the trial, a temporary awakening has been activated, signaling that they will officially awaken at the end of the tutorial. Overwhelmed, Heon collapses to the ground as the adrenaline drains from his body. Meanwhile, Ayan remains engrossed in the details of the system message, his focus unwavering. Afterward, a status window materializes before her, displaying details such as her level, strength, and agility. The mention of game stats piques Haiyan's interest, prompting him to struggle to push himself up in an attempt to view his own status window. However, the only detail he can discern is his unique ability, Resurrection. Before he can fully take in the rest of the window, he jolts awake in bed, panting heavily as he returns to reality. Meanwhile, online, the world erupts in chaos as people begin to report that they too experienced the same dream. Discussion boards spring to life on various platforms, buzzing with conversations about lucid dreaming. Posts flood in, detailing how entire families shared the same surreal experience. News spreads rapidly across the globe, igniting a frenzy as people seize the moment to share their dream experiences and even attempt to launch crypto scams. Panic grips the world, all while the countdown to the connection with the Hakun dimension ticks away slowly. Meanwhile, the two siblings burst from their rooms, eager to find each other and discuss the harrowing dream they both experienced, one in which they nearly lost their lives. As they share breakfast, Ayan scrolls through her social media feed, where everyone is buzzing about the end of the world and other topics linked to their dreams. According to the information online, it appears that the entire world experienced the same dream on the same night. Just as the status window indicated, everyone who perished in the dream woke up completely unharmed. Amidst the turmoil, Ahian can't help but question whether it's truly acceptable for them to enjoy breakfast in such tranquility. Yet, with little they can do at the moment, the wisest choice is to savor their meal and tackle the complexities later. Outside, the streets are a frenzy, with people frantically rushing to gather supplies in preparation for what feels like an impending apocalypse. They clash with one another, stealing to stockpile their own supplies, while the more devout members of the community seize this moment to urge others to repent, believing judgment has arrived. Recognizing the danger, Ayan wisely decides to skip work for the day. Instead, she suggests they stay indoors to discuss the troubling visions and revelations from their dreams. Since he hadn't had the opportunity to examine the status window after saving his sister, Ahian asks her what it displayed. She uses a command to summon her status window, eager to check it for herself. The window reveals that they have 4 years, 354 days, and 17 hours remaining before the connection with the Hakun dimension is complete. Despite the chaos surrounding them, Yan remains hopeful, believing that things will settle down soon. For now, it was best for them to stay at home and avoid getting entangled in the chaos outside. Aside from the morning's confusion, nothing else of significance happened throughout the day. By evening, most citizens had returned to their usual routines, and South Korea had settled back into a calm state in just a single day. Just like that, the first day came to a close, and everyone drifted off to sleep peacefully. As soon as Yan drifts off to sleep, he finds himself transported to a new dimension, where a status window abruptly appears before him, welcoming him to the tutorial. The window offers a detailed explanation of the basic interface, but Yan dismisses it. He knows exactly what he wants. Eagerly, he navigates to his status window. Finally, he lays eyes on his stats, and as anticipated, they are all quite average. He's only level 1, and aside from 1 innate ability, nothing in his stats seems particularly impressive. However, one stat does catch his eye: the magic power stat. The existence of such a stat suggests he might be able to wield magic in the future. Whether that's a blessing or a curse remains uncertain, but his focus shifts to his innate ability, resurrection. He possesses an ability that allows him to resurrect within 24 hours of death, but only until the world overcomes its current crisis. Once that happens, he can return from death as many times as he wishes. He can respawn at a location of his choosing. However, if he fails to select the spot before dying, he will return to the last place he slept. But this power isn't without its drawbacks. Each time he dies, his level decreases by 1. His ability stats will temporarily decrease by 50% for 24 hours. Fortunately, all those resurrection penalties don't apply during the tutorial, making it an overpowered skill for beginners. Hyen can't help but praise his luck. A skill like that almost guarantees he won't end up as a useless extra during the apocalypse. Now that he's had a glimpse of his stats and skills, it's time for him to move on to stage 2. Regardless of whether his stats are high or low, he can simply improve them by leveling up. As the remarkable Resurrection Man, he can accomplish anything he sets his mind to, but what he truly needs to focus on now is what lies ahead. In a castle shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere, a bloodied goblin lets out a fierce war cry, brandishing a club stained with the remnants of battle. The figure he faces is none other than our main character, who charges in with a fierce attack, sending the goblin flying backward in shock. Hyan quickly follows up with a powerful overhead swing of his weapon. After a grueling and exhausting battle against the goblin, Xian finally emerges victorious, though he is left utterly drained. He successfully took down the creature with his mace, ambushing it in a moment of surprise. However, a numbness spread through his entire body from the impact of striking a living being. He reminded himself that he only triumphed because it was a goblin. Had he not caught it off guard, he could very well have been the one lying in a bloody pool on the floor. But the challenge was far from over, as a much more terrifying monster emerged from the shadows. A goblin soldier spots its fallen comrade sprawled on the floor, and an overwhelming wave of fury washes over it as it glares at Hyan. It seems he miscalculated. There were actually 2 goblins from the beginning, but that's not the most terrifying part. The unsettling truth is that goblins are typically low-level foes meant for beginners, yet this one towers over the last, wielding a sword that stretches over a meter in length. A strike from that weapon wouldn't just result in a minor injury, it would be catastrophic. The goblin growls menacingly at Hyan, then swings its massive blade, intent on delivering a fatal blow. RMC barely manages to block with his mace, but the force of the collision sends him crashing to the ground. He doesn't even notice when the tears begin to flow as the goblin relentlessly attacks him with its long sword. Hyan has never worked out. He spent most of his days at home. To make matters worse, the mace he received in the tutorial is far too short for this fight. There's no way it stands a chance against a meter-long sword. After a completely one-sided battle, Hyan is left near death, but the goblin isn't finished yet. It drags his bloody body across the castle grounds, leaving a trail of crimson streaks in its wake. Our protagonist can do nothing but desperately plead for someone to rescue him from this dream-turned nightmare. As the goblin dragged his body across the ground, a chilling sense of impending death tightened around his neck. In the agonizing hours leading up to his end, he endured the brutal torment inflicted by 4 other goblins. When morning finally arrived, Hyan was jolted awake by her brother's frantic screams from the next room. She storms into his room, fuming as she demands to know why he's causing trouble so early in the morning. But her anger dissipates when she sees her older brother, a frail figure, having a nervous breakdown on his bed. With gentle persistence, she convinces him to join her for breakfast. It's there that he reveals the harrowing experience he endured during the tutorial. He shares how he met his end, succumbing to extreme blood loss as the goblins mercilessly tormented him. Despite his trauma, she feels a sense of relief that he's at least well enough to crack jokes. That means they can skip the hospital visit for a checkup. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for others who are also navigating the tutorial. According to reports, psychiatrist visits have surged over the past 2 days, revealing that many have experienced similar ordeals to his. Hyan contemplates this for a moment, but ultimately concludes that his situation isn't dire enough to warrant a visit to a psychiatrist. Amidst the chaos unfolding in the world, there's a glimmer of good news. It appears that if a person dies, the tutorial ends for them. Those who perished in Stage 1 didn't experience Stage 2, meaning he won't have to endure that torment again. Hyan feels a wave of relief wash over him. It means he can finally sleep peacefully tonight. Or at least, that's how it's supposed to go. But as a bright purple status screen flashes before him, welcoming him to the tutorial and guiding him to Stage 2, he quickly realizes that being the main character is far more challenging than he ever imagined. All he did was take a nap, and now he finds himself trapped here for several hours, paralyzed by fear and longing for an end. Yet, even death would only lead him to repeat Stage 2 endlessly. With no other options, he approaches the door that leads to Stage 2, where 2 weapons await his choice. Last time, he picked the mace, believing it would be powerful and easy to wield. However, fearing the monsters up close, he opts for a crossbow instead. He also picks up a spear, believing it to be more effective than the shorter-range sword. Armed with his 2 weapons, he prepares to tackle Stage 2 once more. This time, instead of charging in for a surprise attack like before, Hyan adopts a sneakier strategy. He settles into the shadows, ready to take aim and snipe at the goblins before they even catch sight of him. He takes aim with the crossbow, and the arrow finds its mark, striking the goblin squarely in the head. Yet, to his shock, the creature seems unfazed by the blow. The element of surprise evaporates as the goblin turns, bloodlust gleaming in its eyes. Our protagonist lowers himself, spear poised toward the ground, skillfully dodging under the goblin's attack. In one swift motion, he lunges forward and plunges the spear into the smaller goblin, finishing it off instantly. Unfortunately, he can't pull the spear out of the first goblin's body, leaving him completely defenseless as the second goblin charges at him. His demise is much swifter this time, and he jolts awake in bed screaming. The following nights, it's round 3 of the tutorial Phase 2, and he's far from thrilled to see the welcome messages flashing on the status screen. Today, he chooses to wield a sword and shield instead. Rather than opting for a weapon he has at least some experience with, he decides on the sword, fueled by a day spent studying sword techniques on YouTube. With the bravado of a keyboard warrior, Hyun charges into the second stage for the third time, this time abandoning any pretense of surprise. Just like every keyboard warrior, our protagonist quickly finds himself outmatched as the goblins swarm him, taking him down effortlessly. However, this time, instead of waking up traumatized and frightened, it seems that repeated deaths have finally pushed him over the edge. He laughs eerily, vowing to take revenge on them all. As round 4 arrives the following night, Hyun tells the status window to be quiet, as it encourages him to muster the courage to save the world. He begins by swinging his sword, diligently practicing for his upcoming debut. Determined to improve his stats through sheer hard work, he is pleasantly surprised when his efforts pay off, boosting his vitality by 1 point. However, that modest increase comes at a steep price: 8 grueling hours of training. He calls forth his status window, and this time, he notices an additional skill point earned after passing stage 1. He had been so dazed after that first challenge that he completely overlooked it. With newfound determination, he invests the point in strength and charges into the second stage for the 4th time. Now that he has boosted his ability points by 2, it's finally time for him to seek revenge on the goblins. But today isn't the day for revenge. Exhausted from an 8-hour practice session, he found himself unable to take on even one of them, resulting in an immediate defeat. Yet, our hero rises once more, re-entering for round 5 of stage 2. This time, instead of seeking a quick demise, he chooses to use each round as an opportunity to enhance his stats. In round 5, he boosts his vitality by 1 point, tirelessly swinging his sword. By round 6, after 10 grueling hours of training, he manages to increase his strength by 1. All this hard work pays off as he finally takes down the 2 goblins at the front. However, his lack of physical abilities and combat skills still left him unprepared to face the other goblins. In round 7, he returns to swinging his sword relentlessly, again and again. After several hours of grueling training, he finally pushes past his limits, increasing his vitality by 1 point. As he collapses to the ground, utterly exhausted, another system message appears. Through relentless training, his swordsmanship has finally reached the lowest rank, F. This newfound skill enables him to swing his sword more effectively by correcting his posture and optimizing his strength distribution. At last, after all his hard work and dedication, he is beginning to see the fruits of his labor. The moment has arrived for him to make the goblins pay for all they have inflicted upon him. With his newfound skills, it's time to devise a plan. Through the torment and death he endured, he learned that there are 5 goblins in stage 2 of the tutorial. 2 are stationed in the castle at the front, while 3 lurk in the forest at the end. The first 2 goblins are easy targets. All he needs to do is ambush the first with his crossbow, then finish off the second with his sword. However, the real challenge lies with the 3 goblins lurking in the forest. He can handle 2 of them just as before, but the last one poses a significant threat. After defeating the other 4 opponents, the 2 of them find themselves locked in a fierce final battle, sword against battle axe. But this time, unlike all the previous encounters he has faced, everything feels different. He can actually see the path of the incoming attacks, and his body reacts instinctively, almost before he has time to think. This must be the result of achieving the lowest rank of sword mastery. However, the problem is that he has already exhausted his vitality in his battle against the other 4 goblins. While he may hold a slight advantage, it's not enough to secure victory just yet. The gap in their vitality is too significant, and after a few more exchanges, the goblin manages to knock Hyan's sword from his grasp. With a menacing swing, it prepares to deliver the final blow to Hyan's head. Instead of showing fear, Hyan smirks as he effortlessly dodges the attack. Fortunately for him, the goblin isn't aiming to kill right away. It plans to knock him down first and conserve its strength for the final blow. This makes the monster's attack pattern painfully obvious. Seizing the opportunity, Hyan swiftly turns on his heel and kicks up a cloud of dust straight into the goblin's face, momentarily blinding it. It screams in pain, desperately trying to clear the dust from its face. But Hyan is several times faster. Seizing the moment, he grabs a loose rock and smashes it directly into the goblin's shins. The creature howls in agony, now swinging its axe wildly, hoping to catch Hyan in its blind fury. RMC deftly dodges the goblin's reckless attacks and positions himself behind it just as the creature barely manages to open its eyes. In a swift motion, he charges forward, swinging the rock with all his might and slamming it into the goblin's face. The impact sends the creature reeling backward. Hyan stands triumphantly over the fallen goblin, its lifeless body crumpling to the ground. Moments later, the system chimes in, congratulating him for successfully clearing Stage 2. As a reward for his efforts, he receives an additional 5 stats, along with the option to choose any weapon he desires to keep. On top of that, he gains the abilities of the lowest rank Shield Master and the lowest rank Crossbow Master. This is the kind of power he has been seeking all along, and after all his hard work, he has finally achieved it. For the first time in ages, he wakes up without screaming and heads to the living room to prepare breakfast for himself and his beloved sister. Feeling fantastic after clearing Stage 2, he wants to celebrate with a hearty meal. Just as he tastes his cooking, a loud sound echoes through the world. His sister bursts out of her room and he coughs heavily, nearly choking on his food. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing that the world tutorial has concluded. They can now freely access the system beyond the confines of the tutorial. To add to the excitement, dungeons have been activated worldwide, signaling that people will soon face monsters not just in their dreams, but in reality. As soon as the notification appears, a massive alien-looking door materializes right outside their window. Intrigued, both siblings rush to investigate, joining the crowd of onlookers who gather in the street, staring at the spectacle in awe. The messages continue to flash, informing them that only those with awakened talents may enter the dungeons. It becomes clear that these mysterious doors haven't just appeared in front of their window. They are cropping up all over the city. Doors have appeared in every country around the globe, accompanied by a chilling message. If the dungeons are not cleared within a specified time, the dungeon gates will open, unleashing the monsters within upon the world. Meanwhile, the countdown to a complete connection with the Haken dimension relentlessly ticks down. As soon as the dungeon doors activated, chaos erupted, surpassing even the turmoil of the first day. The siblings chose not to join the fray. Instead, they banded together to scour the internet for any information about the dungeon. From their research, it appeared that the tutorial wasn't entirely over. They discovered that those who had recently celebrated their birthdays were also entering the tutorial from the beginning, and participants needed to be at least 16 years old to start. There's a significant buzz surrounding the dungeons online, as those who have successfully completed the tutorial are now being bestowed with the title of talents. They are urged to rush and clear the dungeons before the gates close. The most crucial tool at their disposal is their status windows. Hyan triumphantly attempts to summon his own status window, eager to check it out, but nothing happens. Instead, a notification appears, informing him that he cannot access his status window yet, because his tutorial is still ongoing. The tutorial consists of 8 stages, and despite having repeated Stage 2 7 times, it seems everyone else has already moved on. He turns to his sister, asking if she has any information about Stage 3. After a moment of searching, she reveals that the theme of Stage 3 is patience, but that's all she could uncover. Since only a handful of people cleared Stage 2, reliable information is scarce, leaving Hyan to navigate it on his own. However, after the effort he put into Stage 2, he has grown significantly stronger, ensuring he won't face the same humiliation as before. That night, Hyan's journey into tutorial Stage 3 begins. While he may not be suffering, that doesn't mean he's free from disgrace. As he struggles to maintain his stealth, a monster joyfully urinates on his head, blissfully unaware that our fearless protagonist is hiding beneath the very bushes it is using as a restroom. In that moment, all Hyan can think about is how desperately he wants to slay this creature. But let's rewind a bit to when Hyan first entered the 3rd stage. The objective for this stage is clear: defeat the Gorka chief. To aid him in this mission, the system equips him with a ghillie suit, signaling that this task revolves around stealth and assassination. Once again, he calls up his status window and is pleased to discover that he has leveled up to level 4. His stats have improved, and he has acquired a host of new abilities to enhance his arsenal. One of his new abilities is the lowest rank Shield Mastery, an F-tier skill that enhances his effectiveness with a shield. He also gains the lowest rank Crossbow Mastery, which allows him to operate a crossbow more efficiently and improves his shooting precision. With these new skills, he decides to allocate his additional skill points to Strength and Vitality, while also investing 2 points into Agility. Having assessed his skills and abilities, the next step is to examine his inventory. Unfortunately, it holds nothing but the shabby longsword he picked up from the second stage. With inventory management complete, he's ready to wrap up this mission. It bears a striking resemblance to the challenges faced by the legendary American Marine sniper Carlos Hathcock during World War II. He crawled for 1.5 kilometers, determined to assassinate a general without being seen or heard. This figure commands Hyun's deepest respect, especially after everything he has endured during this mission. Since the beginning of his dream, he has crawled for nearly 10 hours, finally arriving at what should be Gorka's village. 2 guards stand watch at the entrance, and it seems he will have to find a way to get past them. His pants are soaked with his own urine, and not only is the grass itchy, but he can feel all sorts of bugs crawling in his clothes. However, that's not even his biggest problem. Hyun glances up to see one of the monsters looming above him, peering down at the patch of grass where he's hiding. For a moment, he fears he's been discovered, but instead of being yanked from his hiding spot by the monster's powerful grip, a foul, warm liquid cascades over his head. Mortified, he buries his face in the grass, overwhelmed by shame. Hyun finally reaches his breaking point. He summons the sword from his inventory and drives it deep into the monster's midsection, ending its life in an instant. The commotion attracts the attention of other monsters lurking in the village, and they rush toward him, eager to investigate. Within moments, he finds himself completely surrounded, but this time, Hyun feels no fear. With his situation already dire, Hyun seizes the moment to unleash a line he's always dreamed of saying. He shouts into the air, challenging the approaching monsters to come at him with everything they've got. Blood from both the creatures and Hyun splatters into the sky as he laughs maniacally. Without hesitation, Hyun plunges into Stage 3, Round 2. This time, fueled by his mental breakdown in the first round, he has gained a powerful new ability, Raging Lion's Roar. This skill not only diminishes the morale and stats of nearby enemies, but also removes all current debuffs ranked D and below. With newfound determination, he charges in recklessly, discarding his ghillie suit as he unsheathes his sword. After crawling for 10 hours, Hyun made a crucial realization. The Gorka warriors ventured out during the day to hunt, returning only when the sun set. This meant the camp was at its weakest during daylight, with only a few guards left behind. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dispatched the guards around him and charged straight toward the central hut where the Gorka chief awaited. As he slips through the entrance of the hut, he spots the Gorka chief lounging on his throne, exuding confidence, flanked by 2 mages standing watch. Without uttering a word, the Gorka chief gestures toward our protagonist and commands them to attack. Just when it seems that all hope is lost, he recalls the skill he learned earlier and decides to take a chance. He takes a deep breath and unleashes a mighty roar, dispelling the debuff and causing the chief and the mages to stagger back in shock. Without giving them a moment to regroup, Hyun charges forward, sword raised and aimed directly at the chief. With a swift swing of his blade, Hyun effortlessly clears Stage 3, earning the intermediate rank body regeneration ability as his reward. Not only did he conquer Stage 3, but he also did so in record time, setting a new benchmark. As an added bonus, he receives the temporary title of Impatient One. This title is bestowed upon the mischievous player who breezed through a stage designed to test patience and tenacity. When his record is updated, his title will advance to the next available rank. As a bonus, Hyun receives a +1 boost to all his stats. Remarkably, he has broken through Stage 3 in just 1 day, especially considering it took him a week to complete Stage 2. This is undoubtedly a significant achievement. Reflecting on his rapid growth leads him to one undeniable conclusion. He begins to believe that he is truly exceptionally talented. At this rate, he might even break through Stage 4 in just a few minutes. A month has passed since that realization, and a new day dawns in South Korea over Hyun's apartment. She watches the news while preparing breakfast for herself and her brother. It has been 25 days since the specially formed squad of Awakeners was dispatched to clear the dungeons. As the news plays calmly in the background, a desperate scream, one that Hyun has grown accustomed to hearing every morning, echoes through the apartment. She abandons her cooking to scold her brother, realizing that if he continues waking up like this, the neighbors are bound to file a complaint. As she sets out to uncover what happened this time, her brother emerges from his room, a triumphant grin on his face. "I cleared it just by going out and messing everyone up," he declares proudly. She opens her mouth to congratulate him, but the words catch in her throat as she takes in the astonishing transformation her brother has undergone. She nervously asks him if something happened during the last dungeon run, noting that his expression has turned unsettling. Now that he's out, she inquires about the details of Stage 4. In short, it was a group project designed to test their leadership skills. He had to figure out how to remove the dungeon core, after which a portal leading outside would automatically open, allowing him to escape. His party members resembled NPCs perfectly integrated into the setting, engaged in a heated debate over whether to press on or retreat. They quickly realized they lacked sufficient rations to continue and force their way through the dungeon. A few voiced their objections vehemently, and after much deliberation, they ultimately decided to leave the dungeon, with Hyun taking the lead. At first, it felt exhilarating to carry the entire team, and the mission should have gone smoothly. So, Ah-hyun couldn't understand what went wrong that caused him to take a month to complete the stage. The trouble began that very night, after they had spent the day clearing the dungeon. He had assigned a group to keep watch, but they chose to disobey him. When he caught them attempting to flee, they ambushed him and took his life. Every subsequent attempt ended in the same tragic outcome, as he continually found himself surrounded by similar individuals, leading to a cycle of repetition that felt inescapable. Hyun needed a way to escape the loop, and in his boundless wisdom, he concluded that there was only one solution to all his problems. He would have to beat everyone into submission and eliminate anyone who stood in his way before he could start clearing the stage. In the final round of Stage 4, Hyun spawned in to find his party members locked in a heated argument over whether they should press forward or retreat. Before anyone has a chance to argue, he shouts for them to be quiet, instantly silencing the room. One of the party members attempts to question his actions, but before they can finish, a sword is pressed to their throat. Hyun offers them a single chance. They will follow his orders from now on. Anyone who dares to refuse or speak back will face death. The same party member attempts to argue, but Hyun swiftly delivers a well-deserved knuckle sandwich, followed by a series of face-altering punches. By the time he finishes, the once rowdy party member's face has been reduced to a fine, fleshy paste. It's clear that Hyun has made his point, and he turns to the rest of the party, asking if anyone else has objections to him taking the lead. They simply need to follow him, as he already knows the way. As they prepare to leave, he glances at his status window, revealing just how much he has grown since completing the third stage. He is now level 14, with most of his stats having doubled. On top of that, he has acquired several new skills, and some of his abilities have even ranked up. As they navigate the dungeon, any monster that dares to attack them meets a swift demise at the hands of the formidable Hyun. One by one, he dispatches their foes, all while expertly guiding his teammates through the treacherous terrain. Finally, they arrive at the core. With a single, precise strike, he shatters the supports of the core, successfully clearing Stage 4. Like in the previous stages, he acquires several new items and abilities, including the E-rank cleave skill and the B-rank ring of strength and mind. Judging by the results, his gains from Stage 4 are quite impressive. There's no need for him to boast about his rapidly increasing stats, especially since he can also farm item drops from the monsters he defeats. However, he remains puzzled about the purpose of the mana stones he keeps collecting from them. They are likely to be useful, so he decides to hold on to them for now. His new skills and items are impressive, but his greatest achievement is that he has become quite strong in real life as well. After a brief warm-up of 300 one-handed push-ups, he realizes that bodyweight exercises alone won't be enough anymore. To truly enhance his strength, he'll need to hit the gym, but that's a concern for another day. Behind him, his phone buzzes with an incoming message. He glances at it and sees an emergency alert from the Ministry of Public Safety and Security, warning that a dungeon has opened nearby and advising all citizens to stay indoors. Outside, chaos reigns as monsters roam the streets, attacking anyone in their path and wreaking havoc. Hyen rushes to his balcony to see for himself, and just as the report indicated, the streets are overrun with goblins. His thoughts race to Hyen, who had left for work that morning. There's no time to waste. He sprints out of the apartment, frantically searching for a weapon. The only thing he can find that might serve his purpose is a grimy kitchen knife resting in the sink. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Grabbing it, he rushes out of the apartment and into the monster-infested streets of the city. As soon as he steps onto the street, he shouts to summon all the monsters to him. Unfortunately, his lie and roar skill is still unusable outside, leaving him to rely solely on his physical abilities to handle the situation. Fortunately, his voice carries, drawing the attention of most of the goblins. They charge at him, and he seizes the moment to taunt them, calling them mere Stage 2 small fry that he has already defeated before. For some reason, he can gauge their strength just by observing their movements. With swift precision, he drives his knife straight through the head of the first goblin that approaches him. As the creature falls lifeless to the ground, he yanks the knife free and readies himself to face the rest. Meanwhile, a group of office workers frantically barricades themselves inside their building, their desperation palpable. As they cower in fear, waiting for the inevitable loud banging echoes from outside the door, accompanied by the chilling screams of monsters wreaking havoc. Among the terrified office workers is Shun, who glances down at her phone. The screen displays the last text conversation with her brother, where he frantically asked if she was still at work. In response, she had bombarded him with questions about whether he planned to come to her office, but he never replied. As another wave of monstrous screams echoes from behind the barricaded doors, the pounding grows louder in the office where she and her co-workers are hiding. Suddenly, the barricade gives way, and a muscular foot crashes into the room. It's high on adrenaline, and while he didn't intend to break down the door, accidents tend to happen when you're stronger than a battle ox. The other workers begin to murmur among themselves, questioning whether this psychopath could truly be Ah-hyun's older brother. Meanwhile, Ah-hyun's little sister blushes in embarrassment. One of the older office workers, visibly upset, confronts Hyun, demanding to know why he would destroy their barricade. Now, the monsters outside could easily breach the office. However, there's no need for alarm. Hyun has already dealt with any creature that might have attempted to enter. Later, after clearing the goblins from the entire building, Hyun returns to Ah-hyun's office, where she tends to his wounds, carefully bandaging him up. Ever since his transformation into a more muscular version of himself, he's been acting tough, allowing himself to take hits without a second thought for his safety. During the tutorial, he relied heavily on his incredible regeneration skill, enabling him to absorb attacks without worry. However, since he can't use his abilities in the real world just yet, his usual fighting style often leaves him returning with a multitude of injuries. If he can't use skills in the real world, that also means he can't activate his resurrection ability. So if he dies, there's no coming back. Yet, despite the risks, Ah-hyun can't help but admire the way he's fearlessly charging into danger. It's undeniably cool. It seems everyone else feels the same way. One of Ah-hyun's seniors is making quite a fuss, eager for a chance to be introduced to our main character. That night, they all settle down to sleep in the dilapidated office building. As usual, Hyun is transported to the tutorial level. This time, it's stage 5, where he must demonstrate the wisdom to overcome any challenge. As the level loads, he finds himself surrounded by a group of people engaged in casual conversation. However, instead of a bickering crowd of warriors, he is encircled by a stunning array of beautiful women. The objective is clear. He must defeat the succubus, a nightmare demon that disguises itself as a human. Hyun is well acquainted with succubi. He knows them as dream demons that drain energy from men. They typically appear as stunningly beautiful women, which should make them easy to identify. However, the problem lies in the fact that every woman here is breathtakingly gorgeous. As he contemplates who among them could be the succubus, one of the women approaches him, inquiring about his thoughts on the matter. Her voice pulls him in, but he struggles to maintain eye contact, glancing away while scratching the back of his head. Just then, a notification window suddenly appears right in front of him, snapping his attention back to her. It informs him that his ring of strengthened mind is successfully resisting the seductive attempts of the woman before him. It seems he struck gold, identifying the succubus right away, all thanks to his B-rank item. As night falls, the group sets up their tents around the campfire, while Hyun sits in front of the flames, reflecting on everything he has experienced since the tutorial began. In Stage 1, it was a circus of hellfire. Stage 2 turned into a week-long, desperate battle against goblins. Stage 3 brought him a golden shower after hours spent crawling through dirt and bugs, while Stage 4 became a month-long, deadly group project. He had rolled around like a dog during those trials, but now, at last, he had a chance for an easy win. However, just because he has uncovered their identity doesn't mean her journey is over. The notification window had clearly warned him that discovering her true nature would make him a target. Uncertain of what lies ahead, he understands that a succubus possesses considerable strength, especially if she can take on human form. Rather than acting impulsively, he realizes he must win over the other NPCs. Since the men may already be under her enchantment, her best approach is to connect with the girls first. For now, the best course of action is to sleep on it and decide what to do tomorrow. When he finally awakens, he's startled to find not the open forest sky he expected, but an unfamiliar ceiling above him. With a shout, he realizes he's back in Ah-hyun's company. The other office workers gather around, having noticed he's awake and were just about to rouse him themselves. The army has arrived, signaling that salvation is near. Meanwhile, Hyan seethes with frustration, having woken up in the real world. The succubus must have realized he had uncovered his true identity and eliminated him in his sleep. Outside, military jeeps race through the city streets, their armed professionals taking aim and firing at any monsters in sight. The other office workers celebrate the army's arrival, confident that the monsters are no match for them. However, our black-haired protagonist remains silent, observing the scene unfolding on the street below. A shiver runs down his spine as he watches the soldiers fight their way through the relentless hordes of monsters. He may not fully understand what lurks down there, but one thing is clear: it is something truly dangerous. Meanwhile, the soldiers find themselves overwhelmed by an unrelenting tide of monsters. No matter how many goblins they shoot down, 2 more seem to emerge from thin air to take their place. Typically, it's the talents who handle these creatures, but for some reason, they are the ones left to bear the brunt of the battle. Amid the chaos, the soldiers spot one of the monsters striding calmly toward them, unfazed as bullets rain down around it. With a single, powerful swing, it decapitates a soldier, the gun continuing to fire aimlessly. The remaining soldiers shift their focus to the towering monster, unleashing a hail of bullets. However, as they fire, they quickly realize that their shots do little more than provoke the beast, fueling its rage rather than stopping it. The creature charges toward them, and the lieutenant shouts for the driver to accelerate and get them out of there. But it's already too late. The monster leaps into the air, hurtling straight toward the soldiers who can only watch in disbelief as it crashes down upon them. The car struggles under the added weight, swerving wildly and triggering a domino effect as one vehicle collides with another, leading to a catastrophic pile-up. Hyan observes the scene unfold as the goblin begins to eliminate the remaining soldiers, while the office workers around him gradually succumb to panic. Suddenly, the goblin halts its movements and fixes a piercing glare toward the office building, locking eyes with Hyan. The few remaining soldiers begin to gather themselves as the signaler frantically attempts to call for reinforcements. There's no time to catch their breath. The goblin from earlier climbs atop one of the wrecked convoy jeeps, glaring down at them with a predatory hunger. One of the men, desperation etched on his face, turns to the signaler and asks where their reinforcements are. The signaler responds, "They're sending a civilian with talent." As they await backup, the soldiers refuse to go down without a fight. One of them aims his weapon at the goblin just as it leaps in for the final attack. But, in a cruel twist of fate, the weapon jams at the worst possible moment. As the monster descends to deliver the finishing blow, the soldier resigns himself to his fate, not even attempting to dodge. Suddenly, someone bursts in, hurling a slab of concrete directly at the goblin. The rock crashes into the creature's face, sending it careening into the streets behind them. The soldier watches in shock as Hyan leaps over the side of the jeep to check on them. He tries to lift their spirits while tending to their wounds, but the haunting memories of nearly dying at the hands of a monster cloud his judgment. In a moment of panic, he mistakes Hyan's rugged face for an even more terrifying creature than the goblin, instinctively raising his weapon at him. Hyan quickly raises his hands in defense, shouting that he's human and urging the man to lower the gun. The soldier hesitantly lowers his gun, questioning whether Hyan is the reinforcement they were expecting. Grateful, he thanks Hyan for his assistance, but our protagonist urges him to calm down. "I'm not here out of any sense of justice," he explains. "I just happened to be in the right place at the right time." The real reason Hyan chose to intervene lies in the moment their eyes met earlier. The goblin spotted him, which meant it would undoubtedly seek out Hyan. After the army was defeated, it was better to confront it here, away from the chaos. He began to step over the railing of the truck bed, raising his hand to signal the soldiers to hold their fire. If they fired recklessly while he battled the monster, they risked putting holes in him as well. He also inquires if they have any tear gas on hand. Fortunately for him, they do. Hyan urges them to use it against the monster, leaving the soldier in disbelief. "If you use the tear gas, you'll be affected too," he warns. The soldier tries to advise Hyan to at least grab a gas mask, but Xian has already begun moving toward the goblin. He instructs them to use it without asking questions, as he doesn't have time to explain. The soldier, albeit reluctantly, follows Hyan's orders and charges toward the monster, urging the rest of his platoon to don their gas masks and remain vigilant. The battlefield is set, and Hyan is poised for revenge. After everything that transpired with the goblins in the second stage, he's not about to let this opportunity for vengeance slip away. Meanwhile, the soldier follows Hyan's orders and tosses the tear gas right between them, where it erupts in a thick cloud of smoke. The goblin lets out a pained cry as the gas begins to take hold, and even Hyan finds himself coughing as the toxic fumes spread. As the gas intensifies its effect on the hobgoblin, it swings its axe wildly, desperately trying to keep anything at bay. tears streaming down his face from the sting of tear gas. Hyen charges forward to confront the monster while it's momentarily distracted. The hobgoblin's skin is tough enough to deflect bullets, so the discomfort from the gas must be a novel experience for it. In contrast, Hyen has built his entire fighting style around absorbing blows while delivering powerful strikes, making him all too familiar with pain. For him, this is just another day in battle. He swings hard at the goblin, knocking its axe from its grasp, and follows up with a flurry of deadly strikes. Yet, despite his relentless assault, the creature refuses to fall. Undeterred by the pain coursing through him, he presses on, determined to inflict damage on the hobgoblin, while the other soldiers look on in awe. They marvel at the skill of this warrior, witnessing him push back a monster that even a barrage of bullets couldn't harm. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind, inquiring about the unfolding situation. This newcomer is the talented individual originally designated to be sent by the army. As far as he knows, he was the only reinforcement meant to arrive. Meanwhile, Hyen begins to feel the weight of exhaustion as his weapon shows signs of wear. When he entered this battle, he anticipated a formidable foe, but despite several minutes of unyielding assaults, RMC has yet to land a single blow. If this continues, he risks wearing himself out completely. He must quickly identify the monster's weak point before it has a chance to recover. Suddenly, the blonde newcomer from earlier rushes past Hyen, slashing at the monster with his dual blades. Despite the impressive display of power and speed, he feels nothing give way during the attack. It's as if he's swinging at solid rock. He calls out to Hyen, asserting that no matter how strong this hobgoblin appears, it's still just the boss mob of an F-rank dungeon. With its defenses unusually high, the monster must possess a distinct weakness. The term F-rank dungeon is unfamiliar to Hyen, but it suggests that this newcomer has some valuable insights. Though he doesn't know who this person is, he takes his words to heart as they both charge at the monster to resume their assault. Observing the creature, the newcomer notes its lack of stamina, indicating that it must be nearing exhaustion. Hyen understands the futility of exhausting his efforts when they can't land any solid hits on the creature. His sword is nearly at its breaking point from relentless strikes against the monster's impenetrable skin. In that moment of desperation, he realizes he needs a better weapon. His gaze is instantly drawn to the axe he had knocked from the monster's hand earlier. Our protagonist seizes the axe and charges back to confront the monster directly. As he races forward, he deduces that the creature's weak point is likely its eyes, but it's clearly aware of this and is guarding them fiercely. He realizes he must find another vulnerable spot to exploit. Initially, he contemplates targeting the joints, where the skin is thinner, but doubts that will be sufficient to bring the beast down. With little time to think, he charges in, launching the first attack that comes to mind. Blood spills onto the street as his weapon pierces the monster's skin for the first time. But that's not the only thing that has been breached. Both the monster and the talented blonde instinctively halt their fighting, stunned by the realization of what Hyen has just accomplished. Despite being opponents in battle, Hyen still had the courtesy to apologize after delivering the infamous 1,000 years of pain with a rusted battle axe. In that brief pause of the fight, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation surge up the halberd and into his hand. As the monster grappled with the pain and humiliation of its recent defeat, a profound philosophical question struck our protagonist's mind. Is the behind a weak point? He wasn't certain, but he doubted it was a critical vulnerability capable of delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. Without hesitation, he made his decision, and his body instinctively sprang into action to execute the gruesome act. With a swift motion, he hoisted the monster into the air like a flag, then spun around and slammed it back first into the ground. Before it could recover, Hyen charged at the creature, accurately anticipating that the inside of its mouth would be far less resilient than the rest of its body. The unfortunate beast lies unconscious, unable to defend itself as the tip of the halberd crashes down into its mouth, ending its life in an instant. The blonde observer, taking in the scene, can tell at a glance that our main character possesses remarkable strength. Yet, a more pressing question lingers in his mind. Where could someone like him possibly come from? Having never encountered the MC before, he can only conclude that Hyen must be an independent fighter. As he extracts the halberd from the lifeless monster, a gleaming golden object emerges from its mouth. Hyen attempts to identify it, but the system swiftly informs him that he cannot access information about the item while the tutorial is still ongoing. Unsure of its purpose, he decides to take it with him for now. The talented blonde approaches Hyen from behind, but our greedy protagonist assumes the guy simply wants to share his hard-earned drops. Instead of sharing, he decides to flee. Before the blonde can even ask a question, Hyen offers a flimsy excuse about being busy and dashes away, leaving his halberd behind. In an instant, our main character vanishes as mysteriously as he arrived. As the blonde man removes his mask, he is left pondering just who that enigmatic figure truly was. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, the situation in the city appears to have settled, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Heian and his sister navigate the desolate streets, which resemble a scene from a disaster film. Only after the sun is fully set do they finally return home, or what's left of it. With a dry tone, Heian asks his brother if he remembered to close the door behind him when he ventured out to play the hero. But deep down, she knows the answer. Their wrecked living room speaks volumes. She sighs in disbelief and suggests they clean up before eating, to which Heian readily agrees. Later that evening, after tidying up the house, they settle down for a nice dinner. As they eat, Heian glances at her phone to check the news. Suddenly, something catches her eye, and she quickly turns the screen toward her older brother. It appears someone recorded the fight from the street and the office. The comments are somewhat positive, but Heian can't help but crack the creepiest smile as the attention turns to him. His sister struggles to take another bite of her food, her eyes wide at his unsettling expression. She starts to comment on how dreadful his face looks, and he finds himself at a loss for words. Even the comments are mocking his villainous appearance, leaving him unable to defend himself. Heian reluctantly comes to terms with the fact that his face looks as bad as she has been saying. Later that night, as they prepare for bed, he calls his sister back just before she heads to her room. "Could you turn off the light and close the door for me?" he asks. She hesitates, ready to argue but ultimately relents, recognizing how hard he has worked. In exchange, she cautions him not to shout when he wakes up in the morning. With that, she wishes him good luck and turns off the light. As darkness envelops the room, his thoughts drift back to the formidable man he fought earlier that day, and he slowly succumbs to sleep. The succubus from yesterday had been stunning, and despite the fact that she had killed him, he felt a flicker of excitement at the thought of seeing her again. But as he opened his eyes, instead of a beautiful group of women, he found a monstrous creature staring curiously back at him. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, connecting squarely with its face and knocking it out cold. Just then, a notification appeared before him, displaying a new set of clear conditions for this stage, different from the last time he had entered. The key to surviving this encounter is that cave goblins possess dim sight but exceptional hearing. Unfortunately, he learns this crucial detail only after he's already screamed and punched a goblin in the face. Almost instantly, he finds himself surrounded by several goblins, likely attracted by the noise he made. While that's certainly a valid question in this moment, Heian is more concerned about why the tutorial has shifted once again to this goblin-slaying quest. The next morning, he jolts awake with a scream, prompting his sister to yell back for him to be quiet. Meanwhile, in a deserted office building, a man is suddenly punched in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. The man, his lips stained with blood and his jaw shattered, struggles to ask how an ordinary person can surpass someone with talent. But before he receives an answer, a brutal stomp to his head silences him instantly. With a smirk, the man taunts the talented one, declaring that nothing has truly changed. It doesn't matter if he has awakened and gained a bit of strength. Without the knowledge of how to fight, it all amounts to nothing. Having finished dispatching the group of nobodies, the man licks his lips, sensing that some intriguing talents await him in battle. Meanwhile, Heian steps into Stage 5 for the third time, only to find that the tutorial's conditions have shifted once again. This time, the objective is clear. He must defeat the doppelganger, a monstrous creature that preys on humans by blending into crowds. The stakes are high. Failure means death. He recalls a crucial tip. Holy knights and mages possess a special ability they can use once a day. This round feels reminiscent of the first, but instead of a succubus, he's on the hunt for a doppelganger. Taking a deep breath, he unleashes his lion's roar skill, commanding everyone's attention. They all gathered around him, eager to hear what he had to say. Heian cleared his throat and announced, "From now on, anyone who moves is a culprit." However, in his fervor, he overlooked a crucial detail. In a game of Mafia, the loudest player is often the first to go. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had never won a game of Mafia before, and he certainly hadn't anticipated this outcome as he woke up the next morning. Hyun pushes his troubling thoughts aside, focusing instead on the simple need to eat. Yet the battle to conquer Stage 5 drags on, stretching into an embarrassingly long month with no progress in sight. Frustrated and desperate, he finally decides to shake things up. One day, in a moment of madness, he steps out of his room clad in a suit and a pair of dorky glasses, ready to face the world anew. His sister returns home from work and nearly faints at the sight of her brother in such a bizarre outfit. After a long day, she certainly didn't expect to be greeted by this shocking spectacle. Meanwhile, Yoon is focused on improving himself, hoping to clear Stage 5. He believes that starting with his appearance is the first step. Today marks the 53rd time he has met his demise in the 5th stage. He knows he must try something different, or he risks being trapped there forever. The only clue given to him was to use wisdom to succeed, but the conditions change each time. That night, he returns to Stage 5, and as always, everything has shifted. This time, the challenge is to completely clear an F-rank dungeon's incubator. The stakes are high. Failure means death. The warning echoes in his mind. He must face the spitting tarmac guarding the incubator, a formidable level 20 foe. To succeed, he needs to discover its weak spot. After navigating the dark corridors of the cave dungeon for some time, he finally encounters the spitting tarmac that the game had cautioned him about. Clearing a dungeon suits him perfectly. It's a straightforward challenge that allows him to rely on instinct rather than overthinking. He charges toward the monster, ready to confront it head-on. In response, the creature spits venom from its mouth, quickly coating his hand and turning it a deep purple as it begins to spread. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly chops off the infected hand, leaving even the spider momentarily stunned by his boldness. He sprints toward the spider, sliding beneath it just before it can unleash another poisonous shot. A notification window appears before him, reminding him to identify the spider's weakness. Without hesitation, he cleaves the monster in half, right through the notification. In an instant, the creature collapses, defeated before it even has a chance to retaliate. It's a victory born from his bold decision to dive in head first. He no longer needs to concern himself with locating its weak spot or exploiting its weaknesses. Just then, the system congratulates him on clearing Stage 5, coinciding perfectly with the regrowth of his severed hand. As a clear reward, he receives a B-rank ability known as Titan Strength. This new ability allows him to enhance his muscles using mana, boosting his strength by 12 for a duration of 10 minutes. The next day, at a school in Korea, students scour the internet for information about the tutorial and their impending awakenings. Among them, one student stands out, visibly distressed as he realizes it's his 18th birthday, the day he must confront the tutorial. Unfortunately, he discovers that there are a few helpful tips for any stages beyond Stage 5. It's said that only the top 1% of the talented manage to progress past Stage 4, but those who do seem to have kept their secrets well guarded. Eventually, the student discovers valuable information from an anonymous poster. It seems they cleared Stage 7 and are preparing to tackle Stage 8. However, as they read through the tips for the upcoming stages, skepticism creeps in. The first tip pertains to Stage 4, which focuses on leadership. It suggests that they should make all party members surrender using their strength. Stage 5 is wisdom, emphasizing the importance of using one's muscles as a source of strength. Stage 6 introduces the concept of being cold-blooded, suggesting that one should eliminate everyone, from enemies to allies. Stage 7 centers on dedication, urging a singular focus on the destruction of foes. The advice sounds dreadful, and the kids dismiss it as nothing more than a cruel joke. The comments on the post are filled with mockery, as everyone dismisses the original poster's guide as nothing more than a troll attempt. Frustrated, our main character, Hyen, shouts at his phone, exasperated by the ungratefulness of others, despite his well-intentioned advice. Just then, his sister walks by, teasing him for offering what he deems useless guidance. With a smirk, Hyen confidently replies, "Just wait and see what happens." Once he clears Stage 8, he will become the third tutorial graduate in the nation. Achieving that milestone will place him on the same rank as Guildmaster Han Xian of the Dangong Guild and President Choi Dongwoo from the Allegiance of Skill. Despite his confidence, he knows he can't truly compare himself to the geniuses who cleared the dungeon in a single attempt, especially since it has taken him over 4 months to reach this point. He nervously tells her to be quiet, reminding her that he cleared Stages 6 and 7 in one go as well. As the sun sets and night envelops them, it's time for the final stage. As he drifts off to sleep, the system congratulates him on completing Stage 7 and inquires if he would like to enter Stage 8. His reward for Stage 6 was a B-rank weapon known as Bilgen's Longsword. It is said to be the long sword of Bilgen, the mercenary whose name echoed across battlefields for over 30 years. His Stage 7 reward is Ronald's armor, the very armor worn by the knight-errant Ronald of the Aldous Kingdom throughout his life. This remarkable armor possesses a self-restoration ability, allowing it to repair any damage on its own. With these powerful enhancements and equipment, Xian is finally prepared to tackle Stage 8 and begin utilizing the system and his inventory in the real world. He can finally examine the item he obtained from the Hobgoblin. That night, Xian drifts off to sleep and enters Stage 8 at last. A notification window pops up asking him to define his principle. Xian pauses, contemplating the question, but no answer springs to mind right away. Not long after, the world around him begins to fracture, and soon the ground crumbles beneath him, sending him plummeting into a vast expanse of nothingness. His screams fade into the void, growing weaker until they are silenced entirely. Then, he opens his eyes to discover he is in what appears to be an ordinary city. Crowds of people bustle around him, and suddenly, one individual approaches, only to walk right through him as if he were invisible. He realizes he is formless at the moment, unseen and unable to interact with the world. He questions whether he is on Earth, but a glance at his surroundings quickly provides the answer. It may resemble Earth, but the beings around him are far from human. They wear human clothes and appear to have a society reminiscent of humanity, yet they are undeniably different. Suddenly, he notices one individual, apart from the others, who seems to be staring directly at him. Their eyes lock, but as Hyun returns the gaze, he realizes that the person isn't looking at him at all. They are fixated on something directly behind him. Behind him, a tumultuous sea of monsters spills forth from a massive portal. The once calm crowd erupts into chaos, fleeing for their lives and calling out for help in their unfamiliar alien tongue. What unfolds before him is a stark contrast to the dungeon break he witnessed 2 months ago. This scene feels like nothing less than the end of the world. Just then, a system notification appears before him, counting down the time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension, less than 5 years away. This is likely what awaits Earth when the Haken dimension finally merges with their world. The monsters surrounding him are colossal and utterly unbeatable. One of the monsters looms so large that it casts a shadow over the entire city, its massive hands capable of reaching across the skyline in a single sweep. Panic grips the streets as people flee for their lives, falling victim to the relentless onslaught of the creatures. Yet, amidst the chaos, Hyun stands frozen, eyes locked on the colossal hand descending toward the city. He doesn't even attempt to escape as it descends upon him, ultimately crushing him. Yet, he doesn't perish from the impact. Instead, he finds himself teleported to a pristine white room, as if nothing had occurred. A voice suddenly resonates around him, inquiring about his thoughts on the spectacle he just witnessed. Below him hovers a formless being, radiating an ethereal white light. Hyun steps closer to the figure, instantly recognizing who it is. This being radiates an undeniable presence. Clearly, it is God. However, the figure swiftly denies that title, revealing instead that they are a dimensional administrator, responsible for maintaining balance across the various dimensions. The 8th stage involves a personal interview with this administrator, granting Hyun the opportunity to ask any questions that weigh on his mind. This is also an opportune moment for the administrator to engage him in conversation. The first question on Hyun's mind is about the vision he just witnessed. He asks if that is what awaits them in 5 years when the Haken dimension connects. The figure responds that the fate of Earth in 5 years hinges on the actions everyone takes from this point forward. Confused, Hyun wonders why the destiny of Earth is being left uncertain. He presses the dimensional being, asking why it doesn't simply prevent this entire situation from unfolding. The reason lies in the fact that it's an administrator, not a guardian. Their role is simply to maintain balance. Providing humanity with access to status messages and tutorials is the best assistance he can offer. Hyun finds himself at a loss for words, prompting the administrator to pose its own questions. It asks Hyun to reflect on the purpose of his life and the principles he upholds. The administrator has been closely watching humans since the tutorial began, and their curiosity has only deepened. While all forms of intelligence intrigue the administrator, humans stand out as particularly captivating. Our main character tells the administrator that if they're seeking something as grand as a principle, they must not have observed enough. No one lives their life pondering such things, at least not anyone in Hyun's world. People are simply doing their best to survive, having been thrust into existence without warning. At the end of the day, they endure each moment, striving to make it to the next. The administrator shifts the conversation, asking Hyun if there is something he wishes to protect. He wants to protect his little sister and his parents. After dying a few times, Hyun has finally come to understand his place in the world. Being a hero isn't meant for him. Even the administrator acknowledges that heroism relies on innate talent, and from what they have observed, Hyun is more akin to a dunce. Yet, on a personal note, the dimensional being finds himself a fan of Hyun. If the administrator takes pleasure in watching Hyun struggle, it suggests a rather sadistic streak, one that could spell doom for the future of Earth. Beyond that, Hyun suddenly realizes something else. He turns to the administrator and inquires about Stage 5, which revolves around the theme of wisdom, and why its subject seems to change every time. In an unexpected turn, the bold and eccentric administrator falls silent. Just then, a notification screen appears before Hyun, announcing that his time is up and that he has successfully cleared Stage 8. Hyun barely has a moment to grasp the situation, as the administrator continues speaking, explaining that the tutorial is merely an introduction and that far greater challenges await him. In that instant, Hyun's intuition proves correct. The administrator had indeed been manipulating his stage 5 run. He attempts to charge at the dimensional being, but it's already too late. He's being pulled away, teleported out of the realm. Before he departs, the administrator informs him that whether he wants to believe it or not, Hyun possesses the potential to become the hero who saves Earth. With those words lingering in the air, Hyun is teleported back to the real world. The administrator congratulates him on completing the tutorial, bestowing upon him the prestigious title of Tutorial Graduate. Hyun continues to shout at the administrator until he finally opens his eyes in the real world once more. Instead of his usual morning scream, he finds something lodged in his mouth. He spits it out, newly retching as he realizes it's one of his old socks. Hyun had anticipated his outburst and stuffed his mouth to silence him this time. The fact that he woke up in such a state likely means he didn't succeed in the tutorial. With a hint of sarcasm, she asks him how long he thinks it will take to conquer the final stage. Hyun smirks and summons his status window before her, revealing that he has finally completed the tutorial. Bursting into a hearty laugh, he proudly declares that he's now a talent too. This is perfect timing for them, as Hyun can finally venture out and start making some money. To celebrate the special day, Hyun prepares a delightful breakfast for him. After sharing the news, she leaves the room to continue with her day. Later, Hyun settles onto the couch, perusing his status window while his sister steps out to run some errands. The title he earned from the 8th stage isn't particularly remarkable. It merely grants a +2 boost to all his stats. While useful, it ultimately falls short of being impressive. Additionally, he can only use one title at a time. Any titles that are not currently active will have their effects reduced by 50%. Naturally, he chooses to use the Tutorial Graduate title, which, when combined with the Impatient title, grants him a 2.5-point boost to all his stats. Now, the moment he has been eagerly anticipating has arrived. It's time to examine the item that dropped from the Hobgoblin. A window pops up, revealing that the book is a skill book for the E-rank skill, Magic Explosion, which unleashes magic with explosive energy. Hyun is overjoyed to have received a skill book. Without hesitation, he learns the skill, and the book vanishes from his hands. Having explored all the rewards, he feels ready to apply to the talented education school. Meanwhile, a bright and cheerful young woman strolls through the bustling city streets. This is Eunmi Young, a new civil servant excitedly heading to her first day at the talented education school, her very first workplace. It's a place where awakeners, fresh from their tutorials, come to obtain their certifications. After 4 months, Korea emerged as one of the first countries to establish systems for managing these gifted individuals. For Eunmi Young, working in such a prestigious position fills her with pride. Although the talented newcomers are just starting their journeys, they represent the future heroes of the world. Watching their development had seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. At least, that's what she believed just a few hours ago. Now, standing face to face with one of these future heroes, she is filled with dread. Tears stream down her cheeks as she struggles to find her voice in front of the intimidating figure that is our beloved main character. She nervously requests to see his ID, as the picture on the card he provided doesn't resemble the current Hyun at all. He tilts his head, questioning what the problem is with his ID, but every movement he makes exudes a menacing aura, causing her to shrink back in fear. Hyun observes, puzzled, as the girl begins to break down in tears, pleading with him to explain why he is treating her this way. Our protagonist waves his hand, attempting to soothe her fears and ease her anxiety around him, but the damage has already been done. Whispers ripple through the crowd behind him, accusing him of intimidating her, and some even begin recording the incident on their phones. Hyun continues to reassure her that he means no harm, but she is already curled into a tight ball, tuning him out completely. Suddenly, another figure steps into the fray, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. It's instructor Kim Lee-hyun, and Mi Young, spotting him, cries out for his assistance. Lee-hyun approaches, having noticed the line stalled for an unknown reason, determined to ensure everything is in order. As he reaches the front desk, his gaze meets Hyun's, and in that instant, a powerful wave of recognition sweeps over both of them. They don't immediately recognize each other, and Lee-hyun approaches Hyun's documents. The first thing that catches his eye is how much Hyun differs from the picture. Our main character quickly rushes to explain that his appearance has changed due to a skill he possesses. He even suggests taking a fingerprint or DNA test, but Lee Hyun is far more intrigued by Hyun's claim of having completed the tutorial up to stage 5. Meanwhile, Hee-yeon is intentionally downplaying his strength, concealing his true abilities by recording his level and accomplishments as lower than they actually are. The only issue? He also asserts that he is at level 12, which is far too high for someone who has only cleared up to stage 5 in the tutorial. The only explanation is that Hyun has been illegally raiding dungeons before seeking official registration. The interview appears to still be in progress as Lee Hyun guides him away from the crowd to speak quietly in a secluded corner. From what Lee Hyun recalls from the tutorial, talents typically acquire their skills at stage 3, receive an accessory at stage 4, and earn another skill as a reward after reaching stage 5. He wants Hyun to demonstrate everything he gained from those stages right in front of him. Hyun thinks this might be a bit excessive, but he doesn't argue and complies. First, he showcases the body regeneration ability he acquired from stage 3 by biting off a large chunk of flesh from his arm. The wound heals instantly, proving the effectiveness of the skill. He reveals the mind-strengthening ring he acquired in stage 4, and now, the moment has come for him to showcase his 5th skill. Instead of presenting his resurrection skill, he has chosen to highlight his unique ability, which he has humorously labeled as manly strength, a clever twist on Titan's strength. For this demonstration, he selects his lion's roar skill, explaining that it allows him to unleash a terrifying scream that instills fear in his enemies. Lee Hyun gives him the signal to proceed with the skill, and Hyun steadies himself. In the crowd, a blonde man adorned with piercing stands in line, his expression one of boredom. As he watches Hyun take a deep breath, a flicker of recognition crosses his face. Suddenly, it hits him. This is the same guy from that Goblin Slayer video that had been making waves online not too long ago. Realizing that Hyun is likely about to unleash a sound-based skill, the blonde man quickly covers his ears for protection. Moments later, Hyun activates his lion's roar skill, sending a shockwave through the room. Everyone instinctively flinches, hands flying to their ears in a desperate attempt to shield themselves. As the echo reverberates, a palpable sense of dread fills the air, leaving everyone struggling to pinpoint the source of the overwhelming sound. Even Lee Hyun had to cover his ears, overwhelmed by the deafening sound. After letting out his voice for a while, he coughed lightly before managing to calm himself. The instructor stared at him in shock as Hyun asked, "Is everything all right now?" Nervously, Lee Hyun confirmed that he had done enough. Satisfied, the instructor approved the papers and instructed Hyun to proceed to the first floor of the building for the next steps. Meanwhile, the blonde man from earlier wears a sinister smile as he realizes he has found exactly who he was searching for. Hyun is taken to a different classroom, where he is surrounded by other talented individuals preparing to begin their certification courses. As before, he stands out like a sore thumb, but this time for all the wrong reasons. Whispers circulate among the students, claiming he shouted at a woman, causing her to faint. Hyun, aware of the incessant whispers surrounding him, begins to realize just how badly he has messed up. Meanwhile, that unsettling figure from earlier continues to observe him from the back row, his gaze unyielding. Just then, the instructors enter the classroom, led by instructor Kim Lee-hyun. The blonde instructor introduces himself to the class, declaring that he is in charge of the Sungnam branch of the prestigious talent education school. The school's curriculum spans 10 days, with theory training in the mornings and practical sessions in the afternoons. It has only been 6 months since the world transformed, and even now, new information continues to emerge about dungeons and the monsters lurking within them. As a result, tactics and strategies for dealing with dungeons are still evolving. In other words, the knowledge they gain won't always be the definitive answer. With that, the classes begin in earnest, and the students dive into their lessons. Time passes uneventfully, and as the first period concludes, they are granted a brief 10-minute break. At this point, Hyun is utterly bored, dreading the thought of enduring these grueling classes for the next 10 days. As he braces himself for the mental slog of the upcoming session, another student approaches him, introducing himself as Kwak Soo-il. He extends a hand for a handshake, and Hyun hesitates, unsure about accepting the musclehead's grip, but he ultimately relents. The moment Kwak Soo-il secures his hold, a devious smirk spreads across his face as he tightens his grip around Hyun's hand. Ever since Hyun caused a scene during the registration period, Kwak Soo-il has harbored a strong dislike for RMC. Now it's time to put him in his place. But Hyun barely reacts, even as Gwak Soo-il grips his hand with all his might. Under his breath, Hyun activates his skill, channeling magic to enhance his strength. Suddenly, his muscles surge with newfound power. Gwak Soo-il can hardly believe it. He's losing a test of strength to someone he considers a nobody, a mere troublemaker who has done nothing but stir up chaos. All his stats are invested in strength, yet here he is being outmatched. He grips his arm with all his might, attempting to intimidate Hyun, but the strain becomes unbearable. With a sickening pop, his arm bursts, sending blood splattering everywhere. Strangely, the two men barely flinch at the gruesome sight, while the rest of the class watches in horror. The only one who seems pleased by the chaos is the blonde creep who has been fixated on Hyun throughout the ordeal. Later that day, an ambulance pulls out of the school's courtyard, transporting the musclehead from earlier. Meanwhile, Hyun finds himself in the instructor's office, desperately defending against the accusation that he intentionally caused the man's injury. He insists that the musclehead approached him first, seeking a handshake, when suddenly his arm swelled up and exploded without warning. Instructor Lee Hyun finds it difficult to accept that excuse, but regardless of his doubts, it's the only truth Hyun knows. If it weren't for his unique ability and extraordinary strength that amplifies his power, Hyun could have been the one seriously injured. In a moment of frustration, he urges Lee Hyun to review the CCTV footage if he struggles to believe him. Lee Hyun's attention drifts as he recalls Hyun mentioning that his unique ability was called manly strength. Now, however, he's referring to it as extreme strength. Hyun nervously brushes it off, insisting that it's truly called manly strength. Yet, the inconsistencies in his story pile up, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his facade. The blonde gives him a long, scrutinizing stare before letting out an exasperated sigh. With no further words to offer, he instructs Hyun to return to his classroom for the time being. Hyun trudges back to his seat, letting out a weary sigh of exhaustion. It's only the first day, and he has already found himself entangled in multiple unnecessary controversies. Just then, another student slides into the seat beside him. It's the blonde man from earlier, who calmly introduces himself and asks Hyun if he can join him. Hyun tells the blonde kid he can do whatever he wants, but he remains wary of the strange people approaching him. The blonde man introduces himself as Yu Sung and shakes Hyun's hand. With a friendly grin, he asks if he can call Hyun his brother, revealing that he has just turned 18 and joined the school after completing the tutorial. Shifting the conversation, Yu Sung inquires about how RMC managed to pull off what he did earlier. From the younger kid's perspective, it seemed as if Hyun had used some kind of skill to break the musclehead's arm. The way he enthusiastically talked about it, paired with the unsettling expression on his face, made it clear that something was definitely off about him. RMC tries to clarify that he didn't do anything to the muscular guy, but their conversation is abruptly cut short as Lee Hyun enters to kick off the second period. With the class delayed, the instructor dives straight into the next lesson. Dungeons are currently classified into two types, ordinary and irregular. Ordinary dungeons are the most common, appearing regularly around the world. They typically last for 4 weeks before collapsing, making them easy to track and monitor. Everyone in the class knows from experience that a dungeon break occurs when monsters begin to spill out of a dungeon. Then there are irregular dungeons, which have unpredictable break times. They can erupt either earlier or later than the usual 4-week cycle, so they must be approached with caution. To prevent a dungeon break, there are 2 primary methods. One method to clear the dungeon is by destroying its central core, also referred to as the main core. Alternatively, talents can periodically eliminate its normal core, which won't clear the dungeon but will only delay its collapse. However, those venturing into dungeons must be mindful of the order in which they attack the cores. Just as Lee Xian begins to emphasize this point, a loud groan erupts from the back of the class. A muscle-bound student interrupts, grumbling, "Do I really need to know all this useless information just to take down a few monsters?" He didn't come to this school just to endure long, tedious lectures. Xian is irritated by the number of muscleheads populating the classroom, just like the guy from earlier. This new arrival looks like trouble. Our ever-brilliant MC remains blissfully unaware that he too fits the musclehead mold, but let's not dwell on that. One of the instructors steps forward, attempting to calm the rowdy student, but Lee Xian gently restrains him with a steady hand. He calls the student to the front of the class, and the older-looking musclehead chuckles at the challenge posed by the shorter man. Stepping forward, he readies himself for a fight, while Li Xian pulls out his phone to start a timer. He informs the student that for 1 minute, he will only evade and block the musclehead's attacks. However, if even a single strike manages to graze him, the musclehead will graduate immediately. However, if the man fails to strike him within the time limit, he will face expulsion. The instructor's cocky demeanor only fuels his rage further, and he readies himself to launch at the blonde man. With a powerful leap, he closes the distance in an instant, swinging his sword in a wide arc, only for Li Xian to dodge effortlessly. The man's fury intensifies as he prepares to launch another attack, but all he manages to strike is Li Xian's afterimage. Frustrated, he redirects his anger toward the instructor, swinging wildly. Yet, despite the power and speed behind his blows, he is merely flailing in the air. Li Xian effortlessly dodges each attack, his movements smooth and precise, leaving the man to grapple with his own ineffectiveness. The muscle-bound fighter unleashes a heavy attack, but Li Xian effortlessly dodges it. Before delivering the final blow, he imparts one last lesson. A powerful swing isn't always advantageous, as it often leads to exaggerated movements. With that, Li Xian initiates his first counterattack of the spar, expertly kicking the man's weapon into the air, where it becomes lodged in the ceiling, sending him crashing to the ground. He shows the man his phone, confirming that 1 minute has passed, meaning he has failed. Xian recalls a video of a professional boxer effortlessly dodging an ordinary person's punches with just a weave. Yet, to do the same against an awakened being highlights the vast disparity that exists, even among those who share the same powers. The agility and reaction speed he displayed were so remarkable that even Xian, who had significantly boosted his stats, would find it challenging to keep up. This only fueled Xian's desire to face off against the blonde instructor, and he wasn't alone in that sentiment. The curriculum at the Talented Education School consists of theory classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. In today's practice class, the students will focus on honing their weapon skills. Li Xian instructs them to approach one by one to receive their training weapons. They will first have the chance to train in their own style, after which an assistant will provide corrections. Before they begin, he explains that due to limited resources, one-on-one coaching will not be possible. Xian picks up one of the training blades, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. The blade is dull, and the thought of training alone seems utterly uninspiring. Just then, Yuson approaches from behind and suggests a quick spar. However, as if anticipating their thoughts, Li Xian interjects, reminding them that fighting is prohibited until day 6. He observes the other students training, and to his surprise, their average skill level is even lower than he anticipated. While he doesn't need the practice, he figures a little workout wouldn't hurt. Grabbing his sword, he begins to execute some basic moves, flowing through them with the same grace he displayed during the tutorial. Li Xian observes the main character as he wields his sword with remarkable precision, yet he remains silent. One of the instructors approaches, admonishing Xian for his technique. He offers advice on the proper angle of the sword and the importance of stance, suggesting that Xian's movements come off as mere showboating. However, Xian is baffled by the instructor's words. He yearns for a real fight, but decides it's wiser to let the criticism slide. As they converse, Li Xian approaches, capturing everyone's attention. Once the class is focused on him, he announces that Xian and the instructor who had just corrected him will perform a brief fighting demonstration. Li Xian instructs the assistant instructor to engage Xian using the techniques he just recommended, while our main character will continue to fight, as he usually does. Both will aim for each other's swords, showcasing their skills in a thrilling display. The two step forward, ready to face each other, and Xian can hardly contain his excitement as Li Xian begins the countdown. Their swords clash, and the disparity in their strength becomes immediately evident. With a technique honed through countless deaths and revivals, Xian completely overpowers the instructor, forcing him down to the ground and leaving his sword to fall limply behind him. In this brief learning opportunity, Li Xian explains to his fellow students that the weapon skills they are currently practicing are not only meant to prepare them for real combat, but also to enhance their body's ability to react swiftly to attacks. Although Xian doesn't fully grasp everything that just transpired, he feels a surge of happiness from the praise he received and the chance to spar with an instructor. The teacher rushes to help the fallen instructor to his feet, offering an apology for putting him in such an awkward situation. The other man takes it in stride, not offended in the least. Still, Li Xian insists on apologizing, explaining that he needed to confirm something. Over the next few days, life continues in much the same way for Xian. To maintain his sanity and keep track of everything, he begins a training diary. On the first day, he records the incident with the muscular guy who shattered his arm, along with his introduction to the eccentric Yu Sung. The second day unfolds similarly, as they continue practicing with various weapons in the morning. Yu Sung, in particular, seems to revel in the weapons training, but it might be wise to steer clear of him for the time being. Days drift by in a monotonous haze, leaving Xian utterly bored. His yearning for excitement grows so intense that by the sixth day, he urges Yu Sung to stir up some trouble. To his surprise, the blonde teen flatly refuses. Xian had already warned him to stay out of trouble and quietly graduate, but boredom had settled in so deeply that all he wanted was for anything, to happen, as long as it didn't cause him any problems. The older man had a knack for saying truly awful things without batting an eye, yet Yu Sung reassured him that he wouldn't have to worry about boredom for much longer. Today marked the sixth day of the school curriculum, which meant they would finally have sparring practice for the first time in the afternoon. On the afternoon of the sixth day, the moment for sparring practice had finally arrived. After nearly a week of lectures and training, the students were now set to face off against one another. When Kang Xian's turn came, it was no surprise to anyone that he emerged victorious with ease. Following a brief skirmish with his opponent, he returned to his seat beside Yu Sung, who offered a congratulatory nod for his effortless win. He tells the man that his opponent was simply weak, and that's why he won so easily. There's no humility in his words. It's genuinely how he perceives the competition. Watching them fight feels like observing children at play, and the overall skill level of the competitors is disappointingly low. While he may not be familiar with certified talents, he suspects that the average person here is likely at a very basic level. They announced that sparring practice would continue until the 8th day, meaning he had to endure 2 more tedious matches before it was all over. On stage, the two fighters were nearing the end of their bout, but something seemed off. One of the combatants suddenly panicked, forgetting how to block a direct attack with his sword. The crowd watches in tense anticipation as the man braces himself for the execution, only to open his eyes and find the sword hovering just inches from his face. Lee Hyun arrives just in time to prevent a tragic accident, declaring the match over and announcing the winner, all while keeping his calm demeanor intact. Hyun recognizes the instructor's skill, but after witnessing his movements and fighting style, he can't help but feel that he would prefer to face anyone else in battle. The next pair is called, and Yu Sung rises to take his turn. A devious smile spreads across his face, momentarily catching Hyun's attention, though he remains silent. The memory of Yu Sung promising that something entertaining would happen flickers in Hyun's mind, leaving him to wonder if the psycho is about to stir up some trouble. Despite having just encouraged the weirdo to stir up some trouble, he now finds himself filled with worry as chaos begins to unfold. At least there's an instructor present. Surely that means nothing too disastrous can occur, right? On stage, Yu Sung prepares to face off against a woman who appears to be a mage. Lee Hyun clarifies that she won't be using training weapons. As a mage, she'll rely on her personal weapon to compensate for the spatial disadvantage. Yu Sung doesn't mind the change, but the instructor can't help but notice something unusual. Instead of the sword he typically wields during training, he's chosen a mace. While there's no rule against using multiple weapons, the instructor finds this choice rather peculiar. Nevertheless, the two combatants take their positions, and instructor Lee Hyun begins the countdown for the fight to commence. At the count of 3, the mage swiftly unleashes a barrage of long-range spells aimed at Yu Sung. With effortless ease, Yu Sung deflects the crystal projectiles with his mace, a confident smile spreading across his face as he revels in the excitement of the fight. Meanwhile, Hai-Yan watches in awe. It's the first time he has witnessed magic being wielded in the real world, and he can't help but be impressed. This means that people could learn magic based on how they complete the tutorial. He hasn't seen this mage during his time at the school, suggesting that he has likely been training separately. As anxiety builds within her, he begins to charge a powerful spell aimed at Yu Sung, who remains completely still, unmoving since the fight began. The crystal hurtles toward her opponent, who pauses for a moment to glance at Lee Hyun. With a swift motion, he swings the mace like a baseball bat, delivering a powerful blow to the large crystal. This time, instead of shattering the magic blast, he skillfully uses the mace to redirect it, sending the energy hurtling straight toward the instructor. Caught off guard, the instructor has to leap aside to avoid the attack. Seizing this fleeting moment of distraction, Yu Sung makes a desperate dash toward the girl, swinging his mace and striking her before she can react. Blood splatters across the arena, and both the instructors and the audience stand frozen in shock as Yu Sung raises his fist in triumph after his victory. Young can't help but think that this guy is far crazier than he ever imagined. The instructors spring into action as the initial shock begins to fade. They rush to the girl who remains motionless after the attack. One instructor quickly dials 911, urgently relaying that there is a victim with an open head fracture in need of immediate medical assistance. Amidst the chaos, Yusong observes the frantic attempts to revive the girl, a sadistic smile creeping across his face. Lee Hyun, unable to contain his fury, steps forward and confronts the blood-soaked psycho. He thrusts his sword directly at Yusong's throat, demanding to know what on earth that twisted scene was all about. The blonde feigns ignorance, leaving the instructor with no choice but to call for an unexpected break in the class. Everyone is dismissed except for Yu Sung, whom the instructor orders to follow him. Hyun watches them leave, his gaze fixating on the instructor's dagger. It's unmistakably the same dagger the blonde talent wielded during their battle against the hobgoblin. Despite the incident, sparring practice continued as usual for the next 2 days. Yu Sung wasn't expelled and remained active in training. But it appeared that his matches were under special scrutiny, with multiple instructors standing guard to keep a close eye on him. Although he often secured victories through forfeits rather than direct confrontations, they had a healer on standby to ensure that anyone injured received immediate medical assistance. Thanks to these precautions, the 8th day passed uneventfully. However, Hyun couldn't shake the feeling that Lee Yun appeared particularly anxious for the rest of the day. Later that night, he makes his way to Lee Yun's office, proposing a match with real swords. The instructor, already overwhelmed and buried in work, takes a deep breath and calmly reminds his student that barging into an instructor's office unannounced is not appropriate. He adds that this particular time is especially exhausting for him to handle. Hyun can't shake the feeling of exhaustion weighing him down. He turns to the man and questions whether he isn't tired of this childish game. It's clear to him that the man is itching for a fight. Paperwork and reading just aren't his style. Hyun then reminds Lee Hyun that they've crossed paths before, a detail he believes the instructor should definitely recall. That was enough to persuade him to follow Hyun back to the training stage. Lee Hyun had his suspicions, but hearing it directly from Hyun confirmed that they had fought together during the dungeon break incident. Although it's a bit late, considering how much time has passed, the instructor expresses his gratitude to our main character for helping to prevent further casualties. However, Yoon insisted that he had only reached stage 5, yet the sword he held was a reward for clearing stage 6. When questioned, Yoon lied, claiming he found the sword on the ground. Even Lee Hyun couldn't help but remark that it was a rather lazy excuse, but that was perfectly fine with him, as it was clear that our main character had no intention of answering honestly, regardless of how many times he was asked. Lee Hyun draws his dual daggers from his inventory, readying himself for a fierce battle. In an instant, he moves with such speed that he seems to vanish, reappearing behind his opponent. Just as the attack is about to strike, Hyun spins around and deftly blocks the blow with his sword. The teacher had believed Hyun relied solely on strength, but now it's clear that he possesses remarkable agility as well. Despite his imposing size, Yoon ensured that his stats were evenly distributed, refusing to excel in just one area. He confidently informed the instructor that there was no need to hold back thanks to his healing skill. Lee Hyun eagerly accepted the challenge. In an instant, he launched himself forward, unleashing a flurry of super speed attacks. Yet, Hyun skillfully blocked and parried each strike with precision. Lee Hyun, pushing himself to near full strength, can hardly believe that Hyun is managing to endure all of this. Meanwhile, Hyun is slowly succumbing to a frenzy of bloodlust. His healing skill is proving to be as formidable as he claimed, prompting Lee Hyun to escalate his approach. He readjusts his grip on the sword and charges at Hyun from a new angle. This attack is utterly unavoidable, just the kind of opening Hyun was hoping for. He raises an arm and meets the dagger head-on. To his surprise, it becomes lodged between his bones, firmly anchoring it in place. With no escape in sight, Young yanks Lee Hyun closer and drives his large head into the instructor's face, sending him staggering backward before unleashing a flurry of blows. Later, after soothing the heavy impact to his head with a cold ice pack, Lee Hyun and RMC settle down to share a drink and reflect on the fight. They both recognize each other's strength, but Hyun chooses to be honest and declares the match a draw. Although they had agreed not to use skills during the spar, Hyun inadvertently tapped into his abilities. Given the circumstances, Lee Hyun suggests they call it a day. Hyun protests, arguing that passive skills are beyond his control. After finishing their drinks, Lee Hyun stands up and expresses his gratitude to Hyun for providing a much-needed outlet through this sparring session. Now we can finally head inside and enjoy a good night's sleep, free from worries. They'll definitely need the rest, especially with a practice dungeon raid scheduled for the next day. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure silently approaches the doors of the very dungeon they are set to enter. He glances around to ensure no one is watching before quietly activating his invisibility skill. The doors of the dungeon creak open as the unseen figure slips inside, closing them softly behind him. The night unfolds, oblivious to the secrets being woven within the dungeon's depths. The following day, students gather in front of the dungeon, ready to embark on their training at the prestigious education school. The dungeon is an F-rank location known as Kaka's Forest, where the monsters that inhabit it are called Kaka, while they are stronger than typical F-rank monsters. This area was specifically selected as the training ground for their class for two main reasons. First, it is a field-type dungeon, meaning there are no traps to worry about, just the monsters themselves. Secondly, Kakas do not live in flocks, allowing them to lure monsters out and confront them one at a time. The instructors will provide further details about the mission once they enter the dungeon, so they open the doors for the students to step inside. For Hyen, this marks his first real experience in a dungeon. In the tutorial, he always began inside one, so he has never actually walked through a door like this before. As he steps through the doors, he feels as if he's crossing a dimensional threshold. When he finally opens his eyes, the scenery has transformed entirely. Inside the dungeon, the instructors will first draw in the Kaka to demonstrate, and then the students will split into groups of 5 to hunt the Kaka on their own. Lee Hun signals the other instructors to begin the hunt, while he continues explaining how to monitor and track down Kaka. Outwardly, Kaka resemble ostriches, known for their nimble legs and strong beaks. They can even defend themselves with the sheer power of their stomping. As they traverse the forest, Lee Hun continues to explain how to care for the monsters. Suddenly, a system notification interrupts them, announcing that the main core of the dungeon has been destroyed and that the portal to the outside world has opened. The message warns them that the dungeon will soon collapse, urging them to leave immediately. The sky above them shatters like glass, signaling the imminent collapse of the dungeon. Lee Hun, maintaining his composure, urges the students not to panic. Stay calm, he instructs, and exit through the portal one step at a time. They must escape before the dungeon crumbles entirely, but there's no need to rush. They have ample time to make their way out in an orderly fashion. The students emerge from the dungeon, shaken but safe, and immediately begin to question what just happened and why the dungeon is suddenly collapsing around them. Lee Hun quickly counts heads, relieved to find that everyone made it out unharmed. However, the mystery of who cleared the dungeon lingers in the air. Their concerns intensify as the ground shakes violently beneath them, a stark reminder that they must escape before the dungeon's destruction swallows them whole. As soon as Lee Hun sees the chaos unfolding, he orders the instructors to seek immediate support while instructing the trainees to move as far away from the dungeon as possible. He calls for Hyun to assist at the front line. The reason for the dungeon's collapse lies in the laws governing dungeons. If the main core is destroyed without defeating the boss monster, the entire structure crumbles, unleashing a torrent of remaining monsters from the portal. This phenomenon is known as a dungeon break, a topic they definitely covered in class. There's no time for jokes now. The Cactus will soon begin pouring out of the breach. Lee Hun intends to start directing the students, but before he can even formulate a proper plan, the first of the monsters bursts forth. With no time to explain further, Lee Hun rushes off to tend to the students, leaving the battle with the Cactus in Hyun's hands. A massive horde of birds charges toward him, but Hyun welcomes the challenge. Just then, someone bursts onto the scene, brimming with excitement and eager to join the fray. It's Yu Sung, wielding his mace, and he swings it at one of the birds that Hyun was just about to confront. As the bird plummets to the ground, Yu Sung erupts into maniacal laughter, finally experiencing the thrill he had long sought. The sensation of crushing monsters with his mace is unlike anything he has ever felt before. Hyun can't mask his disgust at the sheer cringe radiating from Yu Sung. He truly despises the guy's madness, yet he can't deny that having a reliable psycho on his side has its advantages. He rushes in to join the fray, and together, the two of them fend off the relentless wave of monsters pouring through the dungeon. Then, he instructs Yu Sung to cover his ears and unleashes his lion's roar, a skill designed to diminish the opponent's stats and morale. Even from the backline, Lee Hyun can sense that the monsters have suddenly become noticeably weaker. This confirms that Hyun's skill is an area of effect debuff. With the two of them holding the front line and the skilled instructors battling in the back, they might just clean up this mess more easily than they anticipated. However, the biggest challenge remains, the largest monster still lurking at the front line. In response, Hyun unleashes his mana explosion skill for the very first time. He delivers a precise punch to the bird's face, and while it successfully takes down the monster in one blow, his hand is left utterly battered. This skill is unique to him, and no one else could wield it with such finesse. Eagerly, Yu Sung turns to Hyun, asking about the origin of that incredible skill. However, our protagonist coolly declines to share where he learned it. As they chat, a new monster emerges, larger and far more terrifying than the others. It's the mutant Keika, unmistakably the boss monster of this dungeon. Lee Yun can hardly believe the boss has appeared so soon, especially since his support hasn't arrived yet. Although he has faced boss monsters in the past, the sheer size of this one presents an entirely new level of pressure. Despite his panic, a completely different emotion courses through the two brothers of chaos as they bicker over who will face the monster first. Once the dungeon break event comes to an end, Lee Yun heads off to report to his superior. The following day marks the ceremony, and his boss inquires about the accident that occurred during the day's training. Lee Hyun informs her that someone has broken into the practice dungeon and deliberately triggered a dungeon break. Based on the information they've collected, it appears to be part of the ongoing dungeon terrorism that has plagued them for over a month. The woman sighs, absorbing the gravity of the situation, and inquires if any students distinguished themselves during the fight. Lee Hyun quickly reports on two individuals who proved exceptionally valuable in fending off the monsters. They are, in fact, the ones who managed to defeat the Kakamutan boss. One of them possesses extraordinary physical strength, with power, speed, and reflexes rivaling those of a monster. Above all, his most remarkable ability is his healing, which enables him to fight aggressively without fear of injury. In addition to his remarkable stamina, he possesses an unpredictable combat style that makes him a formidable opponent. The other student, however, is an entirely different kind of threat. A combat genius, he demonstrates an exceptional talent for fighting. His quick decision-making and deep understanding of his gear elevate him as a fighter, but his excessively violent nature casts a shadow over his otherwise impressive abilities. The woman shifts the topic, noting how rare it is to hear Lee Hyun offer such praise. He then asks if he has sent out any recruitment letters. However, since scouting students who are still in training is illegal, he hasn't even considered it. Lee Hyun is known for his strict adherence to rules, and it's only natural for a subordinate to mirror their superior. In this case, the guildmaster of Dangang Guild, Han Sion. She praises him for his dedication to mentoring the youth, but urges him to return to the guild. After the recent incident, she can't shake the feeling that things are about to take a turn for the worse. The following day, the completion ceremony unfolds, with the principal of the school congratulating the newly graduated talents on their hard work over the past 10 days. The ceremony concludes and Hyun joins his peers in applauding the distinguished figure on stage. It seems Yusung is quite affluent, as the rich kid offers Hyun a ride home. Just as they settle into the car, a voice calls out Yoon's name from behind. It's Lee Hyun, approaching with important news. He informs them that, in light of the dungeon break incident from the previous day, both of them will be receiving a substantial reward for their crucial roles in subduing the monsters. He wants to inform them that someone will be in touch soon to deliver their rewards. With that, he turns to leave, but Hyun angrily calls out, demanding at least a bit of praise instead of this cold demeanor. Lee Hyun sighs, contemplating the request, and ultimately decides to offer some advice. He tells Hyun that he possesses great strength, and it's likely he will only grow stronger from here. With that in mind, he suggests that they will probably cross paths in a dungeon again someday. Lee Hyun hopes that our main character will always remember the responsibility that comes with strength, especially now that he's recognized as a talent. As soon as he arrives home, he eagerly approaches Hyun, ready to boast about his burgeoning potential and how incredible he has become as a talent. However, she barely glances up from her phone, casually acknowledging him with a distracted, "That's great," as she continues scrolling. Hyun informs her that today is the last day she can continue like this. Starting tomorrow, he will also be exploring dungeons, which means he'll be earning money. However, there's just one issue. Hyun has no idea how to locate these dungeons in the first place. His sister suggests he check out a site called Radar, where he can find most of the information he needs about dungeons and how to discover them. Our main character is completely in the dark and can't help but wonder if his sister is some sort of expert. However, she casually informs him that he can easily find this information on any social media platform. Beneath her deadpan demeanor, Hyun is genuinely concerned for him. Without wasting a moment, he downloads the app, which includes a dungeon map, monster information, and even an interface for recruiting party members. The scene shifts to a dense forest, home to an F-ranked dungeon nearby. He contemplates whether he can clear it on his own. If he succeeds, he could earn a fortune to impress his parents. Driven by this ambition, he dedicates the next month to working tirelessly as an independent talent, tackling every dungeon he can find. They say the lowest-ranked dungeons offer a guaranteed reward of $20,000, and new energy sources like mana stones are drawing significant interest. These mana stones, along with items dropped by monsters, could provide a nice financial boost, though acquiring them isn't exactly a walk in the park. In a modest apartment somewhere in Korea, a man turns to his wife and asks if they've heard from their son Hyun lately. The last time they spoke, he mentioned that he had earned a degree in something over the past month. His wife calmly informs him that Hyun recently sent them $10,000 in pocket money, and it seems he also bought a used car. The man realizes that his son likely earns more than he does now. Despite their son's generosity, Hyun's mother can't shake his worry for him. Many believe that dungeons are perilous places where countless adventurers get hurt or even lose their lives. She worries deeply about him and fears for his safety. Hyun's father, however, reassures his wife, urging his to let their son follow his own path. After all, it's far better than having a grown man without a job. He explains that adventurers typically form parties to tackle dungeons together, so he's confident that Hyun will act responsibly and keep everything under control. After all, the Hyun they remember was a bright little boy. Unfortunately, the Hyun they know now has channeled all his intelligence into muscle, and bright isn't quite the right word to describe him these days. However, those muscle points are certainly paying off, as he effortlessly carves his way through yet another dungeon. A horde of monsters proves no match for Hyun as he wields his skills and sword mastery, effortlessly crushing everything that stands in his path. Meanwhile, parked outside the dungeon gate in his new Burnley car, his phone rings insistently with a call from his mother. His father, sensing her concern, reassures her that Hyun is likely just asleep and cautions her not to wake him. After all, he could be busy conquering a world of monsters. His mother reluctantly agrees and returns to washing the dishes. While the topics she wanted to discuss weren't particularly urgent, the main concern on his mind was the mysterious gates that had appeared around their town. However, his dad quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that there's nothing Hyun can do about it. He's confident that the government will take action, believing there's no need to call their son about such matters. Little do they know, their concerns about the gate are entirely justified, as the dungeon doors creak open, unleashing a horde of orcs and orc warriors into the city streets. Hot on their heels is the dungeon boss, encased in iron armor, its screech sending chills through anyone who hears it. By the next morning, the central core of the dungeon Hyun had just raided is finally dismantled, and he steps through the exit portal. Having cleared the dungeon in a single day, he ponders his next destination. Perhaps an E-rank dungeon would be manageable, but even he doubts his ability to tackle it alone. Caution seems wise, especially since he hasn't yet confirmed if his resurrection ability functions in real life. For now, he decides to head home, get some rest, and make plans to enjoy a beef meal with his sister the following day. As he opens his car door and grabs his phone, he notices an alarming 36 missed calls from his sister, Hyun. Without hesitation, he calls her back. The moment she answers, her raspy voice cuts through the tension. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself, and urgently informs him that they are in serious trouble. Their parents are in danger. Hyun listens intently to his words, yet his mind drifts, consumed by a rising tide of anxiety and anger over his parents' safety. The news reports detail a dungeon break incident unfolding in Hongdae country, where his parents are currently located. In light of the chaos, the government has assured the public that they are doing everything possible to resolve the situation swiftly. The Ministry of National Defense is collaborating with civilian talent organizations to establish a blockade around the Hongdae, aiming to prevent further casualties. Meanwhile, concerns are rising for the residents trapped within the cordoned-off area. As a news broadcast plays in the background, Jan laces up his shoes, ready to leave. His sister watches him with growing worry, his eyes filled with concern as he prepares to step out into the uncertain world beyond. Not only is her brother heading to a perilous place, but he's also going alone. He reassures her not to worry, insisting that Kang Hyun, the tutorial graduate, will be fine. All she needs to do is stay put and wait for him. She warns him not to get carried away or try to show off as he stands to leave, hurrying to save their parents. The moment he steps out of the apartment, the excited and confident Hyun transforms into a man marked by an uncharacteristic calm seriousness as he enters his car and prepares to drive. Upon reaching the Hongdae country border, he is immediately halted by two soldiers stationed at the perimeter. He's informed that he can't go any further and should turn back. In response, he flashes his talent ID card, hoping it will grant him passage. Yet, despite being a talent, he's still just one person without a party, and they're reluctant to let him face the perilous situation alone. Just as they attempt to send him back, their superior calls from the truck, instructing them to let him through. All talents are permitted entry so he can enter without restrictions. However, they make it clear that they won't be responsible for anything that happens to him afterward, advising him to be cautious as he proceeds. Hyun salutes the man and acknowledges the risks before driving in. The man who granted him access certainly doesn't appear to be a soldier. He's more likely a supervisor of some kind. No matter what he is, it works for him as he races through the streets toward his parents' home. From his online research, he discovers 5 confirmed dungeon breaks in the area, with even some E-rank dungeons thrown into the chaos. He just needs his parents to hold on until he arrives. But the real question is whether he will make it in time. As long as he avoids any monsters on his journey, he should reach his destination in about 2 hours. Just as that thought crosses his mind, a massive boar bursts from the forest, crashing into Hyun's car and flipping it over. With adrenaline surging, Hyun leaps from the wreckage of his once proud vehicle, fueled by a fierce determination to take down the colossal beast. His bravado is quickly tested as he realizes the monster before him is much larger than he anticipated. Just as their fight is about to begin, a stampede of goblins comes barreling down the road, heading straight for them. Hyun must have burned down a goblin kingdom in a past life, because just when he manages to forget his troubled history with these pesky creatures, they always seem to appear right in front of him at the worst possible moment. Defeating them isn't the issue for him. The real challenge lies in whether he has enough time to face them all. Rather than engage in a fight he doesn't have time to finish, Hyun chooses to continue on his way, leaving the 2 groups of monsters to battle it out. The pig bellows in outrage at Hyun's decision to abandon the fray, but a sudden rain of arrows from the goblins quickly shifts its focus to more pressing concerns. This goblin assault provides the perfect distraction for Hyun, allowing him to slip away before the boar monster can pursue him. His vehicle had been destroyed, leaving him no choice but to continue on foot. With nightfall approaching, he sprinted through the forest, desperate to reach his parents' home in time. As expected, making the journey on foot in a single day proved to be a daunting challenge. To make matters worse, he needed to conserve his phone battery, which meant he couldn't even use the flashlight. Had he known things would unfold this way, he would have chosen the main road with its comforting streetlights. Suddenly, something lunges at him from behind, attempting to ambush him. Hyun catches a glimpse just in time and swings his sword, cleaving through the shadowy figure. A disheveled wolf materializes before him, a deep gash marking the path of his blade. Now, it seems there are monsters capable of turning invisible, shattering any hopes of a peaceful journey to town. Suddenly, they materialize from the shadows, surrounding him completely. However, they are no match for his skills. With swift precision, he dispatches them all in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Hyun takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the long fight ahead, inviting the wolves to give it their all. By morning, the forest floor is soaked in blood, littered with the corpses of Filipino wolves. Hyun perches on a tree above the gruesome scene, slowly waking from a restless slumber. After spending the entire night battling, he barely managed to catch any sleep. Now that he's awake, he sets off on his journey once more, determined to reach his parents as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at his parents' home, Hyun's mother turns to her husband, concern etched on her face. Is it really safe for Hyun to come here? It's so dangerous. They've been trying to reach him, but he hasn't answered. His mother suggests it might be an issue with the cell towers. His father once reassured him that everything would be fine, but now doubt begins to creep in. Orcs have emerged in the city, and he had assumed they would be easily dealt with, considering the news reported they originated from F-rank dungeons. However, the real challenge lies in whether Hyun can defeat the monster that has just emerged, obliterating all the other creatures in its path. Unbeknownst to them, the very monster they fear the most is actually their own son. Hyun cackles maniacally as he dispatches the monsters with ease. After all, he roams F-rank dungeons, so taking down 15 orcs at once is merely child's play for him. But before he can catch his breath, more figures emerge from behind him. These aren't just ordinary orcs, they are orc warriors, typically considered boss monsters. And there are a lot of them. It seems this dungeon is actually E-rank, not F-rank, making the challenge several times more daunting. He calls out to his parents, urging them to stay quiet and remain where they are. He's come to rescue them. From his voice, they realize that the monster battling the orcs is none other than Hyun. He's utterly unrecognizable, leaving them to wonder what could have possibly happened over the past few months. Hyun charges into battle against the orc warriors, his sword clashing with the nearest foe. As the rest of the orcs close in, he unleashes a powerful mana explosion, swiftly dispatching one of them. The sudden display of power leaves the remaining orcs momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as they stare at their fallen comrade. Another attacker lunges at Hyun, attempting a surprise strike. He swiftly raises his hand to block it, but the impact fractures his bone. Ignoring the pain, he channels his mana explosion once more, dispatching the assailant with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he uses the body of the fallen foe to take down the third attacker. Once the last monster falls to the ground, he thrusts his fist into its mouth and unleashes a mana explosion, swiftly ending its life. Blood splatters everywhere as Hyun gasps for breath, exhausted from the fierce battle. However, in the brief moment it took him to dispatch those few monsters, he finds himself surrounded by even more orcs and orc warriors. They stomp their feet, encircling him with a wall of bodies. Amidst the chaos, a larger and far more terrifying orc pushes through the throng. This is an orc great warrior, far stronger than any foe Hyun has encountered before, and undeniably more grotesque than anything he has faced up to this point. Hyun had intended to conserve his mana for regeneration, but in a situation like this, he knows he must act swiftly and decisively without wasting a moment. He activates his Titan strength and unleashes his lion's roar against the monsters, determined to finish things once and for all. However, he is swiftly overpowered by the stronger beast, leaving him reeling from the unexpected blow. The other orcs block his escape, forcing him back into the fray. Depleted of mana and utterly exhausted from the prolonged battle, he finds himself in a dire situation. The orcs, having beaten him mercilessly, now seem to be toying with him. Uncertainty looms over whether he can resurrect in the real world, but it appears he's about to discover the answer. Even though he knows he's facing certain death with no escape in sight, Hyun is resolute in his determination not to abandon his family. Each time he's kicked to the ground, he rises again, fueled by sheer will. But then, a piercing scream cuts through the chaos, drawing his attention to one of the nearby buildings. He looks up to see his father and mother desperately fighting off monstrous creatures that are clawing their way toward the window. Hyun makes a desperate attempt to rush over and save them, but the orcs restrain him. He fights against their grip, determined to break free, but a massive hand effortlessly lifts him like a toy and slams his head into the ground before he can make his escape. As Hyun's eyes close and his consciousness begins to fade, she desperately reaches out his hands, hoping they won't be hurt in all of this. Eventually, the orc great warrior is brought down by a few swift strikes from a talented fighter. It's none other than Han Se-yeon, the guild master of Dangan Guild. She soon reunites with her guild members, who are mostly finished defeating the monsters and rescuing the civilians. For now, their priority was to evacuate the injured, and they successfully managed to save the rest. The damage was significant, but they completed the mission effectively, thanks in part to someone who had gathered all the orcs in one location. She inquires about the man who held them off until her team arrived, but they confirm that he is already dead. It's a shame, but Han Se-yeon instructs her team to handle the corpse with respect. At least that's what they should have done, but the corpse has mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, Hyun jolts awake, alive and unscathed. It seems his resurrection ability truly works in the real world after all. He scans his surroundings and realizes he's back in the same tree where he had slept while facing those invisible wolves. Just as the ability indicated, if he doesn't specify a location to respawn, he will return to the last place he rested. But that's not what he needs to focus on right now. Memories flood back to him. His parents, attacked by monsters in their own home. It's been 24 hours since that horrific event, which means whatever fate awaited them has likely already unfolded. Clenching his teeth, our protagonist grabs his sword and leaps from the tree, determined to reach the city as swiftly as possible. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he feels the penalties of his resurrection weighing down on him. His body feels heavier than he remembers, and his speed has diminished. Nevertheless, he pushes himself to sprint through the forest, clinging to the hope that everything will somehow be all right. After struggling with his uncooperative body for a grueling 5 hours, Hyun finally arrives at his parents' abandoned home, only to be met with a scene of chaos and conflict. With his head hung low, he wanders aimlessly through the night, lost in thought, until an army group spots him. He borrows a phone from one of the officers and, with a flicker of hope, manages to reach Hyun. During a phone call, she delivers devastating news. Their father has lost an arm and their mother is in a coma. Hyun struggles to contain his emotions as the phone cracks in his grip, a reflection of his anger and despair. Just like that, the moment passes, and 2 months slip by. In his little sister's home, the news blares on the television, reporting on guild leader Han Se-yeon addressing the emergence of a new C-rank dungeon. Yet, the two siblings remain indifferent, tuning out the random broadcast that feels worlds away from their reality. Hyun sets off for another dungeon, and his sister watches him leave with a mix of worry and fear. He's already faced death 3 times this week, yet here he is, determined to dive back in. Hyun insists that he's fine, but Hyun can see through his facade. He's merely blaming himself for what happened. She tries to reassure him, saying it wasn't his fault, but as she speaks, he slams the apartment door and storms down the stairs, heading toward his next dungeon. Hyun peeks out of the house, her heart heavy with worry as she watches him leave. Meanwhile, deep within a dungeon, a group of skilled fighters confronts a formidable monster known as Antaria. After a fierce battle, they successfully defeat the creature, and one of the fighters levels up. His companions cheer him on, hailing him as the party's ace. He takes a moment to relish the accolades, fully aware that he is an elite who has reached stage 5 of the tutorial. In the coming month, he aims to reach level 35, the minimum requirement to join the Dangan Guild. Despite his inflated ego, he takes a moment to congratulate his party members, reassuring them that they will soon catch up to him. As they chat, one of the party members spots someone rushing in from deeper within the dungeon. Hyun moves through the dungeon with an intensity that commands attention, his focus unwavering as he speeds ahead. He darts past his companions, leaving them in awe, and realizing he's tackling the dungeon solo. They call out to him, but whether he's too far away to hear or simply indifferent, he continues his relentless sprint toward the core room. The group exchanges glances, contemplating whether to follow him, while their ace pauses, weighing their next move. He felt uneasy about letting Hyun go alone, but the core room was far too dangerous. They decided to follow him, planning to retreat if things took a turn for the worse. However, by the time they caught up to him in the core room, he was already facing off against a small army of Antaria beasts. Hyun swiftly activates his skill, Wayne's secret technique, an ability that boosts all his stats by 40%. However, this power comes at a cost, gradually breaking down his body over time. Fueled by his newfound strength, he leaps headfirst into the swarm of monstrous bugs clinging to the ceiling. With a single, powerful slash of his sword, he cleaves through the majority of them in one fell swoop. He then unleashes a powerful mana explosion, effortlessly eliminating the remaining foes. The party from earlier watches in shock as countless monster bodies crash to the ground. Eventually, the area is cleared, leaving Hyun standing alone with the core. The secret skill Wayne acquired just a day before complements his body regeneration perfectly. Thanks to this synergy, the degradation of his body can be swiftly repaired. He would have been in serious trouble had it not been for his now advanced A-rank body regeneration. The other party approaches him hesitantly, concerned about his well-being after such a grueling battle. When Hyun casually assures them that he's fine, they are left momentarily speechless, unable to find the words to respond. With the silence stretching on, Hyun decides to take the normal core and make his way out of the dungeon. Just as he begins to leave, they stop him, questioning why he isn't collecting the mana stones from the fallen monsters. Hyun sees no reason to take the mana stones for himself, so he tells the party they can have them. With that, he leaves them to their task. They waste no time, eagerly gathering as many mana stones as they can. Meanwhile, Hyun mutters to himself that he has no need for mana stones or money at the moment. All he needs to do is focus on getting stronger. As the party departs, they can't help but wonder about the identity of that mysterious musclehead they encountered earlier. The party ace reassures them, saying they shouldn't worry. Thanks to that encounter, they've managed to amass a fortune in mana stones. The world is filled with all sorts of odd characters, and it's best not to dwell on them. What truly matters now is that, thanks to that stranger, they've earned several days' worth of pay in one fell swoop. One of the party members suggests that it could be the individual who has recently been sweeping through dungeons and clearing them solo. However, that rumor seems far-fetched. This person is typically known for tackling only F-rank dungeons, while the one they are currently in is an E-rank. Even Guildmaster Hansi Yan or Choi Dong would struggle to clear an E-rank dungeon alone. As they continue their conversation, a notification window suddenly appears, announcing that the central core of the dungeon has been removed. Everyone is instructed to head to the exit portal as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, deeper within the dungeon, Hyun stands over the lifeless body of the dungeon boss, his gaze fixed on the exit portal ahead. That marks another successful dungeon clear for him, and he even managed to acquire a new skill book that grants Antria's Integument, a skill that hardens his skin when activated. However, with his mana already running low from using his other skills, adding this one might complicate things in the future. After all, having numerous skills doesn't guarantee greater proficiency. For instance, the Berserker ability he acquires from Bilgen's longsword significantly boosts his strength, but it comes at a cost. His judgment becomes clouded, and he suffers severe after effects after using it. The most powerful abilities can become useless if deployed at the wrong moment. He recalls the battle with the orcs where he fought to protect his parents. In that urgent moment, he reflects, if only he had managed to keep his cool, the outcome might have been entirely different. Regret serves no purpose now. He has only one priority, to channel all his energy into becoming stronger, no matter the cost. For the moment, he will master this new skill and add it to his impressive arsenal. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a reporter eagerly interviews the party as they emerge. He hopes to uncover details about the mysterious man rumored to be clearing dungeons all on his own. Rumors swirl that he was seen earlier today in this very dungeon, and he suspects the man might be among them. The party, visibly anxious, insists to the reporter that the solo dungeon clearer is not with them. In fact, he's still inside. Just as the words leave their lips, a figure emerges from the dungeon, walking out triumphantly. Heian scratches his neck as he steps out of the dungeon, already contemplating his next goal. Suddenly, he is overwhelmed by the blinding flashes of multiple cameras. News reporters shout over one another, clamoring for his attention and hoping for an exclusive interview. Meanwhile, recruiters eagerly thrust their cards toward him, desperate to entice him into joining their guild. Chaos and pandemonium reign around him as our protagonist weaves effortlessly through the crowd, dismissing the onlookers and their rumors with a curt declaration of disinterest. As he navigates the throng, he collides with a reporter who glares at Heian and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. In an instant, Heian's expression shifts to one of fury as he turns to face the man, challenging him to take action if their collision was truly an accident. The reporter stands frozen, unable to utter a word as Heian glares at him. All he manages is a stammered apology while our main character grunts and strides away from the crowd. As Heian departs, the group begins to murmur among themselves. His fierce expression suggested he was on the verge of violence, prompting some reporters to speculate that he might be a gangster or even someone with a criminal past. Heian strides into the parking lot, his key in hand as he searches for his car. Still grumbling about how the pesky reporters wasted his time, he suddenly hears someone call his name from behind. He turns to see a sharply dressed man in an elegant suit, and without hesitation, Heian demands to know who he is. The man speaks calmly, urging Heian not to be so wary as he is here to help. With that, he hands Heian a card, revealing himself to be Sun Yoon Ho, a skilled member of the Talented Association. He explains that they have been watching Heian for some time, and that he has come personally to assure him that if he chooses their association, they will dedicate all their resources to support him. He tells our MC that he doesn't need to provide an answer immediately. Instead, they would appreciate it if he could give them a call whenever he's ready. With that, the man bows his head and departs, leaving Heian to ponder his next move. Heian watches the man walk away, his gaze fixed on the card in his hand. The Talented Association is certainly a name Heian recognizes. The Talented Association was the first guild established to advocate for the rights of talented individuals. Unlike other guilds that prioritize profit, the Talented Association placed their members' abilities above all else. Heian was unaware that they recruited in this manner, but he welcomed the refreshing change from the usual crowd shoving cards in his face. They also mentioned that he didn't need to contact them right away, giving him the time he needed to make a decision. As he enjoys his noodles in peace, a little girl passing by asks her mother if the poor, misunderstood MC is a monster. Her anxious mother quickly shushes her. Once Heian finishes his meal, he takes a moment to contemplate his next move. At the moment, his greatest challenge is mana. Almost all of it is being consumed by Wayne's secret technique and his own body regeneration. That's why he always feels so low. With the Antreus integument he just obtained, Heian won't even be able to use his current attack skills freely. What he truly needs now is an item to help him overcome this mana shortage. With that in mind, he opens his phone and navigates to the Rider app to search for potential purchases. After scrolling for a while, he finds nothing particularly useful. So far, everything he sees are mere accessories, each offering only minor boosts to his stats. Just cheap trinkets that raise his abilities by 1 or 2 points. He needs something truly valuable. Just then, a notification catches his eye. Someone is offering information about a dungeon that drops a ring capable of significantly increasing magic power. Heian decides to take the plunge and follows the advice from the message board the very next day. He heads to an E-ranked dungeon known as the Goblin Village in Hunnam. Within its depths, he encounters shamans, who have a decent chance of dropping a coveted 4-point boost to magic power upon defeat. Additionally, there's a rare chance they might drop a ring that grants the same magical enhancement. The dungeon's boss is the Goblin Great Shaman, and defeating it could yield a powerful ring as a reward. Once a tranquil hunting ground known only to a select few, the dungeon has recently been overrun by unauthorized occupants. These intruders now claim it as their territory, refusing entry to anyone else. The government has remained inactive as there hasn't been a dungeon break. The only hope for the person who posted is that a major guild will take notice and clear it. Heon makes his way to the Goblin Village dungeon, but at first glance it appears deserted. According to the post, there should be guards stationed at the entrance. That doesn't concern our protagonist, though. He confidently strides into the dungeon, ready to embark on another solo raid. As he steps inside, he spots 3 figures standing guard at the entrance. The man at the front eyes Heon's gear with a smirk, convinced that defeating him will yield a rewarding prize. The other 2 quickly agree that taking Heon's gear would be a delightful prize. One of them steps forward, addressing Heon directly. "This dungeon is the territory of the Bait Guild," he declares. But Heon remains unfazed. Undeterred, the man continues, "Anyone who enters Bait Guild territory without permission must pay a toll." He leans in closer, a smirk on his face. "Hand over everything you have, and we'll let you go." Heon responds with calm precision, effortlessly tossing the man who approached him like a javelin, knocking him out with a single punch. The remaining 2 barely have time to react before they draw their weapons, ready to engage. One of them charges at Heon, sword raised high, but Heon doesn't even flinch or attempt to dodge. He catches the sword with his bare hands and shatters it effortlessly, then delivers a powerful kick that sends the man flying backward. As he strides toward him, he addresses the group with a smirk, saying he appreciates people like them, because no matter how many times he strikes, he never has to feel guilty. As he stomps on the man who just tried to attack him, a surge of magic strikes him in the back, forcing him to pause and glare at the caster. It's the woman, the last one standing, her hand trembling as wisps of smoke rise from where she unleashed the mana explosion. In that moment, he realizes that mana explosion has been a skill all along, and he's been injuring himself for no reason. Heon expresses his gratitude to the woman for teaching him something new, promising that he will share his own knowledge in return. While most would simply let her go, Heon stands out as a champion of gender equality. He takes her hand in his and demonstrates how he has been harnessing mana explosion for his own use. His hand glows a pale blue before erupting, sending the woman crashing to the ground in agony. This group is nothing more than a collection of nobodies, preying on the weak. As he handles this initial wave, another group of these faceless foes bursts forth from the forest, likely drawn in by the sounds of battle and screams. Their expressions reveal their displeasure as Heon spends the last 5 minutes incapacitating their fellow party members. The leader, visibly enraged, reaches into his inventory and draws his weapon. With his sword radiating a fierce glow, he warns Heon to abandon any hope of returning home alive. The other members of the party stand ready, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Meanwhile, this was fantastic news for Heon. He desperately needed someone to guide him through this new world. For one of the Bait Guild members, the tutorial had completely transformed his life. With the emergence of dungeons, a new reality had taken shape, one where power alone determined your rank. Violence and wealth can be powerful tools when wielded by someone of high rank. For this once ordinary background character, who was just another cog in society's machine a year ago, the emergence of a new system has opened the door to a life of abundance. Now, he stands as an executive in a prominent guild, akin to the Bait Guild. With all these advantages at his disposal, he feels invincible within the depths of the dungeons. As the roaring fist of our main character hurtles toward his face, a man who once felt invincible suddenly realizes that there are still plenty of things to fear. Just moments after declaring that our MC wouldn't make it out of the dungeon alive, he and his fellow party members find themselves sprawled on the ground, surrounded by pools of blood, utterly bewildered by the chaos that just unfolded. Somehow, they all fell to a single unarmed man. Heon, having just wiped the floor with these criminals, pulls the knife they had stabbed into his stomach and points it at them. With a steely gaze, he gives them 5 seconds to gather in front of him before he begins to deliver their punishments. It's time for him to choose his faithful guide for this journey. In an instant, all the criminals gather before him in a neatly obedient pack. Heon holds the person he has selected close to his chest, a proud smile on his face. He instructs them to applaud for the individual he has chosen through a fair evaluation. This person is Kim Sung-woo, a grunt from the Bait Guild. Heon urges everyone to clap for the man who has been selected from among them. The bloodied and beaten men hesitate to clap, their fear palpable. But a fierce glare from Heian quickly changes that, and soon they are clapping their hands gleefully. With his guide secured, one of the criminals turns to RMC and asks what Heian plans to do with the rest of them. Heian pauses, contemplating, before asking if they will cease their wicked ways and promise to live honest lives if he lets them go. The men clasp their hands together, pleading for mercy, promising they'll never commit another wrongdoing if Heian lets them go. But Heian sees through their deceit. He doesn't buy their empty promises for a second. Fueled by his anger, he unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks, each blow a testament to his disdain for their audacity. He knows they're just lying to escape, ready to return to their misdeeds the moment they're free. The men are left in an even bloodier state than before, as Heian carries a sobbing Sung-woo with him, continuing their journey through the forest. After several hours spent in this dungeon, Heian realizes that it's one of the rare types that can rival the size of a city. It feels overwhelmingly vast, and at one point, he begins to suspect that Sung-woo might be leading him in circles on purpose. The Bait Guild grunt nervously insists that he isn't leading them in circles. He's simply trying to find the path with the fewest monsters. However, this seems pointless since he's with Heian. Our main character urges him to focus on guiding them to the core, even if it means facing more monsters along the way. He points his blade at Sung-woo, demanding that he lead them to where the monsters are, claiming he's bored. Without hesitation, the grunt starts to move, eager to find some action, but Heian halts him. With darkness approaching, they need to rest and wait until morning to make their move. The two men settle down and build a campfire for the night. Heian leans against a tree while Sung-woo prepares some ramen over the flames, a simple meal to sustain them for the challenges ahead. As the two of them sit in a mustang, enjoying their instant ramen, an awkward silence hangs between them. Heian is the first to break it, asking Sung-woo how old he is and what he was doing before he became a talent. Sung-woo replies that he's 25 and that he was in college before the world transformed with a tutorial. Heian shakes his head, advising him that he should have just stayed in school instead of joining a guild and doing the terrible things he did today. Sung-woo confides that he desperately needs the money. His student debt has been piling up, and he hasn't been able to apply for scholarships because he's been juggling part-time jobs. To make matters worse, his father's business collapsed, deepening their struggles. The shock of it all was too much for his mother, and their situation only grew more dire. Just as Sung-woo begins to share his life story, Heian interrupts, questioning why he's suddenly laying out a sob story. This is far more information than he cares to know about some random kid. With that, our protagonist tells him to stop talking nonsense and just focus on eating the ramen so they can rest up for the next day. Sung-woo can hardly contain his tears as he continues to eat the food. Later that night, the two men lie on the forest floor, the embers from the campfire slowly fading into the darkness. Sung-woo waits until the dead of night, carefully opening his eyes to check if Heian is asleep. He can't hear the larger man snoring, but given that he's completely wrapped up, Sung-woo assumes that Heian must be in a deep slumber. This is his moment. He can either make a daring escape or eliminate Heian once and for all. However, recalling how effortlessly Heian had defeated the rest of his party members, he realizes that attempting to kill him would be a grave mistake. No matter how he looks at it, there's no way he can take down a monster like this. Instead, Heian wisely opts for the smarter choice, fleeing to save his own life. He begins to sneak away, but Heian's voice cuts through the silence, halting him in his tracks. Calmly, Heian asks where he thinks he's going. Sung-woo, quick on his feet, replies that he just needs to relieve himself. Heian smirks, suggesting he do it right there, then adds a chilling reminder. If he tries to run, he won't live to regret it. The following day, the two of them navigate through the forest and finally arrive at the Goblin Village, where the main core is situated. Heian senses a significant amount of mana swirling around them, confirming that Sung-woo's words hold truth. Their reluctant partner turns to him, but Woo merely chuckles stiffly at the insult. Deep down, however, he endures this situation with a singular purpose, to ensure that Hyun can no longer overlook him, for his time is running out. Meanwhile, in the Goblin Village, the monsters gather ominously near the main core. However, they consistently send scouts throughout the field. The Bait Guild has been farming by attacking these scouts, but thanks to Heian, none of those sites have fallen yet. As a result, the village has gathered all its troops in one location. Despite the overwhelming numbers on their side, Heian wears a wicked grin. After all, killing goblins is his specialty. Heian charges toward the massive horde of goblins, ready to unleash chaos. Just as he prepares to strike, a bag suddenly collides with the back of his head. He spins around to find Sung-woo, who cheekily flashes him a middle finger before sprinting away, fervently hoping they never cross paths again. Hyen remains unfazed as he observes the man fleeing, silently vowing to ensure that Sungwoo pays for this once their current task is complete. After a lengthy sprint, Sungwoo finally pauses to catch his breath against a sturdy tree. Despite Hyen's formidable strength, Sungwoo knows deep down that he stands little chance against such a vast horde of monsters. Suddenly, he receives a notification. The dungeon's main core has been destroyed, and a portal to the outside world has been opened. Against all odds, Hyun has single-handedly cleared the massive village of goblins and taken down the main core. As Sungwoo gazes at the two notification windows, disbelief washes over him. This must be some kind of dream. The E-rank goblin village doesn't possess a typical core. All its forces are concentrated around the main core. Yet, Hyen has managed to defeat every goblin in this vast dungeon and claim the main core for himself. Sungwoo remains frozen in shock, pondering just what kind of monster their main character truly is. What kind of strength does it take to triumph over an overwhelming number of foes? Is it sheer firepower capable of obliterating everything in sight, or perhaps immense strength and endurance? While these elements contribute to Hyen's prowess, they don't quite capture the essence of his fighting style. What truly matters isn't any of those factors, but rather the overwhelming defense and unwavering decisiveness in the face of relentless waves of enemies. If he can withstand their attacks and navigate the most efficient route to the commander, then it's not beyond the realm of possibility for Hyen to achieve victory on his own. It's a perilous strategy that could spell disaster with even the slightest hesitation, but for a madman like Hyun, nothing is impossible. Sungwoo believed he was simply exceptionally skilled in combat, but it turns out he has unwittingly provoked a formidable boss monster. This creature must possess some sort of brilliant strategy, and now Sungwoo is filled with dread. Meanwhile, Hyun, having triumphed over the great goblin shaman, receives not only the boss monster's magic stone, but also a D+ rank ring. This ring bestows an additional 4 magic power and enhances his mana regeneration speed by 10%. With that, Hyun has accomplished his goal. Now it's time to embark on his next mission, to stir up trouble for his dear friend, Sungwoo. As he emerges from the dungeon, he is instantly met by a massive crowd, likely all members of the Bait Guild. Unable to defeat him on their own, they've decided to band together, hoping sheer numbers will turn the tide. However, this overwhelming gathering isn't what he's after. His gaze sweeps through the throng until, at last, he spots his beloved Sungwoo tucked away among the crowd. Hyun stretches his shoulder as he strides toward his target, determined to land 30 hits before saving the rest for later. Just as he prepares to attack, someone steps in his way, insisting that this is all a misunderstanding. He turns to see a man in a fine suit, approaching him with an air of calm. The man assures Hyun that they are not here to fight. Instead, they simply want to talk. The man introduces himself as young Yoo Hee-hyun from the Bait Guild and asks for Yoon's name. However, our protagonist immediately brushes off the request, leaving Yoo Hee-hyun's hand hanging in the air. Clearly uninterested in small talk, he tells the man to stop beating around the bush and get to the point before he loses his temper. Reluctantly, Yoo Hee-hyun folds his hands, realizing he needs to be more straightforward with his offer. He informs Hyen that he has officially received an invitation to join the Bait Guild. If he accepts, he will gain wealth, fame, and all the resources he needs to thrive in his career as a talented individual. They are even offering him an executive position. Yoo Hee-hyun is eager to recruit this powerful talent, who is yet to be publicly recognized. If they can secure him as a figurehead, the Bait Guild could rise to become one of the most influential guilds in the world. Hyun listens to their request, but flatly denies it. Yoo Hee-hyun hadn't expected him to accept the offer right away, so he hands him a golden business card, hoping he'll take some time to consider it. Hyen examines the card for a moment before responding. Though the big guy's personality might be questionable, he's not the type to associate with scumbags like the Bait clan. Yoo Hee-hyun stares in shock at the blatant refusal, his mouth twisting into an angry grin. But before he can react further, Hyen rushes in with a manic grin of his own, asking if he wants to fight. Nervously, Yoo Hee-hyun declines the offer, explaining that he simply wants them to speed properly for now. He suggests they take another opportunity to discuss things later. Hyen pushes past him, disdainfully spitting at the very idea of discussing things further. With that, he strides through the throng of Bait Guild members, leaving behind the chaos. With no one left to vent his frustration on, Yoo Hee-hyun turns to the one who had led them into this predicament, Sungwoo. Meanwhile, as Hyen makes his way home, he reflects on how close he came to losing control in that moment. At least 300 of them had gathered, and he was running low on mana. If they actually decided to fight him, he would surely perish. In the midst of all the chaos, he had even forgotten to confront Sung Woo, all because of the bait set by the guildmaster, the young Yu Hee Yoon. RMC tried to suppress his annoyance over the missed opportunity, reminding himself that he would have his chance someday. When that moment came, he would ensure that Sung Woo truly suffered. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Sung-woo, whom Hyan despises, finds himself facing accusations from his fellow guild members for supposedly volunteering to guide his. He kneels before an irate and insulted Yu Hee-hyun as the guildmaster questions him about the claims being made by the others. As the man struggles to respond, Yu Hee-hyun calls for a sword while Sung-woo desperately pleads for his life, promising to do anything if they spare him. The guildmaster barely registers his words, coldly driving the sword through Sung-woo's chest. He can't fathom that a traitorous lowlife like him would even dare to hope for survival. With a swift kick, he sends the bleeding Sung-woo into the portal just as it closes, the gates vanishing behind him. With the nuisance dealt with, Yu Hee-han calls for the Vice Guild Master to approach. He instructs them to gather all the information they can about Hyan, and the Vice Guild Master nods, confirming that someone has already been dispatched to track RMC. Hyun boldly rejected the Bait Guild's offer, his rudeness a testament to his confidence. He understood that the imposing figure before him could afford such arrogance due to his strength. However, that same strength didn't extend to those around him. If Yu Hin intended to tame this monstrous man, he would need to uncover his weaknesses. There's no way Hyan can maintain his carefree attitude for long with his family in danger. The following day, Hyun and Hyun visit a premium Korean barbecue restaurant for dinner. Hyun can't resist teasing Hyun, the once jobless college graduate turned lazy bum, about how often he's treating her to beef. It's clear that he's found success, but the truth is, there's no better way for him to spend his money than on a delicious meal. As he turns the meat to ensure it cooks evenly, his sister offers to take over, and they begin to discuss their parents and the recent hospital visits. During Hyun's last visit, the doctor reassured his that their mother is doing well, and even mentioned that she might wake up soon. Hyun beams at the good news, and his sister quickly points it out. It's been ages since she last saw him smile. Ever since the tragedy with their parents and his first death, he has become unusually serious, a far cry from his former self. Hyun, however, disagrees, insisting that he smiles all the time, though his unsettling, criminal grin hardly qualifies. Suddenly, Yoon's stomach churns, and he realizes he must rush to the bathroom for a critical emergency. He rushes away despite his sister's call that the meat has just finished cooking. The urgency of his departure stems from the dire need to relieve himself in the dungeon. After a satisfying battle with the toilet, Hyan washes his hands in the men's bathroom and steps back out, ready to return to the table. That had to be at least 2 days' worth of waste. But at last, it's finally out of his system. Unfortunately for him, the chaos just keeps piling up. As he turns back, he notices someone speaking to his sister at the table he just left. The moment the man spots Hyan approaching, he quickly bows and hurries away. Hyan smirks teasingly and asks his sister if someone came over to flirt with her. She looks just as puzzled and replies, asking if he doesn't recognize the man either. Before leaving, the stranger had handed her a note to give to him, but Hyan is certain he has no idea who that person is. If they truly knew each other, he wouldn't have walked away after seeing her. He might have at least offered a greeting, but everything falls into place as Hyan opens the paper and reads the message inside. It's a simple note from the Bait Guild's master, young Oi Hyun. Despite the ominous letter, the siblings make their way home. Once they arrive at the apartment, Hyan sighs, lamenting that she should have stopped by the convenience store on their way back. She asks Hyan if he wants another beer, but when he declines, she sighs and decides to buy a drink for herself. Hyun tells her to go back inside so he can get it for her. Initially surprised by his unexpected kindness, she doesn't argue with the prospect of a free beer. As he emerges from the convenience store with a freshly purchased can in hand, Hyan silently ponders what the members of the Bait Guild might be plotting. They employ some truly tasteless methods to get what they want, especially when it comes to his family. Hyan sifts through his options, contemplating whether he should take a break from dungeons and stay home for a while. But even that feels uncertain. Hyan is busy with work and other commitments, yet there's no assurance that any of it will make a difference. As he strolls through the streets, lost in thought, his phone suddenly rings. It's a call from his dad, and he answers it without hesitation. The older man first asks Hyun if he's home before delivering the news that their mom has finally woken up. Hyun's heart races as he bombards his dad with questions, eager to know how she is and if she'll be all right. But for now, all they can do is wait and see. The doctor assured him that she would be all right, bringing a wave of relief to our main character. However, that relief quickly dissipated when his father mentioned that someone claiming to be a friend had visited earlier. Hye-in couldn't fathom who it could be. She had no friends close enough to visit his parents, and he struggled to think of anyone who might fit that description. Then his father reveals that this friend is someone named Young Yo Yan, asking Hyun's father to pass along a greeting. Curious, he inquires whether Hye-yeon and Young Yu Yan are from the same neighborhood, admitting he can't recall ever seeing the intruder before. Meanwhile, Hyun remains silent, a slow burn of rage igniting within him. The following day, An Mi-young, the woman from the prestigious education school who had teared up at the mere sight of our MC's handsome face, heads to work. As she makes her way, she notices one of her coworkers approaching, a bit later than usual. The coworker sheepishly admits that she overslept. Their conversation is interrupted when they hear a voice greeting them from the side. A talented individual named Shin Sung-ah brought them coffee to kickstart the day. They expressed their appreciation, insisting she didn't need to go out of her way for them, yet they accepted the coffee with gratitude. She smiled and replied that there was no need for thanks. She was doing it because she wanted to. With that, she bowed politely and left them to continue their conversation. They begin to question why she always wears armor. While she may be a bit eccentric, they all recognize her good heart. In fact, compared to the other oddballs that seem to accompany every new group of aspiring talents, Miss Sung-ah is practically an angel. Mi-young, in particular, has plenty to say about eccentric individuals. Everyone remembers her first day on the job when she encountered what could only be described as the worst batch of students to ever pass through their school. One opponent had their hands shattered in a spa, while another intimidated her at the reception on his very first day. To this day, she still has nightmares about it, and the mere thought of that person conjures the image of a formidable orc warrior. As if her nightmares had come to life, Sung-ah sensed an ominous presence behind her. She turned to find the very man from her nightmares, his gaze fixed on her with a murderous intensity. With each passing second, the intensity of his gaze seems to amplify the anger in his eyes. Eventually, she and her co-worker can no longer contain their fear and scream in terror. They weakly threaten to call the police as Hyun extends his hand toward them. In their frantic attempts to retrieve their phones, Hyun breaks the silence, asking about Mr. Kim Lee-hyun. Despite Hyun's terrifying expression, the fear in his eyes as he desperately tries to convey his need to protect his family, silences their screams and brings a moment of calm. Suma, gathering her strength, weakly informs her MC that instructor Kim Lee-hyun was merely a temporary instructor at their school and is no longer with them. In a meeting room elsewhere, Kim Lee-hyun stands before his colleagues, delivering a compelling presentation on his group's research. He reveals that the rank of the emergent dungeons, which have been appearing with alarming frequency, is set to rise even further. To combat this escalating threat, he emphasizes the urgent need to recruit talented individuals. His presentation is abruptly interrupted by frantic knocks at the meeting room door. He opens it, informing the man that they are in the middle of a meeting. However, the urgency in the man's voice leaves no room for delay. If they want the building to remain standing, they must act now. A man with monstrous strength is wreaking havoc in their lobby, and he claims to know their vice guild master. That catches Kim Lee-hyun's attention. The Vice Guild Master strides into the reception room to find a visibly panicked Hyun waiting for him. When his former teacher mentioned that they would meet again soon, he never imagined it would be under such circumstances. Without hesitation, he cuts to the chase and asks Hyun if he needs assistance. To his surprise, the main character responds that he wants to hire Lee-hyun. The Vice Guild Master readily agrees to the deal and inquires about the specifics of Hyun's hiring. The urgency behind this request is clear. The Bait Guild has threatened him and his family, taunting them mercilessly. Hyun simply needs a bodyguard to ensure his family's safety while he sets out to confront his enemies. Meanwhile, Lee-hyun can't help but feel a knot of anxiety in his stomach, wondering just what Hyun has been up to these past few days to land them in such a precarious situation. The man sets down his coffee with a sigh. The Bait Guild is notorious, and even his own guild knows of their troublemaking antics. Yet, they've been unable to take action, lacking the justification to launch an attack. Hyun, however, is indifferent to the intricacies of inter-guild politics. All he knows is that he wants to take them down himself, a move that would be a win-win for Lee-hyun. The Vice Guild Master isn't surprised by Hyun's brutality. Rather, he's taken aback that our protagonist chose him. The reason is simple. Lee-hyun is the strongest person Hyun knows. There is one other contender, but there's no way Hyun would entrust his family to that psychopath. Hyun assures the Vice Guild Master that he will only need his help for 1 week and, in exchange, offers a substantial sum of money to get the job done. However, for someone as esteemed in the talented world as Lee Hyun, money is certainly not among his priorities. The Dangun Guild already alleviates many of his financial concerns. If Hyun wishes to recruit someone as prestigious as Lee Hyun, he will need to offer something beyond mere gold. As he contemplates this, Hyun can't help but wonder if there's another reason behind his interest, perhaps something more personal. The sheer absurdity of the situation nearly derails the negotiations entirely. Lee Hyun, sensing his sanity slipping away with each passing moment, decides to take the initiative and withdraw his initial offer. He proposes that if the job is completed without any issues, he would like Hyun to meet with the Dangun Guildmaster. While Hyun will still need to provide some monetary compensation, if he accepts this condition, the entire Dangun Guild will lend their support in resolving his problems. Hyun's response to that offer is a clear no-brainer. In an instant, the Dangun Guild springs into action, providing all the support he needs. They assign 5 bodyguards to his mother's hospital ward and another 5 to his sister's workplace. It's a generous gesture, but in circumstances like these, it's always better to be safe than sorry. The real troublemaker, however, is Hyun himself and his reckless plan to infiltrate a guild as formidable as the Bait Guild to stir up chaos. Hyun remains unfazed, casually noting that the Bait Guild doesn't appear as large as Lee Hyun's guild. However, the Vice Guildmaster interjects, reminding him that a guild's strength isn't measured by the size of its office. The Bait Guild possesses an unusually high number of dungeons, suggesting they must have a formidable supporter backing them. Hyun called them and scheduled an appointment on the very day he received the ominous note, so they had undoubtedly mobilized all their available forces. It would have been wiser for Hyun to ambush them, but in a moment of desperate panic after reading the note, he reached out, offering to do anything they asked. He felt he had no choice, especially with his family's safety at stake. However, this frantic decision bought him some precious time to meet with Lee Hyun. Once their conversation concludes, Hyun hands Lee Hyun his wallet and instructs the bewildered man to park the car at his place. Given Hyun's unusual request, Lee Hyun can't help but wonder if he has a plan to sacrifice himself. However, our main character quickly reassures him that it's not like that at all. He can't delve into the details, but he reassures Lee Hyun that he will return the next day, alive and well. With that promise, he makes his way to the Bait Guild, where a smug-looking young Yu greets him, flanked by a group of impressively equipped and talented individuals. Hyun cuts to the chase, noting the large turnout just to welcome him and immediately challenges them to a fight. Hee Hyeon calmly explains that the members of the Bait family have simply come to welcome him. The word family coming from this man makes Yoon burst into laughter, but that laughter quickly turns to fury, pushing him over the edge. In a fit of rage, he activates his mana explosion, unleashing its power to completely obliterate the building around them. The skilled individuals surrounding him are taken completely by surprise as the floor erupts in a shower of debris. Yet Hee Hyeon simply laughs at the futile attempts. He knows the floor is made of reinforced steel, and with a confident grip, he draws his sword. He knows that his mana explosion won't be enough to destroy the floor, but with the activation of his skills, Wayne's secret techniques, Titan's strength, and swift strike, he effortlessly cuts through the ground, sending them all plummeting downward. Hyun pushes through the debris, feeling the benefits of one of his new skills, Antria's integument, which hardens his body. Behind him, Hee Hyun casually drops into the room, ready to confront the man who just demolished his office. He urges Hyun to remain rational, still clinging to the hope that they can become allies rather than enemies. Hyun, however, asserts that the Guildmaster has already crossed the line and forfeited his right to propose any partnership. Hee Han apologizes for visiting his family earlier, but then he presents his offer to Hyun. If RMC joins the Bait Guild, they could unite their efforts to take down the Dangun Guild together. The arrogant guildmaster, Han Zae-yan, would soon find herself brought to her knees, and the massive guild would be toppled from the ground up. Hee Hyun turns to RMC, asking if he understands the gravity of their discussion. However, Hyun is far from interested. All he wants is to fight. Hee Hyeon chuckles, shaking her head at the audacity of this man. The building is bustling with over 200 guild members, and the total number across the country is several times that. Despite its impressive size, the Bait Guild lacks a true figurehead. They need a formidable leader to stand at the forefront, someone who can rally the members and inspire confidence. With Hyun in that pivotal role, the Bait Guild could not only expand beyond Korea, but also set its sights on conquering the rest of the world. In response, Hyun gathers the largest spitball he can muster from the back of his throat and launches it straight at Yoo Hee-hyun's unsuspecting face. Listening to this ramble felt like enduring an elementary schooler's presentation. With a smirk, he suggests that the man should consider becoming an extuber instead of wandering around spouting nonsense to him. Yoo Hee-hyun pauses to wipe the spit from his face, staring at it in his hand. In that moment, the mask of politeness he has been struggling to maintain finally slips away. He realizes that a lowly peasant like Hyun could never grasp his grand ambitions. Hyun's expression twists in amusement before he erupts into laughter. The man truly believes himself so important that he dares to call Hyun a peasant. It's a strange choice of words for someone living in the 21st century. Hyun begins to mock the man who has long since run out of patience. Eventually, Yoo Hee-hyun can't hold back any longer. As tensions rise, the other guild members gather around as the guildmaster issues the order to eliminate RMC. Several mages begin casting various mind and status effects to weaken Yoon. However, their efforts are swiftly thwarted as he activates his Lion's Roar skill. The combined power of this ability, along with his Ring of Strength and Mind, dispels all the status effects and stuns his opponents, significantly lowering their stats and morale. Yoo Hee-hyun remains unfazed by his unfiltered rage. He turns to his guild members and commands them to abandon any thoughts of restraining him. Instead, he urges them to focus solely on defeating him. With that, the mages shift their tactics, unleashing a barrage of magic attacks aimed at Hyun. Eager to put his Entree's integument skills to the test, he welcomes the challenge. As the spells collide with him, a massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the battlefield as several guild members charge at him all at once. In mere seconds, he finds himself surrounded by dozens of talented, all while being bombarded by a flurry of attacks from countless mages. Yet none of this seems to faze him. With a fierce determination, he bursts through the explosions, sword in hand, effortlessly cutting down several guild members in his path. Yoo Hee-hyun seethes with rage as Hyun takes a deep breath and unleashes a fierce war cry, challenging everyone to come at him all at once. The building erupts in a series of explosions, chaos reigning supreme. By the end of the day, the structure lies in ruins, smoke billowing from the shattered windows. Amidst the devastation, Hyun stands in the lower floors, breathless and bloodied, a testament to the fierce battle that has just unfolded. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of fallen guild members and the ruins of the shattered building, Kang Hyun stands amidst the chaos. Yet, despite the devastation, a handful of guild members remain, along with the guildmaster himself. Yoo Hee-hyun lets out a nervous laugh as he glances at Kang Hyun, asking if he's feeling all right. After the rampage he just unleashed, he is now a murderer, forever changed and just like them. Hyun calls Bull out, warning him that if he's trying to make him feel guilty for his actions, he should just give up. After all, he knows that if you're going to attempt to kill someone, you must be prepared to face death yourself. The guildmaster grumbles in annoyance, cautioning Hyun that he's far too nonchalant for a man on the brink of death. Even though he puts on a brave face, it's clear that he's exhausted. As Yoo Hee-hyun observes this, tentacles erupt from the ground, ensnaring Hyun, who is too weary to fight back. Just as he begins to revel in his remaining energy, he catches sight of his own reflection in the sword protruding from his chest. With that, Hyun finally accepts his fate, realizing he's done for. However, he takes solace in the fact that he managed to inflict some damage before his downfall. Yoo Hee-hyun commends his vice guildmaster for successfully incapacitating Hyun, instructing him to step aside so he can deliver the finishing blow. Despite the victory, Yoo Hee-hyun can't shake off a lingering admiration for Hyun, silently acknowledging his tenacity. He faced off against hundreds of other talented fighters, and despite his numerous injuries, he somehow remains alive. His strength is so extraordinary that Yoo Hee-hyun considers replacing every single member of the guild with just him. Yet, even in this intense moment, he calmly mocks Hyun, asking if he has any last words. Hyun smiles and replies that he will find a strand of hair in every stew he eats from now on. It's clear that our protagonist will maintain his tough facade until the very end, so further conversation seems pointless. Yoo Hee-hyun places a hand on his face and unleashes a mana attack that ignites Hyun from the inside, transforming him into a writhing, screaming ball of flames. With one of the biggest messes in the guild's history finally resolved, Yui Hun takes a long puff from a freshly lit cigarette to celebrate a job well done. He turns to one of the guild members and asks for a rundown of the situation. The grim report reveals that over 30 lives were lost, and around 50 others are seriously injured, all due to the actions of a single individual. As he prepares to leave and unwind, hoping to put this entire incident behind him, he reminds them to collect any equipment that Hyon drops. Hopefully, whatever they can salvage from his corpse will help compensate for their losses. However, as they turn around, they find the body has vanished, leaving only the sword they used to strike him down in his final moments. The following day, Hyon awakens in his sister's apartment. Having lost a level, and with all his stats reduced by 50% for the next 24 hours, he steps out of his room to find his sister waiting for him. He doesn't even seem surprised that he's emerged from his bedroom. It's clear he knows he's died again, despite his promise to avoid such mishaps. Hyon remains silent for a moment before asking if there's anything to eat, his hunger taking precedence over everything else. As Hyon playfully scolds him for wearing his armor and shoes inside the house, their banter fills the air. Hyon has returned from his mission, just as he promised, alive and well. 2 days later, in the dungeon owned by the bait guild known as Keika's Gorge, 2 guards stand watch, exchanging idle chatter. Bored out of their minds, they ponder why no one has passed by lately. In recent days, rumors about their guild have spread like wildfire, causing many to steer clear of the guilds they own. One of the men scoffs at the avoidance, calling those who stay away nothing but cowards for only taking some equipment. However, the other man counters, reminding him that it's not just their gear at stake, they also take lives. As they continue their conversation, they suddenly spot someone approaching the dungeon. The figure is dressed like a stereotypical burglar, and for a moment, the 2 men can only stare at this odd character and his bizarre outfit. Hyon realizes that breaking into the bait guild so recklessly has taught him a valuable lesson. No matter how hard he tries, it would be like trying to crack a rock with an egg. With an infinite supply of eggs, it might not be the worst idea. And in this case, Hyon does indeed have an endless supply. However, he can't keep enduring the resurrection penalties that come from dying repeatedly. If he wants to take down the bait guild, he'll need to defeat them one by one. His plan is clear. Infiltrate the bait guild's dungeons and eliminate anyone who crosses his path, one by one. As he grips the last man standing in his way, the man gasps for breath, muttering an apology. Hyon, unfazed, demands to know what exactly he's sorry for. The man, suspended in the air with his life hanging by a thread, can only stare back in confusion, unsure of what he should be remorseful for. Hyon discards him like a used rag, then drops a piece of paper and a pen at his feet. He demands that the man provide a detailed account of all the bait guild dungeons. If he complies, Hyon will spare his life. The man gratefully accepts the pen and begins frantically scribbling down everything he can remember. As he writes, Hyon questions him about how the guild has managed to evade capture despite their numerous killings. Even if you work to keep it quiet, you can't avoid getting caught forever, Hyon remarks, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Hyon initially suspects that they might have bribed the police. The man, however, suggests that it could be that, or perhaps the bait guild deliberately chooses dungeons located in areas without CCTV cameras. After jotting down a list of all the dungeons he knows, the man nervously hands the letter to Hyon. After reviewing the situation and confirming its accuracy, Hyon extends his hand toward the man's face and unleashes a mana explosion, obliterating him in an instant. The bait guild carefully selects locations devoid of cameras, ensuring that he won't be caught. With this act, he sends a silent warning to the villains, signaling that an even greater threat is on the way. The bait guild has certainly seen better days since Hyon entered their lives. News headlines speculate about a captured monster being unleashed, the only explanation they can find for the chaos surrounding the bait guild office. Yui Han slams his hand on the table in frustration as he reads through the articles. Hyon may be gone, but his impact lingers, echoing through their lives days later. The guildmaster found himself resorting to an excuse he had reserved for true emergencies, just to explain how an entire building full of people was needed to handle one deranged individual. Suddenly, the door to his office swung open, and someone burst in, shouting that there was a problem. His frantic report was abruptly halted when a bottle cap struck him squarely on the forehead. Yui Home, the one who threw the cap, glares at the man. How dare you just barge in here without any respect? His frustration simmers beneath the surface, fueled by the chaos he's had to manage over the past few days. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, this unexpected interruption threatens to ruin his already foul mood. The man quickly apologizes, his urgency palpable, before revealing, "I came to the office because a person of interest has resurfaced. The notorious troublemaker, who has been wreaking havoc in their dungeons, has struck again. 7 dungeons owned by the Bait Guild have already been devastated, leaving over 100 guild members dead." Yui Han grits his teeth, determined to uncover the identity of this elusive foe. The chaos is already overwhelming, and now hope seems to be slipping further away. It seems that the more guild members he sends to handle the situation, the more casualties they suffer. With no time to waste, Yui Han is compelled to make rapid strategic decisions. He commands that there will be no more rotating shifts. From now on, everyone will enter the dungeon together, taking turns to sleep while keeping watch. With that, he instructs the secretary who reported the incident to leave and close the door behind him. The guild master takes a seat, determined to think through the situation rationally. 5 days ago, Kang Yoon had attacked their building, and by the end of the fight, his corpse had vanished. Then, just 2 days later, a psychopath began rampaging through Bait Guild's dungeons. He has been pondering something for a while now, but recent events have made it painfully clear. He realizes that Kang Hyun must have an accomplice. It's a perfectly reasonable assumption, even though he's completely mistaken. He believes the corpse must have been removed using some sort of skill, but despite this insight, he still lacks enough information to devise any countermeasures. In this moment of desperation, Yu Hee-hyun finds himself forced to take a step he had hoped to avoid. He picks up the phone and dials a number, which connects after just 2 rings. On the other end, a voice answers with an overly cheerful tone that only serves to aggravate the already frustrated Yu Hee-hyun. The guildmaster cuts straight to the chase, stating that he needs help. The voice on the other end chuckles, asking what the Big Bad Bait Guild could possibly need his help for. But the answer is clear. Word of the guild's recent downfall has circulated widely, and it's evident to him what the situation entails. With no need to ponder his motivations, the next question arises. What could the person on the other end stand to gain by assisting the Bait Guild, especially when they are far wealthier? Yu Hee-hyun proposes a fight in exchange for their services. If the person on the other end agrees to help, they'll likely face an opponent who is far from ordinary. Exactly the kind of thrilling battle they crave. A hooded blonde man smiles at the suggestion, contemplating whether to give this stranger the benefit of the doubt and pursue what could be a truly satisfying fight. Later that night, as usual, 2 men stand guard at the entrance of yet another Bait Guild dungeon. One of the guards, a hooded blonde man, turns to his companion and asks for his name. The second guard introduces himself as Kim Il-woo, but the blonde man dismisses it, opting instead to refer to him as Yu Hee-hyun's grunt. With a smirk, he inquires when this powerful figure is expected to arrive, and whether they can be certain he will even show up. If the hooded blonde were left waiting for nothing much longer, things could quickly turn ugly. Fortunately, our main character makes a dramatic entrance into the area just in time. The hooded blonde's smile widens with glee as he senses something he hasn't felt in a long while. His unique ability, Sixth Sense, begins to react violently, stirring to life after having been merely a vague intuition for so long. This time, a frantic scream echoes in his mind, urging him to flee from the approaching monster if he wants to survive. The monster halts, taken aback as he recognizes that one of the guards he was about to kill is Yu Sung. From the voice, our favorite blonde psycho realizes it's his older brother Kang Hyun speaking. Yu Sung relaxes his aggressive stance, finally recognizing that the one causing chaos for the Bait Guild is none other than Hye-yun. It's no shock to him that his big brother is always on the lookout for some excitement. Meanwhile, Hye-yun remains vigilant, recalling Lee Yun's warning about the Bait Guild having some sort of backing. As Yu Sung reflects on the situation, he realizes that he is indeed wealthy, which raises the possibility that he could be the financial backing for the Bait Guild. However, whether or not that's true doesn't alter the fact that he's collaborating with them. Hye-yun intensifies her hostility, pressing her sword against the man's throat. Yet, Yu Sung remains composed, asserting that he shouldn't be grouped with such lowly delinquents. Hye-yun chuckled and asked what Yu Sung was doing there if he wasn't part of the Bait Guild. Yu Sung explained that their guildmaster, Yui Hyun, had pleaded with him to come and help them deal with some terrorists who were causing chaos. Hyun can easily imagine this weirdo agreeing to such a request, all for the chance to have a good fight. He tells the man firmly that they have no business together and that he should stay out of it. Hyun suggests that once everything is settled, he and Yu-sung could go out to eat together, despite not having Yu-sung's contact information. Suddenly, without warning, the blonde delinquent lunges at him from behind for a surprise attack. The blow connects, but Hyun effortlessly blocks it without even glancing back. He angrily demands to know what the blonde thinks he's doing with such a cheap attack, but Yu-sung just laughs with delight. The kid would be disappointed if Hyun simply walked away, so a quick fight before he moves on to his next goal seems like the better option. Hyun is more than willing to oblige, and the two clash their weapons, smiles lighting up their faces. Hyun vows not to go easy on the blonde, just because they know each other. This fight will be to the death. That's precisely what Yu-sung wants, and he challenges Hyun to bring it on. Our protagonist activates his Titan strength alongside Wayne's secret technique, instantly elevating his power to new heights. He then thrusts his sword in a swift stab, but Yu-sung manages to dodge just in time. However, the attack is still quick enough to leave a cut on his cheek, and the psycho has the audacity to laugh at it. It's evident that Hyun has transformed into an even greater monster since their last encounter. Hyun wasn't exaggerating when he promised that Yu-sung would face a formidable opponent. The two engage in a frenzied clash of weapons, and while Yu-sung revels in the thrill of battle, this fight is merely an obstacle in Hyun's grand scheme. Despite his desire to end this quickly, it had been a long time since he had the opportunity to fight properly. From Yu-sung's expression, it was clear that Hyun was enjoying himself, and the excitement was just beginning to build. Suddenly, the other guard from earlier rushed in from the side, causing both of them to halt. Hyun grunted, contemplating that if he could make a meaningful contribution to this fight, there might be a chance for him to one day rise to the rank of executive. Yu-sung doesn't hesitate for a moment, turning his weapon on the guard who foolishly attempted to interrupt their fight. The guard's headless body crashes to the ground, and Yu-sung takes a deep, annoyed breath. He glares down at the fallen man, furious that he had the audacity to disrupt their fun. Hyun realizes then that they were likely not on the same side, but he still didn't expect Yu-sung to eliminate the guy so swiftly. Now that the fight had been interrupted, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yu-sung had been eager for a proper showdown with his big brother. While he still wanted to continue the battle, he also feared pushing Hyun away even further, despite the fact that he had already accumulated enough resentment as it was. Now that the chaos has subsided, Yu-sung turns to our MC and asks if he knows what kind of person Hyun is. As the illegitimate son of the Mo conglomerate chairman, Yu-sung explains, he often runs wild with his entourage. To Hyun, this sounds like the plot of a cheesy drama, and he dismisses the notion of Hyun's lineage. Just because his family is wealthy doesn't mean he's exempt from Hyun's wrath. He wouldn't have embarked on this journey if he were easily frightened by something so trivial. He warns Yu-sung not to interrupt him if that's all he has to say. Yet, Yu-sung has no intention of interrupting. Instead, he wants to switch sides. He tells Hyun that whatever plan he has in mind, he wants to be a part of it. Curiosity sparks in him as he adds that he's eager to see what happens when the delinquent Hyun gets truly angry. Meanwhile, Hyun erupts in anger as he receives even more devastating news. 3 additional dungeons have been stolen, and Yu-sung has severed all contact with him. The situation is spiraling out of control, and it feels as though every one of his guild members is utterly incompetent, unable to pull their own weight. His secretary, sporting a fresh bandage from their last encounter with a rogue monster, watches nervously as his boss wreaks havoc in the office. The guildmaster commands all members to assemble by 8 in the morning the following day. The secretary hesitates, unsure how many will actually show up, yet Hyun remains indifferent. He doesn't care if they are unwell or grieving. He simply wants everyone there as soon as possible. The secretary, however, reminds him that many members have recently quit the guild, and most have severed all contact. Hyun continues to shout, demanding that they take the mothers and fathers hostage to ensure compliance. However, that plan is unfeasible, as the guild's atmosphere is tense. Many members have quit, leaving them in a precarious situation. They are also uncertain how the remaining guild members will react if they turn against their own. Hyun is on the brink of losing his mind when a phone call abruptly interrupts his spiraling thoughts. The number is unfamiliar, and this is certainly the worst possible moment for a distraction. He answers the call, and to his surprise, he hears a voice he knows all too well. They quickly inform Hyun that they are in a difficult situation, while the guildmaster strains to recall the identity of the voice. If this person is indeed who he suspects, there's a chance the situation could be resolved more easily than he anticipated. Meanwhile, the details of their predicament have yet to be made public. Hyun is undoubtedly making an impact, especially after he and Yu Sung spend a week wreaking havoc in dungeons. As they emerge from a freshly cleared dungeon, they discuss their next move. While Yu Sung has been thoroughly enjoying the chaos, it's time for them to wrap things up and devise a plan for the grand finale. With Yu Sung involved, their chances improve significantly. He decides it's time to share his final plan with the psycho. Summoning the kid over, he leans in and whispers the details into his ear. The plan is so shocking that even Yu Sung pauses, questioning if Hyun is truly in his right mind. Shortly after, Yu Hyun receives a letter in the mail. It instructs him to arrive at the Dislupin Forest Dungeon on Seosan Mountain in Anyang City the following evening at 6 o'clock, where he must come to save his guild. The furious guildmaster crumples the letter in his fist, seething at the audacity of the phantom thief. He has had enough of their arrogance and is determined to confront them directly. Today, at a location of his choosing, he intends to settle the score once and for all. He arrives at the dungeon the phantom thief summoned him to, flanked by dozens of guild members, all prepared to bring this conflict to a decisive end. The guild members were far more hesitant this time than during their last major conflict with a formidable opponent. However, they had little choice. If they didn't show up, Yu Hyun could make their lives significantly more challenging. For now, it seemed wiser to keep a low profile and prioritize survival over confrontation. Yu Hyun grumbles as he listens to the loud complaints of his guild members. If only he had managed to convince the person who called him, things would have been much simpler. He recalls the earlier conversation with the man who had pointed out that Yu was in a bit of a bind. Recognizing the voice, he realizes that the man reached out to offer a helping hand in this challenging situation. Yu Hyun found himself in a bind, needing to reach out to someone like Yu Sung for assistance, as he had no means of contacting the man he was searching for. Yet, in a twist of fate, the very person he sought reached out to him first. With this unexpected turn of events, Yu Hyun seized the opportunity, believing that with this connection, they might finally have a chance to resolve everything. He assures the man that if he can help, Yu Hyun's father will reward him generously, and his own father will also lend support. This seems to ignite something within the man. The mere suggestion of backing from his father makes him realize that Yu Hyun still hasn't grasped his position. With that realization, he reconsiders and declares that he won't get involved. He abruptly ends the call, telling Yu Hyun to go to his oh-so-mighty father. That man is behaving like a petulant child, even worse than a Yu Sung. It seems he's surrounded by nothing but arrogant individuals, yet he allows them to persist in their stubbornness. Meanwhile, the same person who called Yu Hyun earlier receives word that the Bait Guild has gathered all its members. It appears that Yu Hyun has finally reached his breaking point. The messenger reminds the man that they were allies once, making it rather unfair to withhold reinforcements now. The man in question is Chi Min-jun, who leisurely sips his coffee as he absorbs the news. To Min-jun, there's nothing to be gained from supporting a group like the Bait Guild, but that still leaves the pressing question: what happens if they perish? There's no way President Jong Song-soo will remain passive if something like that occurs. As soon as the man speaks, energy-infused tentacles shoot out, wrapping tightly around his throat and choking him as he gasps for air. The source of this fury is Min-jun, furious at the implication that he should tiptoe around the old president. With great effort, the man manages to stammer out an apology, but Min-jun holds firm until his point is made. Finally, he releases the man, who coughs violently as he regains his breath. Min-jun then coolly instructs him to continue with whatever he was working on before. He also advises him to seek another financial backer. Meanwhile, at the D-ranked dungeon in Dislupin Forest, Yu Hyun and his guild members wait anxiously for the phantom thief to arrive. It's already 3 minutes past 6, and the thief's tardiness, especially for a meeting he organized, seems quite disrespectful. Nevertheless, Yu Hyun urges his guild members to remain vigilant. They have no idea how many enemies might be lurking, ready to spring in ambush. They don't have to wait long as the vice guildmaster suddenly spots something rushing toward them from straight ahead. Squinting, they realize it's Hyun, sprinting with a bag slung over his shoulder, while a pack of furious wolves chases him down. Yu Hyun gasps in shock, recognizing the ghost of a man he himself had killed. At first, he wonders if this could be the twin brother of our main character, but it soon becomes clear that Hyun is truly alive. With a bright smile, Hyun greets Yu Hyun, expressing his joy at their reunion after such a long time. As they reconnect, he reveals that he has a special gift to present. Hyan reaches into his bag and pulls out an adorable Dislupin pup. The guild members freeze, captivated by the sheer cuteness of the little creature. However, there's no time for admiration as Hyan winds up and tosses the pup toward the bait guild members. Even the most hardened and talented members of the guild can't resist the urge to save such a precious pup in peril, and they drop their weapons in a rush to rescue it. One of them manages to catch the pup, and they all coo at it as it begins to tear up in the man's hands. Their outrage quickly shifts to Hyan, the one who threw the pup in the first place. Fueled by anger, they are now even more determined to take him down for putting such an adorable creature in danger. Yu Hee-jun silences them, suddenly understanding the real reason Hyan had thrown the pup. It wasn't just one. He had kidnapped an entire bag of pups, which had now attracted the attention of all the Dislupins. Without hesitation, Hee-jun tosses the bag of pups into the air, leaving them unprepared for the onslaught of the charging Dislupins. Yu Hee-jun manages to block several of the charging monsters, while Hyan deftly dodges behind him, wishing the guildmaster good luck as he rushes off to confront the remaining guild members. As Yu Hee-jun holds off a few of the relentless creatures, he steals a glance behind him. The Dislupins are already a formidable challenge, capable of turning invisible, but Kang Hee-yeon's sudden appearance has thrown their entire formation into chaos. His plan to dismantle the bait guild proves to be far too effective, leaving Yuhan with no choice but to order the rest of his guild members to retreat. The men at the back don't hesitate for a moment. They dash toward the dungeon gate, shoving past one another in a frantic bid for freedom. They vow to quit the guild at the first opportunity, but their escape is abruptly halted when Yu-sung peeks out from the portal. Stunned, the guild members stare at him in fear as he pulls his weapon through the opening and swiftly crushes the closest person within reach. Without missing a beat, Yu-sung targets the next individual before they can flee, determined to make his mark. Panic spreads among the guild members as they begin to fall one by one, leaving Yue Hun in stunned disbelief. He never anticipated Yu-sung's betrayal. The shocking turn of events leaves him at a loss for how to respond. Nothing is going according to his plan, yet he clings to the hope that there must be a way out of this nightmare. To his left, invisible monster wolves are mercilessly tearing apart half of his guild members, while to his right, Hyen is dispatching the rest, leaving only chaos in his wake. Yu-sung is also in the fray, adding to the devastation. Despite his determination, he finds himself in a clear checkmate. There's no escape, no way out. With no other options left, he resolves to use his last resort. He channels his energy into his fist, preparing for one final attack. Meanwhile, Hyen swings his sword, striking down an unfortunate opponent, blood splattering around him like a grim reminder of the stakes at hand. There seems to be no end to the onslaught, and the guild members are beginning to resemble a swarm of cockroaches. His annoyance grows with each wave of attackers. As he fights, a loud shout pierces through the chaos. He turns to see Yu Hyun charging toward him, his entire body engulfed in flames. He's activated his last resort skill, self-immolation, transforming himself into a formidable, blazing fireball. The fireball expands, threatening to engulf the remaining guild members who have yet to be taken down. This skill puts Yu Hain's life at risk, its firepower overwhelming. Yet, he believed that even Hyun would not survive this onslaught. But just as the flames tear at his skin, Hyun reaches through the inferno and grips Yu Hyun's face. As if to mock him, he tells the man that the fire is merely a gentle warmth and that this much is insignificant. With a swift kick, he sends Yu Hyun sprawling into one of the lifeless wolves, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Then, with a chilling calmness, he instructs Yu Hyun to sit back and watch as the two maniacs dismantle the remnants of his guild. Yan is determined to ensure that he's the last person standing, refusing to let Yu Hyun escape so easily after all they've endured. With that resolve, Yan rushes off to confront the remaining guild members, leaving Yu Hyun to sit in silence, lost in contemplation. Everything he has built, everything he knows, has crumbled around him, all because he dared to cross the wrong person. As the end of his life draws near, he can't help but erupt into desperate, maniacal laughter. His laughter reverberates through the forest, echoing long into the evening, lingering even after all his guild members and the wolves have fallen silent. Yu-sung approaches him, still chuckling, but Hyun advises him to let the moment be. After all, he's probably lost in a pleasant dream. Meanwhile, Yu Hyun wrestles with his thoughts, feeling as though everything has come to an end. Yet, in a sudden moment of clarity, he rejects that notion. He refuses to accept such a pathetic fate. He doesn't want to die like this. He was an illegitimate child, a bastard son, treated like a stranger by everyone around him, especially his siblings. They ignored him, showing little care, yet they still dragged him into their relentless struggle for a role he never desired. His father was the only one who offered him sympathy and support, but to his siblings, that was merely another reason to tear him apart. Then one day, everything changed when the tutorial began. Talents emerged, and society shifted to a brutal hierarchy where might makes right. Hyun's tormentor was silenced in an instant, a clean slice to the neck ending his reign of terror. Hyun gazed down at the lifeless body, watching as the man's head rolled away, finally free from the fear that had haunted him for far too long. Meanwhile, he wonders why villains insist on delivering such lengthy, unnecessary monologues. Yoo-sung chuckles, remarking that they could have at least listened to his last words, but Hyun is uninterested in that. With everything settled, Hyun expresses his gratitude to Yoo-sung for his assistance. Yoo-sung shrugs it off, saying he didn't mind at all. After all, this whole ordeal was quite entertaining. Now Yoo-sung asks Hyun how it feels to finally achieve his long-awaited revenge. Hyun hesitates, recalling that he's heard vengeance can leave one feeling hollow, yet he doesn't quite agree. He eliminated those who truly deserved it. While it may not feel euphoric, there's a refreshing sense of closure. The next challenge is to decide what to do with the items dropped by the monsters and hunters. Hyun proposes selling the items and splitting the profits, but Yoo-sung insists he doesn't need the money. Hyun shrugs off the idea, thinking, why not? Money hasn't been on his mind lately. With the rewards from dungeon clears coming in steadily, he finds himself less concerned about finances. This recent incident made him realize that strength and a decent amount of money alone can't protect everything. He needs to gather as much wealth as possible to establish his own guild. As the gate fades, taking with it the last remnants of the Bait Guild, Hyun contemplates his next move. He asks Yoo-sung what he would say if Hyun suggested joining a guild. Before our main character can finish his sentence, Yoo-sung eagerly agrees without missing a beat. If his big brother is starting a guild, it's bound to be an exciting adventure for him. Hyun chuckles at the thought, reminding Yoo-sung that he hasn't even agreed to let him join yet. The two continue to banter playfully as they make their way down the mountain and back into town. No one could have predicted that the small guild formed as a joke by these two men would eventually become the most notorious guild in Korea for all the wrong reasons. Sometime later, Jung Sang-soo, the president of Hanseo Group, confronts the only person he holds responsible for his son's death, Choi Min-jun. He had entrusted Min-jun with the care and upbringing of Jong Yoo-haeon, and now, tragically, that young man is gone. This is a breach of contract, but Min-jun appears unfazed. He dismisses the man's concerns, jokingly pretending not to understand what the president is talking about. His act of ignorance only serves to infuriate the group leader further, especially since it's been over a week since he lost contact with his son and the guild members. It doesn't take a genius to conclude that they are likely dead. Min-jun remains unfazed, even taking a moment to commend himself for transforming someone as seemingly talentless as Yoo-hyun into the master of a major guild. To him, he has already done more than his fair share. The president's face flushes with indignation at the audacity of this man, and he realizes he has reached his breaking point. He commands his men to attack and eliminate Min-jun, and the guards in the room rush toward the man who remains comfortably seated on the office couch, seemingly unfazed. Without shifting much from his relaxed position, Min-jun activates his tentacle-like powers, ensnaring all the guards before they can even reach him. They begin to choke as Min-jun rises calmly to address President Jong. After all, they had an agreement, and Min-jun had fulfilled his end of the contract. There was no need for the president to resort to such underhanded tactics. Jong Sung-soo cowers in fear as the furious man looms over him. Min-jun warns him that if he ever attempts something like this again, he won't let it slide. The killing intent in Min-jun's eyes leaves the president speechless, but he manages to nod in agreement to the threat. A satisfied smile crosses Min-jun's face as he finally releases the guards from their chokehold. With the situation mostly resolved and nothing more to discuss, Min-jun turns to leave, casually instructing the president to deposit the money as agreed. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he can't shake his curiosity about who managed to take down Jong Yoo-haeon. The fall of the guildmaster led to the disappearance of the Bait Guild, and the sudden vanishing of such a major player has ignited a flurry of rumors and chilling tales. The uproar surrounding Raider and the media eventually faded, as the once infamous Bait Guild name was overshadowed by a wave of emerging guilds and rising talents. Meanwhile, Hyun and Yoo-sung reunited for a pleasant meal and a heartfelt conversation. They were grateful to have escaped any repercussions for dismantling the Bait Guild, especially since Yoo-sung had taken care of anyone who dared to annoy him. They also leveled up from that battle and successfully disposed of all the stolen goods through their strategic connections. To top it all off, Yoon is now enjoying a lavish meal on someone else's dime. Overall, everything went remarkably well for the two men. However, Yoon still faces one significant issue. He has acquired a new title, Ruthless Household Destroyer. This title grants him an increase of 2 in strength and the unsettling ability to invoke instinctive fear in others. The effects of unequipped titles remain partially effective, so even if he doesn't activate the Household Destroyer title, it will still have an impact. Hyun is already burdened by the stress of his appearance, and now he risks creating even more misunderstandings. Yet, there's no doubt about Hyun's reputation as a vicious person, and ultimately, it won't change much in the grand scheme of things. As they converse, Hyun's phone suddenly rings. It's a call from Lee Hyun, who is calling to remind him of the promise he made in exchange for his family's protection. Hyun struggles to recall this agreement, but Lee Hyun doesn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he gently reminds him that he is supposed to meet with their guildmaster, and they would appreciate it if he could do so as soon as possible. Hyun makes his way to the Dangan Guild at the first opportunity, and to his surprise, he brings Yu-sung along. The guildmaster welcomes them without hesitation, revealing that he and Yu-sung are actually acquaintances. They first crossed paths at a lavish party, where Yu-sung appeared strikingly different from how he looks now. Meeting at such an extravagant event suggests that the guildmaster was likely born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and to top it off, she's also a tutorial graduate. That kind of luck feels downright unfair. As they arrive at the guildmaster's office, they share a brief knock before she calls them in. At the front of the office, the master of the Dangang Guild greets Hyun with a warm smile. As they shake hands, a look of relief washes over her. She has heard so much about him from Lee Hyun. As their meeting is about to commence, Lee Hyun takes his leave, exchanging polite pleasantries. She gestures for the two men to take a seat, and Hyun promptly begins the conversation by expressing his gratitude for the assistance she provided to him and his family. He offers to do anything to repay his debt. She dismisses it as no big deal, but Hyun presses on, revealing his discomfort with being indebted to others. He cuts to the chase, asking her directly why she wanted to see him. Yun lets out a sigh, wishing she could treat him to some tea first, but time is not on their side. She invites him to join the Dangan Guild so they can collaborate, but our MC promptly declines the offer. The silence that follows is palpable, and Hyun quietly accepts his refusal. His response was cutting, yet the firmness of his words made it easier for Hyun to let go. Still, he felt a desire to repay her somehow, even if joining the guild was no longer an option. He offered to be available if they ever needed assistance. Seon couldn't refuse the idea of having a powerful awakener indebted to them, so she agreed to keep him in mind for the future. Hyun doubts there's anything he can do for the top guild in the country, but he keeps the door open for them to reach out whenever they need. Seon then steers the conversation in a different direction, asking Hyun how long he believes the current peace in Dangan and the world will last. Hyun hesitates, reflecting that a world where criminals have roamed unchecked since the emergence of dungeons hardly qualifies as peaceful. Since she's also a tutorial graduate, it's likely she had a meeting with the administrator and witnessed the chaos of the tutorial's 8th stage. Compared to what he experienced, calling the current world a place of peace feels entirely accurate. However, he decides to play it cool and tells her he doesn't know anything. Regardless of what happens, he figures it's not a problem that can be solved by simply worrying about it. For now, their only option is to grow stronger. Additionally, the Haken dimension that initiated this crisis still has 5 years left on its cooldown. Se-yeon's expression darkens as she informs him that within 3 years, some countries will begin to struggle for survival. In the grand scheme of things, they haven't been given much time to find a solution. He asks her why she is so certain this would happen, but she replies that she can't reveal much in detail. Instead, she reveals to him that a godlike entity is aware of everything happening, and that the Dangung Guild has an awakener capable of communicating with this being. While she is likely referring to the administrator, he never realized there could be someone who could converse with it. She continues the discussion, asking if he has noticed how the difficulty of the dungeons has been steadily increasing, while the growth of awakeners has stagnated in comparison. Yan remains oblivious to this, but Yu-sung has picked up on some whispers. It's said that as an awakener grows stronger, they begin to face greater dangers. This is why hunting with guns proves ineffective. However, weapons like bows and crossbows still offer opportunities for leveling up. There are numerous theories surrounding this phenomenon, yet no one has truly unraveled the mystery. Only those with both strength and courage can tackle the recent incidents. Individuals like our protagonist, Jan, possess the potential to become heroes who safeguard the Earth from impending threats. This isn't the first time Hyun has been labeled a hero destined to protect the planet. He confides in Se-hyun, insisting that he really isn't as noble as everyone thinks. Calling him a hero might be a stretch, especially considering he was the one who wiped out an entire guild. When the Bait Guild is mentioned, Sai-han's voice suddenly turns icy. She declares that she has no interest in trash like that. The Bait Guild was composed of individuals who contributed nothing to humanity's survival and were certainly not deserving of protection. A person like Hyun holds more significance for humanity than hundreds from a guild like that. The one who safeguards the world doesn't need to be virtuous. They simply need to be powerful. With that, the conversation comes to a close. After seeing them off, Lee Hyun returns to the guildmaster's office and confirms that he witnessed them enter the car and drive away. Curiosity piqued, he asks her how the meeting went and what it was like to see him in person. Xian leans forward in her seat, contemplating her response. He certainly exceeded her expectations, and from their conversation, she was able to confirm something crucial. When she mentioned the administrator, a flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. This solidified her belief that he was indeed a tutorial graduate. Meanwhile, a dungeon gate looms ominously as people casually drive by and stroll around it, seemingly unfazed. This dungeon is unlike any other. It's a D-rank dungeon, significantly stronger than the usual ones. While E-rank and D-rank dungeons differ by just a single letter, the disparity in their challenges is vast. Not only do the monsters grow in strength and number, but the variety of creatures encountered is also far greater. Hyun is currently battling through the D-rank dungeon known as the Diancy's Research Institute, where this diversity in monsters is particularly pronounced. Here, the variety of monsters is even more extensive, making things increasingly frustrating for Hyun. Typically, the regular mobs and the boss mobs belong to the same type, which simplifies the challenge. However, this place is teeming with diversity, meaning each monster boasts its own unique attack pattern and fighting style. At last, Hyun encounters a new monster he has never seen before. An ogre chimera, a monstrous creature with a goblin's head perched atop an ogre's massive body, loomed before Hyun. The proportions were so mismatched that he couldn't help but think that this transformation might actually weaken the beast. However, recognizing the creature's undeniable strength, he decided to extend an invitation. He would offer the chance to join their new guild. Hyun made a bet with Yu Sung to see who could find a candidate for the guild first. In response, the monster raised its massive hammer high above its head and brought it crashing down toward Hyun with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath them. However, Hyun was quick enough to dodge, leaping over the monster's head with agility. The chimera could have simply declined to join, but attacking the future guildmaster meant it had disqualified itself from consideration. The monster lets out a deafening roar as a foul liquid begins to fill its mouth, only to be violently expelled toward Hyun. Just before the strange substance can reach him, Hyun activates his mana explosion, sending a powerful blast into the monster's face and allowing him to dart behind it. As he turns around, he notices that his armor has been slightly dissolved, a clear indication that whatever the monster spat at him is highly acidic. This fight is bound to be challenging. The monster boasts tough, leathery skin, and Hyun is at a disadvantage in weight class. However, our distinguished scholar of a main character is an advanced intellectual. With his keen mind, he always finds a solution to every problem he faces. In this case, the answer lies in the monster's hammer. Hyun must get his hands on it. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a group of delinquent talents strolls through the shadows, treating it like any other day. One of them suddenly mentions hearing monster screams echoing in the distance. However, their leader, Hyun, brushes it off, suggesting it's likely just someone hunting. What truly matters, he insists, is the prize that lies right before them. A young woman stands, encircled by a group of men whose intentions are far from noble. This is why people like them are so drawn to dungeons. They often uncover unexpected treasures in the most peculiar places. The hunter from earlier continues to chatter about the strange sounds echoing around them, but Hyun reassures him not to worry about other hunters. However, the group leader overlooked one crucial detail. What if this mysterious presence is hunting them? Behind them, an irate Hyun drags his newly stolen hammer across the dungeon floor, muttering under his breath. Their attention shifts to him as his words become clearer. Hyun, the group's intellectual, possesses a keen sense of smell, allowing him to detect the faint scent of weak criminal scum. Perfect targets for him to unleash his fury upon. The men immediately sense that something is gravely amiss when they spot the psychopath dragging a massive hammer toward them. As he strides closer, the stunned men can only watch in horror. Without uttering a single word, he lifts the hammer high above his head, seemingly poised to bring it crashing down on the entire group. But instead, with a thunderous crash, it slams into the ceiling above them. Dust and rubble cascade around Hyun as he struggles to pull the hammer free from the ceiling. The others watch in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what drives this eccentric character to swing such a massive tool in such a confined space, yet they remain oblivious to the brilliance of our main character. With a determined effort, the hammer finally begins to budge, and Hyun yanks it free, slamming it down on the ground before him with a resounding thud. Dust and debris swirl around the area as Hyun takes a deep breath, realizing that the hammer might be a bit too heavy for him at the moment. It would be impractical to wield it as his main weapon, so he sets it aside for now. The group continues to stare at him, utterly dumbfounded, until their leader finally breaks the silence. He wondered what could have happened to make a guy like that suddenly start flaunting his strength. But it seemed Hyun didn't even grasp the situation. For him to put the hammer away and disarm himself in front of so many people, he must be utterly foolish. The man charges at Hyun, intent on finishing him with a single blow. But before he can even register Hyun's movement, a swift slap to the face sends him sprawling. In an instant, he finds himself on the ground, nursing a swollen cheek and shattered dreams. Hyun grabs the criminal by the hair, lifting him off the ground with a knife pressed firmly against his neck. He warns the man's teammates to drop everything they have if they want their friend to live. But instead of surrendering, the men charge at Hyun, launching a coordinated attack. Even Hyun is taken aback by their reckless decision to fight, despite the hostage situation. RMC, with a hint of disappointment, tells the man that it seems he has wasted his life and chosen terrible friends. Curiously, he asks for the man's name. Kim Gyu-shik, the man replies. Now that he has a name, RMC declares that Gyu-shik will have the honor of becoming Hyun's partner as they plot their revenge for the betrayal he suffered. After Hyun discovers a sturdy grip using the guy's nuts, he transforms a full-grown man into a makeshift battering ram, delivering a headbutt that knocks out the first person who dares to approach. This quick test proves successful for Hyun, as he realizes the impact of his unconventional weapon is surprisingly effective. With Gyu-shik the battering ram at his side, Hyun feels invincible. The men, who once charged fearlessly, now tremble in fear, warning Hyun not to come any closer. Yet their pleas fall on deaf ears, as Hyun wields his battering ram, effortlessly taking down the rest and leaving them all unconscious. The young woman from earlier watches in shock as Hyun stands over the defeated men, stretching as if he has just finished a long day's work. From what Hyun can gather, the group was likely a D-ranked clear party, which explains why the fight took longer than usual for him. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out to him from behind. It's the woman from earlier, eager to express her gratitude for his help. Had Hyun not intervened when he did, she would have faced a dire fate. He waves off her thanks, assuring her that taking down those foes was enjoyable for him, so there's no need for her to bow in appreciation. The woman introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah and politely asks for his name in return. Hyun can't help but blush at her courteousness, but he introduces himself nonetheless. Then, Sung-ah leans in, her eyes filled with determination, and asks him what she must do to become as strong as he is. Hyun stares at her in confusion, caught off guard by her earnestness. This was the historic moment when South Korea's most notorious troublemakers were brought together, though it would take some time for them to fully grasp the significance of it. Hyun scratched his cheek, pondering how to respond to her question about how she could become stronger. The only advice Hyun can offer her is to work hard and put in the effort. Yet, Sung-ah has already dedicated herself significantly. After all, not all effort is created equal. To attain the level of power she desires, she must be prepared to risk everything, even her life. Sung-ah appears to take his words to heart, but Hyun feels a strange discomfort in sharing such sentiments, knowing he has the power to revive. To him, death has lost its significance. With nothing more to say, he wishes her to be careful on her way out of the dungeon and encourages her to do whatever she wants with the guys he had defeated earlier. As Hyun walks away, he pauses and turns back to ask her if she can leave the dungeon on her own. Sung-ah replies that she can't. Although it would be perfectly normal for her to ask for help in situations like this, she chooses not to. Hyun wants to help her find her way out, but he came to clear the dungeon and has no intention of leaving until he accomplishes that goal. In response, Sung-ah offers to accompany him for the duration of his time in the dungeon. Our main character is taken aback by her proposal, wondering if it stems from his earlier comment about being willing to die. He begins to tell her to forget what he just said, but she interrupts him, insisting that it's not about that. She understands her role perfectly and is willing to follow him quietly, as silent as the dead, while diligently mining mana stones for him. She promises not to be a burden and adds that every mana stone she collects will be for him alone. Though she may be weaker than him, she is still talented enough to protect herself. After contemplating this for a moment longer, Hyun finally relents and tells her to follow him. The two of them navigate the dungeon, heading toward the main core while leaving a trail of defeated monsters in their wake. As Hyun takes down the last creature, Sung-ah praises him for a job well done. With a satisfied smile, she pulls out a knife to begin collecting the mana stones. She skillfully slices through the monster corpses as Hyun observes her. Just as she claimed, she's more than capable of protecting herself, and she never gets in his way. It seems she possesses a stealth skill, as she retreats during combat, occasionally providing support with her bow without hindering his movements. Remarkably, she even collects the mana stones he usually leaves behind, too preoccupied to bother with them himself. Overall, clearing this dungeon became significantly easier with her assistance, and he has no regrets about bringing her along. Now, the next challenge is deciding their next move. With the surge of energy in the air, the boss room must be just ahead, and things are bound to get more dangerous from here. Sung-ah's determination to stick by his side remains unwavering, and she has every reason to continue this journey with him. As they converse, both receive system notifications indicating that the dungeon's main core has been destroyed and the portal to the outside world has been opened. Hyun wonders if someone has beaten him to it, but then he senses the lingering energy of the boss. This revelation strikes him. It's not just an ordinary dungeon clear, it's a dungeon break. This is a D-rank dungeon, marking Korea's first ever D-rank dungeon break. The incident quickly grabs headlines, reported as a phenomenon in a suburb of Seoul. Around 10 dungeons opened simultaneously, leading to this being classified as yet another monster wave. The event took place on February 8th, marking the third occurrence of a monster wave in the country, following the blockade of Hwanghae County. Unlike the previous two incidents, this wave was artificially created by acts of terrorism, according to expert analysis. In the hallways of a guild, a man rushes toward an office at the end of the corridor. He bursts into the room, calling out for the association president. However, the president is already fully geared up and ready to go. He understands that the man has barged in due to the dungeon break, and he has completed his preparations to head out. Choi Dong-woo, the talented president of the association, is known for his preparedness and calm demeanor. However, even he is taken aback by the news the man has brought. According to the latest reports, a D-rank dungeon has emerged among those that have recently broken. Without hesitation, Dong-woo inquires about the location. The man replies that it is situated within DNC's Research Institute. That's a precarious location for a high-ranked dungeon to emerge, especially given its dense population. A dungeon break is already a challenging scenario, but now the stakes have escalated dramatically. Dong-woo inquires about the presence of any major guilds nearby, but the only one available is the Hwanghae Guild. Unfortunately, most of their key members are currently away on a business trip. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Dong-woo swiftly commands the gathering of the 50 elite members of his guild to head to Suwon, while the remaining members will be dispatched to other dungeons. Meanwhile, at the Donggun Guild, Sion is fully geared up and preparing to respond to the dungeon break incident. From the reports she's receiving, she realizes that Dong-woo will be delayed if he takes too long. She wonders if any guilds can hold the line until everyone arrives. Aside from the Hwanghae Guild, whose members are all abroad, the only available options are smaller guilds. However, there is one talented individual already on the scene, swiftly eliminating monsters. Lee Hyun smirks as he informs the guild master about a certain someone possessing a massive longsword, a muscular physique, and a brutal face that's hard to distinguish from a monster's. Sion smiles, recognizing exactly who Lee Hyun is referring to. With confidence, she assures him that there won't be any issues in that area with our main character on the scene. In Suwon, Hyun stands panting heavily over the monsters he has just barely defeated. The other talented individuals who came to assist watch in astonishment, completely taken aback that one person could take down all these creatures alone. One of them approaches to thank Hyun for his help, eager to express their gratitude. But before they can ask how to repay him, Hyun shouts for everyone to get out of the area as quickly as possible if they want to stay alive. The talented individuals struggle to grasp his meaning, but Hyun senses the impending danger. The dungeon break remains open, which means the boss monster is still lurking inside. He warns them that the creature hasn't emerged yet, and if it continues to stay there, they will all meet a grim fate. The hunter who had approached him earlier gulps in fear but quickly swallows it down and steps forward. He reminds Haiyan that, despite appearances, they are all skilled in their own right and wish to offer at least a bit of assistance. Without missing a beat, Hyun turns to the speaker and asks, "How many chimeras have you killed so far?" The man struggles to respond, prompting Haiyan to press him further. "Have you even managed to kill one?" he demands. "If all the hunters stay and try to fight, they'll only become nuisances. We need to focus on evacuating the civilians instead." The crowd around them begins to murmur, questioning why he insists on shouldering this burden alone. Even if he is strong, at the end of the day, he's still just one person, and there's no way he can match their combined strength. Yet, one glance at Hyun's desperate and terrified expression makes it clear that there's no room for debate. In that moment, they all agree that it's wiser to retreat. As the others walk away, Sung-ah lingers behind, her hesitation evident. To her surprise, Hyun turns to her and asks if she can manage sniping with her bow. He explains that he will be counting on her for cover, and encourages her to find a spot to hide, where she can provide support from a distance. She is momentarily startled, but quickly agrees to proceed. An ominous dark energy begins to seep from the portal, and soon, entirely new monsters emerge onto the streets. 3 massive chimeras burst forth from the dungeon, looming over Hyun as they advance directly toward him. Each of them is as formidable as the ogre he fought earlier, and from the energy still seeping from the portal, he realizes that the boss is on its way too. A cloaked skeleton figure emerges from the dungeon, floating ominously above them as the portal seals shut behind it. It surveys the surroundings, its voice unexpectedly echoing as it marvels at the peculiar architecture of human society. This is the first time Hyun has encountered a talking monster, and the skeleton's gaze settles on him. "Do you truly intend to face us all alone?" it inquires, a hint of amusement in its tone. With unwavering courage, Hyun draws his sword, determination blazing in his eyes. "I'm more than ready to smash your skull and turn the pieces into a puzzle," he retorts boldly. The boss monster chuckles, recognizing Hyun's arrogance. Yet, as it studies his physique, it realizes that Hyun could prove to be quite an asset if he were to join its ranks. But Hyun cuts to the chase, challenging the skeleton to a leader's duel. He proposes a one-on-one fight with the boss while the minions stand aside. The skeleton boss immediately refuses, prompting a scoff from Hyun. He hadn't expected it to agree anyway, and readies himself for a fight. Without hesitation, Hyun grips his hammer and charges toward the monsters. Before they can gather their wits to fight back, he takes a deep breath and unleashes his raging lion's roar, instantly shattering the monsters' defenses. As they remain frozen in place, Hyun leaps into the air, raising his hammer high above his head. With a mighty swing, he brings it crashing down on the first chimera, unleashing a massive shockwave that ripples outward from the impact. The skeleton watches, in awe, realizing that Hyun is completely out of mana. This display of power is purely a testament to his raw strength. Despite his arrogance, the skeleton realizes it would be a waste to kill Hyun. Instead, he devises a plan to keep our main character alive and turn him into a slave. Suddenly, the monster's helmet begins to crack, and with a deafening explosion, it shatters, revealing a dazed and bewildered large goblin beneath. The goblin collapses, completely knocked out from just that single blow delivered by Hyun. However, already severely weakened and drained of mana, the hammer that once felt heavy now weighs down on him even more, causing his knees to buckle under its weight. The skeleton boss, intent on keeping Hyun as a slave, swiftly unleashes its mind control powers on him. His eyes shift into a sharp rainbow hue, signaling that the mind control has taken effect, leaving him entirely at the mercy of the skeleton boss. With the battle seemingly concluded, the skeleton welcomes Hyun as his newest slave, commanding him to bow and demonstrate his loyalty. As the mind control fades, Hyun lifts his hand high into the air, defiantly flashing the skeleton his middle finger in retaliation. The attempt at mind control had failed, thwarted by the power of his strengthened mind ring. The skeleton is taken aback, impressed that he managed to resist his mind control with just a simple item. Realizing there's no other way to claim Hyun as a slave without destroying his body, it resolves to kill him. As soon as its master's intent shifts to something lethal, the tiger chimera charges forward. Hyun, however, barely manages to activate his Antria's integument skill, hardening his body just in time to shield himself from the deadly strike. The impact is powerful enough to send him hurtling through the air, and Hyun crashes into a nearby building, triggering a small explosion. As they approach the site of the crash, they remain oblivious to an arrow that suddenly streaks in from an unseen direction, embedding itself in the tiger's head and causing it to topple over. The skeleton scans the surroundings, curious if Hyun has an ally nearby. Yet, regardless of that possibility, the intensity of the attack is not something he feels he should worry about. On the other hand, Hyun views that arrow as the perfect opportunity to regain the upper hand in this battle. He grabs the hammer once more and leaps out from the wreckage, clutching it tightly. With a powerful swing, he drives the arrow embedded in the tiger's head deeper, driving it like a nail straight through the beast's brain. The tiger collapses instantly, defeated by Hyun's quick thinking and Sung-Ah's impeccable timing. However, one more chimera beast remains, and its sharp tail suddenly darts toward Hyun. It pierces straight through his chest, forcing him to cough up blood and drop the hammer. Yet, instead of collapsing, Hyun summons the last of his strength to seize the snake creature by the tail. With a fierce determination, he hurls it into the air before slamming it down into the ground with all his might. He swiftly draws his sword from his inventory before the creature can rise, delivering a flurry of quick stabs that vanquish the final chimera. The skeleton observes in silence as Hyun stands triumphantly over the fallen minions, wiping the blood from his face. With everyone else dispatched, only one bald enemy remains to be defeated. The skeleton sees right through his arrogant bluff, recognizing that Hyun is utterly exhausted. He's even more fatigued than when the fight began, and to make matters worse, his mana is completely depleted. In this state, he stands no chance against a boss monster. As the truth sinks in, Hyun's confident expression shifts to one of seriousness, realizing that his facade has been uncovered. At this moment, he is completely out of mana, and his body regeneration skill has reached its limit. More importantly, he lacks the means to strike down the enemy while it hovers above him. He doesn't even have the strength to jump or throw his hammer, nor any mana left to activate his Titan Strength skill. Things are looking dire in this battle, and it's about to get much worse. His heart races wildly in his chest, and blood trickles from his nose as an overwhelming force grips him. He coughs up blood, stumbling around before finally collapsing, his head striking the ground. In that moment, he loses the last remnants of strength in his body. The earlier attack from the snake monster, which pierced through his chest, was far from a mere melee strike. It injected poison into his body, and now Hyun finds himself in an even more dire situation. He was already at a massive disadvantage, but now victory seems utterly unattainable. Just when hope appears lost, the skeleton presents him with one final opportunity for survival: the antidote, offered in exchange for his surrender and servitude as a slave. Despite everything, Hyun continues to smile maniacally, shouting once more that he promised to shatter the skeleton's skull and turn it into a puzzle. He knows he must act quickly, channeling every last ounce of energy he possesses to make this moment count. First, he draws upon all the remaining mana in his body to cure the poison coursing through his veins. He reaches into his inventory and retrieves Biljan's longsword, a B-rank item that grants him the Berserker trait along with enhanced durability. This trait boosts his strength and vitality by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, the power comes at a cost. His judgment becomes severely impaired, and he will face significant aftereffects from using this skill. As the Berserker trait activates, he taunts the skeleton, daring it to come forward and fight to the death. Even if he must face the afterlife, he vows to take responsibility and drag the skeleton boss along with him. Just as the battle is about to begin, a calm voice from behind interrupts, informing him that he has done enough. Hyun turns to see Dongwoo approaching, hand extended in a gesture of support. Before the fight begins, he turns to Hyun and says that, while they may not know each other, he can sense that Hyun has accomplished something remarkable. Now, however, it's time for him to step back, as the talented association will handle things from here. Hyun realizes that Dongwoo is the tutorial graduate and the president of the talented association. Dongwoo urges him to rest, noting the seriousness of his injuries. Hyun attempts to push through, trying to act like a rogue, but his body betrays him. Just as he thought he could manage, his injuries overwhelm him. With no strength left to continue, Hyun collapses to the ground, his eyelids growing heavy as darkness begins to close in. Dongwoo made a striking entrance, leaving no doubt that he could be trusted to resolve this once and for all. Much later, in a Korean hospital, Hyun's eyes suddenly snap open. He turns to find his sister sipping a drink and engrossed in her phone. Groggily, he sits up and grumbles, "Why do I have to see such an ugly face first thing when I wake up?" Hyun retorts that it's because he always spouts nonsense the moment he wakes up. She then bluntly asks why he didn't just die, considering the hospital bills were a significant burden for them. Hyun opens his mouth to fire back with a witty comeback, but then he suddenly recalls the dungeon break and shifts his focus, eager to know what transpired. Hyun admits she doesn't have all the details, but she heard that things went smoothly. She received an unexpected call about her older brother's hospitalization and rushed to the hospital, only to find the talented association president keeping vigil at his bedside. The sight of the president brought back memories of the scouter who had handed him a business card after he cleared a dungeon in town. While he appreciated the help, he felt no obligation to owe him anything. Ahayan notices him lost in thought and gently reminds him not to push himself too hard. After all, she's genuinely worried about his unique ability and the possibility that it could one day lead to his demise. Hyun attempts to counter his concern, insisting that he won't just die because he wants to. He despises dying, especially since it means his level drops each time, making the situation even worse. But as he gazes at Ah-hyun's face, his words falter. She's glaring at him, her emotions swirling beneath the surface, and it's clear that his repeated deaths are weighing heavily on her. Understanding the depth of her concern, he silently resolves to die less often than he has over the past few months. Meanwhile, at the Talented Association, the president is eager to gather more information about Kang Hyun. Dongwoo has never heard of him, but he notices that the association had attempted to contact Kang Hyun once before. Confused, his subordinate questions why the president would go to such lengths to evacuate him and even cover his hospital expenses, especially since they know so little about him. The reason lies in the fact that he witnessed the birth of a new hero. Dong-soo realizes that this may be his only chance to assist him. In his memories, Hyun appeared incredibly heroic as he vowed to lay down his life to defeat the boss monster. Of course, Dong-soo's recollection is heavily romanticized, and Ah-hyun's words were far less eloquent than he remembers. However, a more pressing concern looms, the case of the Lich boss that escaped. A few days later, Hyun has his final appointment with the doctor. The test results reveal that his body is in perfect condition, leaving the doctor astonished at the remarkable recovery rate of a talented individual. With that, Hyun is officially discharged from the hospital. As he and Ayan make their way out, Hyun grumbles about how he could have been released earlier, if only he hadn't been stuck for an extra day. Ayan chides him for talking too much, especially since the association president covered all the hospital expenses, leaving him with no financial worries. As their argument heats up, Hyun overhears a nurse informing someone that there is no patient named Kang Hyun in the hospital. Ayan glances over to see a frustrated man speaking with a nurse at the reception. He tells his sister to go ahead while he investigates the situation. The man at the reception grows increasingly flustered as he asks the nurse if she is absolutely certain that Hyun isn't in the hospital. The nurse reiterates that there is no patient named Ah-hyun. If he has been discharged, there's nothing more they can do. The man sighs, realizing he was just a moment too late to find his. But fortune seems to smile upon him, as Ayan approaches from behind, directly asking who he is and what he's looking for. Hyun approached, drawn by the sound of his name. Initially taken aback, the man quickly regained his composure. "Hold on a moment," he said, reaching into his suit pocket. He produced a card from the Ministry of Interior and Safety, introducing himself as team leader Shin Tae-gil. It was evident that the ministry was a specialized management team, clearly a government organization with significant authority. Hyun directly asks why the government is suddenly looking for him. The two men make their way to a restaurant, and Hyun inquires if it's appropriate for them to be there, given the place's high prices. Tae-gil reassures him that there are no issues, prompting Hyun to chuckle to himself, realizing where all his taxes have been going. Now that they're in a more private setting, Hyun cuts to the chase, asking if they want him to work for the government. Tae-gil reassures him that they won't pressure him into working. They're simply extending an offer. Accepting it would mean Hyun would become a civil servant, but he doesn't see much appeal in that. However, it's important to note that Hyun wouldn't be a typical civil servant. The Special Talented Management Team is an organization focused on preparing for the rapidly changing future. The government has come to realize that controlling the talented is an impossible feat. Their numbers continue to rise daily, and any attempt to exert force is futile. Rather than provoke them, the best approach is to extend enticing offers, fostering a peaceful collaboration. The government has resolved to foster a mutually beneficial relationship, aiming to support the talented as much as possible. As they discuss this plan, Hyun's gaze is fixed on Tae-gil as he cooks the meat, and a wave of dissatisfaction washes over him. Though he holds back his criticism for the moment, he can't help but question what advantages he would gain by becoming one of the government-favored talents. The most significant advantage, of course, is the money. The government will provide him with enough funds to pursue whatever he desires without worry. Should any issues regarding his personal safety arise, the government will ensure the protection of both him and his family. Additionally, Hyun will receive treatment befitting someone of merit. While the conditions are quite favorable, they also suggest that he will have a considerable amount of responsibility to shoulder. Tae-gil won't deny it. However, they won't ask him to do anything unfair or unreasonable. Hyun should easily maintain his current lifestyle, only stepping in when they request his help. It's not a bad deal at all. In fact, the talented association president, Choi Dong-woo, along with Donggan Guildmaster Han Zian, have already agreed to cooperate with the government. At the end of the day, this opportunity seems like an incredibly profitable side gig for him, leaving him with few reasons to decline. Hyun decides to accept the proposal, officially becoming a government worker. Later, he makes his way back to Gyeonggi-do in Suwon, the site of the recent dungeon break. He had driven his car there, and after being evacuated to the hospital, he left it behind. After the chaos subsides, he wonders if his car is still in one piece. As he approaches the spot where he parked it, a voice calls out his name. He looks up to see Sung-ga, casually dressed and seemingly waiting for him. With a smile, she hands him a bag filled with the monster cores from all the creatures she defeated in the dungeon. Just as she had promised, all of them belonged to him. She intended to give them to him sooner, but after he fainted, he was whisked away, leaving her unable to find him. So she returned to this place and waited endlessly, uncertain if he would ever come back. He tells her she can take the monster cores, since he has no use for them, but she insists that she doesn't want to break her promise to her benefactor. At the end of the day, he can't refuse her offer, so he walks away with the bag of cores, thanking her for her kindness. He resumes his search for his car, but is called back once more by Sung-ah. He turns to find her bowing deeply, her voice earnest, as she asks him to take her on as his apprentice. Yoon pauses, momentarily bewildered by her request. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of an F-rank dungeon known as Gorka Village, a battered lich lies hidden in the forest, staring down at itself in disbelief. How could mere humans have cornered him to this extent, leaving him nearly cowering in the shadows, gripped by fear? Just then, a figure approaches, startling the D-rank dungeon boss from his thoughts. It's almost pitiful to witness a dungeon boss cowering in the corner of a forest, and of all people to stumble upon it. It had to be Chi Min-jun. The lich cautiously inquires about Min-jun's identity, but he reassures the creature that there's no need for fear. They are not enemies. In fact, Min-jun is the one who liberated the monster from its dungeon. Instead of resorting to combat, Min-jun approaches the Lich of Dance with a proposal to join forces and collaborate. The following day, Hyun brings Sun-ao to meet Yu-sung, and she greets the blonde with a polite introduction. Surprisingly, despite his typically boisterous and animated demeanor, Yu-sung finds himself utterly speechless for the first time in ages. He honestly believed that since Hyun had no friends, there was no way he could find a guild member. Yet, to his surprise, Hyun proved him wrong. Our protagonist felt a twinge of offense at Yu-sung's suggestion that he lacked friends. However, as he paused to reflect, he found himself unexpectedly coming up blank. With no one coming to mind, Hyun quickly shifts the conversation, reminding Yu-sung that he won their guild member bet, which means the blonde will be footing the bill for their meal. While this doesn't really change much, since Yu-sung usually pays for their meals anyway, a bet is a bet, and he can't back down now. However, even though Yu-sung acknowledges his loss, it doesn't mean he'll allow just anyone to join the guild. He informs Sung-ah that she must first pass a test and asks if she's ready to enter a dungeon right away to demonstrate her skills. Sung-ah hesitates for a moment but quickly agrees. Hyun, however, sees through her bravado and realizes that the thrill-seeker simply wants to rush into the hunt. They make their way to a D-rank dungeon known as Harpy's Cliff, where Sung-ah's test will unfold. Inside the dungeon, they are swiftly ambushed by a swarm of harpies. However, Sung-ah's exceptional archery skills prove more than sufficient as she takes them down one by one from the sky. Yu-sung can't help but acknowledge the advantage of having a long-range damage dealer on their team. With her at their side, their group is finally beginning to feel like a true party. Hyun turns to Yu-sung, inquiring if she passes, noticing his evident admiration for her skills. However, the blonde seems to have completely forgotten about the test, revealing that his true intention was simply to dive into a dungeon for some hunting. Hyun attempts to jog his memory about the test, but it takes a moment for Yu-sung to recall it. This only reinforces the fact that his mind was solely set on the thrill of the hunt, nothing more. With all the harpies defeated, Sung-ah begins to gather mana stones from their corpses. Hyun chimes in, reminding her that she doesn't need to be so thorough. It can be quite bothersome. Sung-ah smiles, assuring him that it's fine because she enjoys collecting them. Yu-sung adds that those mana stones are valuable, so he shouldn't let any go to waste, especially since he doesn't have many. Yan has little interest in mana stones. He knows he can earn more than enough by simply taking the core. He turns to Yu Sung and asks if he collects mana stones for himself, but it's clear the blonde is indifferent. After all, he's wealthy. As their conversation unfolds, Yan suddenly senses something amiss in their surroundings and instinctively reaches for a weapon from his inventory. Yu Sung doesn't notice it right away, but as he concentrates, he begins to sense it too. Sung-ah, however, remains oblivious to what they are experiencing and asks them what's happening, but they remain silent. Instead, Hyun closes his eyes, focusing intently. After a moment, he swings his fist into the air, striking something unseen. Suddenly, a figure materializes out of thin air, crashing to the ground, completely unconscious from Hyun's punch. This guy must have possessed some top-notch stealth, as both Hyun and Yu Sung barely sensed his presence. However, given the absence of any killing intent, it seems he wasn't trying to harm them. However, that doesn't mean he entered the dungeon with good intentions. Hyun's intuition warns him that something is off. Yu Sung suggests it could be an awakened individual simply passing through. If that's the case, then Hyun's actions could be seen as indiscriminate violence. Regardless of his intentions, sneaking up on people in a dungeon is simply bad manners, and he deserves a beating for it. On top of that, Yan has something else in mind. He recalls the conversation he had with Tae-gil right after signing the contract to become a government worker. As soon as the ink dried, Tae-gil wasted no time in giving him a directive and sharing crucial information about the recent incidents of dungeon terrorism. It seems that there are individuals deliberately causing dungeon breaks, and the government has finally caught wind of the organization behind these incidents. Their current priority is to track down the leader, and soon, a major offensive will be launched by the government to put an end to this threat. During that attack, they will need Hyun's help to take them down. Back in the present, a mysterious, foul-looking liquid splashes across the creeper's face, jolting him awake with a startled shout. As his eyes flutter open, the first thing he sees is Hyun's smug face. It quickly dawns on him that he's been tied up. "Who are you, and what are you doing to me?" he demands. But before he can finish, the pungent odor of whatever they've poured on him hits him, causing him to gag and tear up. Hyun at least has the decency to apologize, explaining that they intended to spray water on him. However, they didn't have enough to drink, so they resorted to using the urine from one of the harpies. The thief stares up at them, utterly dumbfounded by their words. As the realization sinks in, he immediately retches, barely managing to hurl some insults between violent gagging fits. Now that he's fully awake, it's time for him to face some questions. Hyun leans down to meet the man's gaze and asks point-blank if he is the dungeon terrorist. The man appears taken aback for a moment, but then a smirk spreads across his face as he makes no effort to deny it. He doesn't see himself as a terrorist, yet he is a member of the organization responsible for the recent dungeon breaks. In his eyes, their cause is noble, and these breaks are merely a means to achieve something monumental. But for Hyun, it doesn't matter how noble the intentions are. He just wants the man to divulge everything he knows. Once he has that information, he can walk away unscathed. The man is resolute, refusing to utter a word despite Hyun's relentless torture and threats. He believes no one can thwart their cause, and he is determined to protect their purpose at all costs. At least that's what he wishes he could declare. But after enduring a full day of Hyun's terror, he can barely manage to mumble through his swollen lips that he will reveal all the information they seek. Hyun feels a wave of disappointment wash over him as he realizes the man lacks the desperation he had expected, despite all his talk of protecting his cause. In a fit of frustration, he decides to break 3 or 4 more of the man's teeth as punishment. Later that evening, outside the dungeon, Tae-gil and his subordinates arrive after Hyun reports that he has captured a terrorist. Our protagonist hands the man over like a piece of cargo, but the sight is grim. The man is so badly beaten and injured that he begs the government workers to arrest him. Tae-gil nervously inquires about the man's sorry state, but our protagonist feigns ignorance, suggesting he might have been beaten up by harpies or something equally absurd. Despite the condition of the criminal, Tae-gil expresses his gratitude to Hyun and his group for their cooperation before turning to leave. Before he departs, Yu Sung waves a cheerful hello from behind Hyun. The two have crossed paths before, as the government once attempted to recruit Yu Sung, but he promptly declined. He finds the idea of working for the government utterly dull, and it seems the teenager struggles with thinking things through. With all their matters resolved, Tae-gil bids farewell, letting Hyun know they will discuss the details the following day. With outsiders around and the hour growing late, he suggests to Yan that it's best to call it a night. The following day, Hyun and Tae reconvene to discuss the criminal Hyun apprehended. The terrorist, known as John Young-shek, possesses a unique ability, stealth. This was the very skill he attempted to use to ambush Hyun and Yu-sung in the dungeon. He appears to hold a significant position within the organization. Hyun is already aware of this, but the crucial information they uncovered through him is the location of their headquarters. The government is gearing up for a massive assault on the headquarters in 2 weeks, and the fact that they need this much time suggests they are making serious preparations. Hyun questions what kind of preparations could possibly take 2 weeks, but they have more pressing matters to address first. In a historic moment, a C-rank dungeon has been cleared by China, making headlines around the globe. Yet, what the media hasn't disclosed is that a staggering 1,200 individuals took part in this endeavor, and tragically, more than half of them lost their lives. Hyun is someone who has ventured into D-rank dungeons alone, so he understands that the difficulty has been increasing exponentially. Even a single rank increase requires several times more members to succeed. China's strategy relied on a human wave attack, which ultimately led to its failure. While they boasted incredible numbers, the average stats of each fighter were disappointingly low. That's why Korea has decided to take a different approach by selecting a small group of elite members to tackle the C-rank dungeon that has emerged in Gangnam, known as Banandi's Forest. It's curious that they aim to clear the dungeon, especially since China already holds the title for being the first to conquer a C-rank. It would be much simpler to prevent the dungeon from opening by consistently destroying the normal core. However, the challenge lies in the fact that they have never successfully cleared the normal core. With the current pace, the dungeon is set to open in less than 2 weeks. If that occurs, the dungeon monsters, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of skilled individuals, will be unleashed in the heart of Seoul, a densely populated area. While they are prepared for such a scenario, given the dungeon's location and its perilous nature, it would be far wiser to clear the dungeon rather than risk the catastrophic damage anticipated from a dungeon break. Yan now has a clear understanding of the situation, and it's evident that they are facing an urgent crisis. The fact that Tae-gil is chatting with him, despite having much more pressing work to attend to, suggests that they want his involvement. Tae-gil confirms this, but explains that due to a law he doesn't fully grasp, it's impossible for a solo talented to participate in the raid. That's why Tae-gil is eager to propose the idea of forming a guild to Hyun. The government remains oblivious to his true intentions, believing he prefers to work alone. To sweeten the deal for RMC, they promise to handle all the tedious procedures and provide ample support to ensure the guild's success. Yan places his hand on his head, feigning annoyance at the news, but ultimately agrees to form a guild. Accepting this deal with the government appears to be just what he needs to achieve his goals. It seems that his commitment to living kindly has finally paid off. In a quaint cafe nestled in the heart of town, Yan gathers with his new guild members to discuss the most crucial elements of building a successful guild. As Yu-sung contemplates a cool and memorable name for their guild, he wonders if it's too soon, especially since there are only 3 of them at the moment. Tae-gil has already taken care of the details, and Hyun shares the conversation he had with him the day before, discussing their plans to tackle a C-rank dungeon soon. To Yu-sung, the idea of exploring a formidable dungeon sounds exhilarating, while for Sung-ah, it only reinforces her belief that Hyun is a remarkably strong individual, truly worthy of being followed. On that note, Sung-ah tells Hyun that they can speak comfortably with each other now that she has become his apprentice. Although he never officially agreed to take her on as his apprentice, he finds no objection to a more relaxed conversation. Clearing his throat, he steers the discussion back to the matter at hand, reminding everyone that their choice of name will shape the future of the guild. Before anything else, Hyun has established some key policies for the guild to follow as long as it exists. First and foremost, they won't engage in pointless fights. As he states this rule, he shoots a piercing glare at the individual most likely to break it. Secondly, they will repay whatever they receive, whether it's debts or grudges. Hyun doesn't want them to behave like a band of thugs, but he also refuses to let them become doormats. Finally, rule number 3 states that they will strive to become stronger than anyone else. The 2 guild members find these rules appealing, and Sung-ah vows to engrave them deeply in her heart. Now, the only task remaining is to decide on the guild's name. With no suggestions yet, Yu-sung takes the initiative and proposes they call it the Crazies Guild. That suggestion is swiftly dismissed, prompting Yu-sung to propose they call themselves the lunatics, a term that essentially means crazies. Hyun shuts him down once more and turns to Sung-ah, hoping her ideas will be more sensible. She suggests naming it Kang Hyun and his strong friends, which somehow manages to be both an improvement and a downgrade compared to Yu-sung's proposal. Hyun comes to the sobering realization that he and Yu-sung are practically hopeless in this situation. Determined to find a solution, he grabs a pen and a piece of paper. Yu-sung can't help but laugh, mocking the idea that Hyun could possibly come up with a better name. After a moment of contemplation, Hyun jots down a name and reveals it to the other two. They exchange glances, considering it for a moment, before nodding in agreement that it's a solid choice. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, a young woman approaches Minjun with urgent news. One of their members, Jang Young-shik, has been caught. Minjun swirls the contents of his glass, deep in thought, as he weighs the implications of the setback for their team. While he may not have been the most skilled combatant, his stealth ability made him irreplaceable. However, with his capture, the plan to trigger a dungeon break in the Haiji's Plains dungeon was now in jeopardy. Frustrated by this setback, Minjun sought someone to blame for the failure, turning to the woman for information about the individual who had captured Jang Young-shik. Their investigations revealed a talented individual named Kang Hyun. Minjun had been hearing that name frequently around town lately. 4 months ago, Kang Hyun fought a mutant at the Talented Education School, and shortly after, he single-handedly faced a large-scale dungeon break. He even defended against an attack on Daeun's research institute. Everything about him has been nothing but a headache for Minjun, and he has finally reached his breaking point. To ease the tension, he shifts the conversation, asking about the progress of the drug they are promoting. The woman explains that production will take more time due to difficulties in securing test subjects. To expedite the process, he urges her to advance the schedule by any means necessary, unless, of course, she wants to become a test subject herself. Meanwhile, news begins to circulate online about the formation of a small elite team tasked with tackling a C-rank dungeon. A list of potential guilds set to participate in the raid is released, sparking a frenzy of conversations among the players. The names on the list are largely expected. Topping the list is, of course, Sion's Dangan Guild. Following closely is the Talented Association led by Choi Dong-woo. Rounding out the top 3 is the Fire Dragon Guild, which may not be as renowned as the first 2, but still holds a respectable reputation in the community. Next is the Immortality Guild, followed by a roster of formidable factions, each led by exceptionally talented individuals. Among them are the Guardian Guild, the Black Knights Order, and many more. The lineup is legendary, but the real buzz centers around Guild number 7. This relatively new guild, formed not long ago, stands out among the more powerful factions, their numbers and reputation not quite measuring up. The following day, in a meeting room at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Haeyeon strides in, offering a quick wave and a cheerful apology for her tardiness. He introduces himself as the Guildmaster of the Badass Guild. For a brand new guild, it's quite bold to arrive late to their very first meeting. In time, this incident would be referred to as the Bossad Guild's first eccentricity. Naturally, it stands out because it was the first of many. After the 50th incident, people usually stopped keeping track. The world is now known as the Dungeon Society. About 6 months ago, a cataclysm began with a shared dream among 7 billion humans, marking the dawn of a new era for Earth. As countless guilds rise and fall each day, one guild has seized the opportunity to become the next big player, the Badass Guild, led by our protagonist, Kang Hyun. Special Awakener Management Team Leader Shin Tae-gil isn't exactly enthusiastic about the guild's name. With a skeptical look, he turns to Haeyeon and asks, "Is this really what you want to call your guild?" Since it's an English word, it's evident that Tae-gil doesn't realize it means something is very cool or awesome. Nevertheless, he remains cautious about the unconventional name and asks Haeyeon once more if he is truly certain this is what he wants. Our main character, however, is already convinced that this is the perfect name for his guild, and after a moment of hesitation, Tae-gil reluctantly gives his approval. With the guild now established, he informs Haeyeon about an upcoming strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon, Vanundi's Forest. Tae-gil will send the details directly to him, and he emphasizes the importance of Haeyeon not being late. Amid the turmoil gripping the Dungeon Society, countless lives are lost each day. Hundreds perish in the chaos. 4 days later, on the Monday of their scheduled meeting, Yu Sung and Sung Ah wait in the lobby of the office building where the gathering is set to take place. Yu Sung turns to his guildmate, asking if she has any idea where their leader might be. He affectionately refers to her as his big sis, leaving Sung Ah momentarily puzzled. Despite his mature appearance, Yu Sung is only 20 years old, making him younger than her, which is why he playfully chose to call her his big sister. Sung Ah hesitantly accepts the casual nickname just as their attention is drawn to the loud footsteps of the person of the hour. Hye-yeon approaches them, apologizing for his tardiness and bluntly explaining that he was delayed because he had to take a dump. Yu Sung, however, doesn't seem to care about his late arrival. Instead, he's more intrigued by the bizarre shirt Hye-yeon is wearing. The stretch features a face that is clearly too small for Hye-yeon. RMC attempts to defend his stylistic choice, claiming that the character is quite popular among kids these days, which is why he chose to wear it to restore his image. After being frequently posted online recently, his reputation has taken a hit, so he's aiming for a more approachable look. Yu Sung is taken aback that RMC genuinely believes a shirt like that could be effective. The image on it looks more angry than anything else, and he can't help but think it's more likely to make kids cry than cheer them up. Hye-yeon gasps in shock, realizing this might be why a child in the parking lot had started crying as he walked by. It seems Yu Sung's warning has come far too late, and a kid has already been traumatized. Meanwhile, in the meeting room where the strategy session is supposed to take place, one of the guildmasters is growing increasingly frustrated by the delay. 5 minutes have already ticked by since the meeting was scheduled to begin. The Immortal Guild's master, Han Myung-do, is the first to openly express his frustration over the rocky start. Meanwhile, the commander of the Black Knights, Lee Chang-gun, reminds everyone that they are still waiting for 2 more guilds to arrive. The Guardian Guild's master, Park Se-hyun, is well aware that the Flame Dragon Guild has a reputation for tardiness, but this time, it feels like there are even more troublemakers in the mix. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-woo, the president of the Talented Association, quietly hums to himself, absorbing the chatter around him. Han Se-hyun, the guildmaster of Dong-gun, remains contemplative, keeping her thoughts to herself as the tension in the room builds. Tae-gil sits at the podium at the front of the room, letting out a sigh that reveals he anticipated this moment. He stands up and excuses himself, claiming he needs to step out to contact someone for a moment. He steps out of the room and dials a familiar number, but after several attempts, all he gets is the same voicemail. Frustrated, he decides to try Yu Sung's number instead. To his surprise, the call connects after just 1 ring. Tae-gil quickly identifies himself, but Yu Sung's response is surprisingly lackluster, as if the call holds little interest for him. He tells Tae-gil not to live like that, clearly believing the caller is just another scammer. With a hint of impatience, he announces that he's about to hang up as he's in the middle of something enjoyable and doesn't want to be disturbed. Desperate, Tae-gil pleads for him to stay on the line, reiterating that he is the Special Awakener Management Team leader. That's enough to jog Yu Sung's memory of the government official, and he's now convinced that this isn't a scam call. With the blonde man's attention secured, Tae-gil asks him if he remembers their meeting scheduled for today. He then inquires when Kang-hyun plans to arrive, noting that everyone is already late. Yu Sung's smile practically radiates through the phone as he tells Tae-gil that he won't have to wait long for Hyun to arrive. Things are about to get really exciting. Confused by Yu Sung's vague reference to fun, Tae-gil urges the team leader to come downstairs and see for himself, as Hyun has just gotten into a fight. As Tae-gil shouts into the phone in disbelief, standing before Yu Sung, Hyun seizes a man by the shirt, nearly lifting him off the ground. His expression is a mix of fury and determination, ready for a confrontation. The man in his grasp is none other than Park Hye-yeon, the guildmaster of the Flame Dragon Guild. Hye-yeon stands there, utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend that a random stranger is daring to challenge him, the leader of the 2nd strongest guild in Korea. Even his guildmates, who were supposed to protect him, could only stand in shock as their guildmaster faced off against a furious Hyun. But let's rewind a bit to before the chaos unfolded. Hyun and his group weren't as late as they are now. They were simply trying to recall which floor they were supposed to go to. Sung Ah reminded our protagonist that they were supposed to go to the 11th floor, prompting him to press the elevator button. As the doors began to close, a sense of calm enveloped them. They were running a bit late, yet still within a reasonable time frame. That tranquility shattered when a hand suddenly wedged itself between the closing doors, halting their descent. The doors slid open once more, revealing Park Hoyan and his group, who politely excused themselves as they entered the elevator. The man noticed they were also headed to the 11th floor and correctly deduced they were likely attending the same strategy meeting. The two guild leaders shook hands, introducing themselves, but the lengthy formality began to irritate Hyun. After all, they were already late because he had to take a dump, so chatting with a random guildmaster in an elevator wasn't exactly helping their situation. As the last member of the Flame Dragon Guild squeezed into the already cramped space, the metal groaned under the strain, signaling that they were over capacity. The elevator suggested rather insistently that the last person to board should step back out. The culprit? The heavy armor worn by the Flame Dragon Guild members, which was clearly overwhelming the elevator's limits. Hyun couldn't help but wonder why they had arrived in full armor when they weren't planning to enter the dungeon right away. With no choice but to step forward, Park Hoyan offered an apology to Hyun. In response, Hyun graciously reassured him that there was no need to apologize. Yet, with that encouragement, Park Hoyan made the very suggestion that had sparked the entire issue in the first place. He told Hoyan that he and his guild members should step out of the elevator and let them go up first. Yu-sung and Sung-ah were taken aback by the audacity of the request, while Hyun's anger flared instantly. Park Hoyan, blissfully unaware of the tension in the air, pressed on. She reminded Hyun that his guild was quite large, suggesting they would play a significant role in the upcoming attack. Given this, she proposed that they should go up first while Hyun waited for his turn to follow. Hyun, the astute diplomat of the MC, wanted to ensure he understood correctly. He turned to Park Hoyan and asked if he was implying that his guild was a second-rate organization and should relinquish their position. Park Hoyan wouldn't phrase it that way, but ultimately, he couldn't deny that Hyun's assessment held some truth. Even Yu-sung and Sung-ah were growing frustrated, preparing themselves for a confrontation, but there was really no need for that. Hyun was brimming with enough rage to easily take on 3 people, which ultimately led to the incident on the ground floor, where 2 guild leaders clashed. To be more precise, one group leader was utterly stunned by the audacity of the other, who was eager for a fight. Tae-gil struggles to comprehend how this situation escalated into a fight, especially since he had clearly informed both of them that this meeting was crucial and that they shouldn't be late. Hyun, at least, has the decency to apologize, claiming he suffers from a rather unfortunate affliction that compels him to beat people up to feel better. Just then, Park Hoyan arrives at the meeting, visibly furious. He slams his hand on the table, directing his anger squarely at Hyun. The team leader lets out a sigh, attempting to restore order in the room so they can commence the meeting. He gestures to Kang Hyun, prompting him to introduce himself and his team. Hyun senses that they're trying to make him feel more at ease, but it's evident that the Immortal Guild's leader has seen right through him. Nevertheless, Hyun stands up, clears his throat, and braces himself to introduce himself. He introduces himself as the guild master of the newly founded Badass Guild, established just a few days ago. Currently, there are only 3 members on the team, including him. Park Hyun interrupts in disbelief, exclaiming that the strategy meeting is no laughing matter. He questions how a guild attack can possibly be executed with just 3 participants. As the Flame Dragon Guildmaster continues to voice his complaints, Hyun interrupts, expressing his growing annoyance. The man's incessant grumbling is particularly grating, especially in light of recent events. Hyun had come to the meeting at their request, so his participation is limited. This only fuels Park Hyun's anger further, prompting him to rise from his seat in outrage. Han Myung-do chuckles at the situation, clearly finding it amusing. He tells our main character that he appreciates someone like him, someone unafraid to speak their mind. He acknowledges that a guildmaster should possess the courage to express such thoughts unapologetically. Meanwhile, the talented association president, Dongwoo, interjects, reminding Park Hyun that this isn't the right place to pick a fight, especially since the meeting has already been delayed. That silences Park Hyun, leaving him with no choice but to sit down and keep quiet as all eyes turn toward him. Suddenly, Yu-sung calls out to Hyun, urging our main character to look at the seat directly beside him. In that seat sits Park Sayu, the guildmaster of the Guardian Guild. Hyun inquires about the issue with the man, prompting Yu-sung to flash a devious smirk. "Just wait and see," he replies, his voice dripping with malice. "I'm going to kill him." With a wild look in his eyes, Yu-sung pulls a mace from his inventory, ready to unleash chaos. But Hyun quickly intervenes, holding him back. He stares at the lunatic in a panic, demanding to know what on earth he thinks he's doing. No matter how unhinged he may be, there's no way he can genuinely believe this is a good idea. After spending the past few days together, Hyun almost forgot that this guy had always been like this from the very beginning. Tae-gil spots Yu-sung rising with his weapon drawn and quickly orders him to put it away. The other guild members react, their eyes darting to Yu-ing, who appears ready to strike. Without hesitation, Park Hyun points an accusing finger at the badass guild, declaring that they've come here to stir up trouble for everyone else. One of the members of the Guardian Guild draws his sword in defense, confronting Yu-sung. "Are you trying to pick a fight in this meeting room of all places?" he challenges. He turns to his guild master, seeking permission to engage, but Park Sayu remains unusually silent. Calling out once more for his guild master's approval, he suddenly notices the dark expression on the man's face, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, the man grits his teeth and a transformation begins. His eyes blaze with a menacing red glow, while the veins on his face bulge ominously, as if ready to burst. He unleashes a feral roar that reverberates through the meeting room, startling everyone present. Instantly, the talented individuals spring to their feet, tension crackling in the air. Within moments, the other guild masters draw their weapons, bracing themselves for an unexpected brawl. Park Sayu drops to his knees, growling and roaring like a beast, leaving everyone around him bewildered. The guild member who had been ready to confront Yu-sung hesitantly approaches Park Sayu, concern etched on his face as he tries to assess the situation. But before he can utter a word, the Guardian Guildmaster turns his gaze toward the anxious man. In a swift, brutal motion, he jabs a finger into the man's throat and yanks it out, sending a spray of blood splattering across the room. The man collapses to the ground, instantly lifeless, leaving even Hee-yeon, usually so composed, utterly stunned by the shocking turn of events. Meanwhile, Yu-sung, who had been eager for a fight from the start, is filled with exhilaration as he prepares to strike. He yanks his hand free from Hee-yeon's grip and charges forward with his mace, intent on taking down Park Sayu in a single, decisive blow. Just as his mace is about to make contact, a swift punch from the guildmaster sends him flying, crashing right into Hee-yeon, who rushes to check on him. Yu-sung chuckles, wiping the spit from his face. It seems that whatever Park Sayu has transformed into is surprisingly resilient, but he certainly chose the wrong moment to act out. Behind him, the most talented and powerful fighters in Korea have gathered, poised to take him down before he can cause any trouble. Even in his berserker state, Park Sayu senses that he is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hee-yeon instructs Yu-sung to step aside, as he too readies himself to end this swiftly. With no reason to hold back any longer, he boldly asks if he can throw the first punch. The shockwave from Hee-yeon's initial strike reverberates through the building. When the fight finally concludes, the room is left in ruins, with crater-like holes in the walls and furniture shattered and strewn about. In the aftermath, Park Sayu lies battered and defeated on the floor of the meeting room. They nervously inquire if he's dead, but the answer is evident to anyone who takes a moment to look. They couldn't restrain him in his current state, so the best course of action was to take him down before he could create more chaos. He was stronger than they had anticipated, leaving them feeling powerless. Yet, none of this clarified what was truly happening, as it was clear that he was anything but ordinary. No one could have anticipated this turn of events, except for An Yu-sung, for some reason. Hee-yeon is left wondering how he knew something was amiss with Park Sayu before anyone else. Despite Hee-yeon's remarkable sensitivity to mana, he hadn't sensed anything unusual until the fight began. He wonders if this could be some kind of unique ability, or perhaps he can see the future and sense impending danger. Reflecting on it further, if Hee-yeon can indeed sense future threats, then even his reckless and wild actions might have a purpose. Maybe even that time during the sparring match at school, he had a reason for attacking that girl. Suddenly, Yu-sung laughs, wiping the blood from his face. A chilling smile spreads across his lips as he revels in the thrill of the fight, a stark contrast to the long stretch of peace he's grown accustomed to. His friend can't help but cringe at the unsettling expression on Yu-sung's face. There's no need to overthink things when it comes to An Yu-sung. He has always been a psychopath. With the chaos mostly resolved, Tae-gil apologizes for the disruption and informs everyone that the meeting will continue via video call in the afternoon. As the guild leaders begin to file out of the room, Hee-yeon stifles a large yawn, preparing to leave with his group. After making the effort to arrive early, he can't help but feel frustrated that things turned out this way. Just as he's about to leave, Tae-gil rushes to catch up with him, asking if he has a moment to talk. There was something he intended to discuss after the meeting, but given the current situation, it's better to address it now. It's about their previous conversation. He reassures him that the government is committed to doing everything in their power to support the badass guild. Hyeon smirks, declaring that it's all thanks to the good life he's led. With the Badass Guild officially recognized, the government has taken the initiative to clean up and organize a guild office for them. It's ready for use starting today. Tae-gil suggests they head over to take a look, and Hyeon, brimming with excitement, eagerly asks where they should go to check it out. Tae-gil leads them to a towering skyscraper. On the 33rd floor, Hyeon and his guild members step into a spacious room that will serve as their new guild office. The area is pristine and outfitted with various amenities, making the journey of starting a guild significantly smoother. At the front of the office stands a high-end PC, boasting the latest graphics card. To the side, a sleek cooking area features an impressive espresso machine and a top-of-the-line double-door refrigerator. Despite the array of luxurious items, the space feels somewhat empty, likely due to its vast size. Hyeon contemplates whether the three of them are truly expected to utilize such a vast space. Realistically, they will need to recruit more people, making this area essential in the future. The thought of coming together to decorate the place excites her. He begins envisioning a cozy sofa, and perhaps even a TV to enhance the atmosphere. As he dreams bigger, he also starts planning for a shower and a bedroom to complete the space. It seems he's leaning more towards transforming the place into an apartment instead, but that's all right. To top it all off, they plan to stock the fridge entirely with beer. Yu-sung attempts to remind his guild leader that this space is meant to be a workplace, but even as he says it, he can't deny that he's not entirely opposed to these changes. Before they can get too caught up in the preparations, Sung-ah reminds everyone that the meeting is fast approaching. They are scheduled for a video call with the other guild leaders at 2 o'clock. He quickly takes a seat at his new desktop and connects to the Ministry of Interior Safety's internal network. Hyeon can't help but wonder if this place even has internet, chuckling to herself at the thought of how amusing it would be if the connection failed. Meanwhile, Sung-ah announces that she'll be stepping out for a moment. After a brief pause, the connection is established, and Tae-gil quickly apologizes for the delay, expressing his gratitude to the guild leaders for coming together on such short notice. He begins by asking if anyone has questions, and the first to speak up is Seon, inquiring about what exactly happened to Guildmaster Park Seon. Although the investigation is still ongoing, Tae-gil assures everyone that he will share details once the situation is clarified. Hyeon then turns to Sung-ah, asking if Park Seon is truly as famous as everyone says. The Guardian Guild, ranked 5th in the country, lives up to its name as a group dedicated solely to protecting humanity. The Guildmaster, Park Se-yeon, is someone whom even Sung-ah holds in high regard. Yet, this admiration raises an intriguing question. How did he come to be this way? Yu-sung chastises Hyeon for his lack of knowledge, despite his position as the leader of his own guild. Suddenly, a voice crackles through the speaker. It's Tae-gil, reminding him to turn off his mic if he wants to enjoy a casual chat with the team. Tae-gil lets out a sigh. The stress of keeping Hyeon on the team is beginning to outweigh the benefits. With the last of the distractions finally dealt with, Tae-gil takes a deep breath and prepares to start the meeting in earnest. In just 5 days, they will launch a raid on a C-rank dungeon known as Benandi's Forest, a sprawling expanse characterized by its towering mountainous terrain. According to the scout team's initial report, the monsters lurking within range from goblins to orcs and ogres, with a diverse array of other creatures also expected to emerge. Han Myung-do questions whether goblins, orcs, and ogres are truly all they will encounter. If that's the case, what does Vanandi mean? Tae-gil doesn't have a definitive answer yet, but it's likely the name of the boss. While the monsters they encounter are basic types, that doesn't mean they can let their guard down. The creatures lurking in the forest are on an entirely different level compared to the usual ones. If the usual monsters resemble a militia, then those lurking in the forest are akin to a well-trained army. Each creature possesses remarkable individual skills, and, most importantly, they operate within a coordinated system. Taking them down won't be easy. Tae-gil urges his companions to work together rather than act alone, emphasizing that unity will significantly enhance their chances of survival. That will be challenging, especially since each guild has its own individualistic mindset and prefers to handle matters independently. As they converse, Tae-gil spots Yoon sipping something and immediately inquires about it. Yoon, taken aback, realizes he has no idea how the drink ended up in his hand and frantically asks when he even started drinking. Even Yu-sung is puzzled about when he went to buy it and how it suddenly ended up in his hand. Just then, the culprit, Sung-ah, appears, explaining that she went to get some beer because he mentioned wanting to stock the fridge. She also hands him some dried squid, while the guild masters look on in shock, astonished by his nonchalance and unprofessionalism in such a serious situation. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turns to Tae-gil and asks what exactly Vanandi is, revealing that he hasn't been paying attention throughout the entire conversation. Tae-gil leans back in his chair, an exhausted expression crossing his face, and wonders if this dungeon raid will actually turn out all right. After a series of events, the meeting concluded without a hitch. The following day, a loud and enthusiastic voice burst into the badass guild office, declaring that he would be joining them starting today. He introduced himself as Han Jae-min. One of the members upstairs stared at the newcomer in confusion, asking who he was. It dawned on him that Tae-gil had mentioned hiring someone to manage the guild's administrative tasks. They even received the man's resume via email, which Sung-ah had already printed out for him. The new employee is Han Jae-min, a 27-year-old of average height and build. He attended a reputable school and appears to have solid qualifications for their guild. As Ha-yeon scans through the information on the resume, Jae-min can't help but fanboy over the fact that he's actually standing in front of Kang Ha-yeon. In person, Ha-yeon's intense demeanor makes him look even more like a criminal, and Jae-min finds that incredibly cool. Our newcomer, an awkward nerd, admires people like Ha-yeon for their rugged and intimidating aesthetic. After reviewing Jae-min's qualifications, Hyun finds it difficult to gauge his suitability just by appearance. However, since Shin Tae-gil chose him after careful consideration, he must indeed be qualified. With that thought in mind, Hyun extends his hand for a shake and offers a starting salary of 1,000 per month. As for taxes, insurance, and all the other business details, Ha-yeon suggests he consult Tae-gil, as he isn't well versed in those matters himself. Jae-min, however, was unfazed by any of that. His mind was solely on the moment at hand. He was about to shake hands with Hyun himself. With unwavering conviction, he shouted that he would work hard for them. After that, he settles into the office common area alongside the other guild members. He can hardly believe he's actually meeting An Yu-sung and Shin Sung-ah. Their presence is undeniable, and it becomes even more apparent just how impressive they are when he looks at them directly. Sung-ah casts a brief glance at Hyun before announcing that she has something important to share with him. Recognizing that their guild would soon expand, she proposed the idea of matching uniforms. After all, unity is essential when building a strong team. Jae-min is practically bursting with excitement at the thought of getting official merchandise from them. In contrast, Hyun remains skeptical, taking his time to consider the offer, while Jae-min mentally screams at him to just accept it. However, Sung-ah is already one step ahead. She has prepared the uniforms herself to present to him. The moment Hyun lays eyes on the uniforms, he rejects them without hesitation. The logo is far too over the top, complete with a skull that makes him cringe. It looks like something straight out of an 80s biker gang. That was actually Yu Sung's idea, and Hyun isn't even surprised that he had a hand in it. Still, the members of their guild already have a menacing presence, and those outrageous biker jackets will only make others more hesitant to approach them. He tells her to put the jacket away, but his words falter as he catches sight of Sung-ah in tears. With a heavy heart, she begins to put the jacket away, tears streaming down her face. These jackets weren't just a fleeting idea. She had invested countless hours and immense effort into bringing them to life. She poured her heart and soul into every detail. Yet, beneath the facade of her sorrow, the truth is that she's using artificial tears to manipulate his emotions. Though she feigned her tears, she had genuinely poured her heart into getting these uniforms made. When she explored potential options, the clerk excitedly informed her that she had hit the jackpot, launching into a tale about the immense value of the items she was purchasing. He proudly revealed that his shop had been crafting guild uniforms for a century, a tradition passed down through generations. That's truly fantastic, as it means he has been crafting uniforms since before the tutorial even began. After some consideration, she decides she can trust him with the jacket. He then offers her a special discount. While each piece typically costs 500, he'll let her have everything for just 1,300. After transferring the money, he crafted the jackets for her. Upon receiving them, she felt certain that Hyun would be thrilled to get them as well. After sharing the story of how she acquired the jackets, she hurried to the bathroom, tears still streaming down her face. Jae-moon, who had been so excited moments before, now found himself feeling awkward as the atmosphere shifted. Yu-sung shoots him a disapproving thumbs down for dismissing her efforts in creating those guild uniforms. Hyun buries his face in his hands as Yu-sung continues to berate him for belittling her hard work. After a bit more relentless nagging, Hyun finally relents and agrees to approve the jackets. With a new member joining them today, the group decides to celebrate with a dinner party. The four of them, including Jae-moon, make their way to the parking lot, eager to head to a barbecue place. Hae-yeon turns to Sung-ah and asks if she likes their matching jackets. Sung-ah beams with a happy smile in response. He decides not to dwell on it as he scans the lot for the van that Taegil arranged for them. When he finally spots it, he can't help but chuckle. It's hard to miss a van that's been so heavily modified. The same skull logo emblazoned on their jackets covers every inch of the van, accompanied by various other symbols and logos that give it the unmistakable appearance of belonging to a local thug group. Hae-yeon clenches his fist in frustration and demands to know whose idea this was. With a proud grin, Yoo-sung raises his hand to take credit, revealing that he had called in some workers the day before and kept them busy all night to make it happen. Hae-yeon can no longer contain his anger. He orders Yoo-sung to dispose of it, insisting they either sell it or scrap it. All he wants is the simple van that Taegil secured for them. Sung-ah interjects, expressing his belief that the van looks awesome, but Hae-yeon brushes off his enthusiasm. Right now, he's focused solely on getting rid of it before he completely loses his temper. Meanwhile, Jae-nam stands awkwardly at the back, observing the heated argument unfold. This is far from the vibrant group he had envisioned. He arrived eager to collaborate with the remarkable individuals he had heard so much about, but now he can't shake the feeling of uncertainty about the guild he has joined. Despite the arguments and shouting, the Badass Guild's van weaves through the city streets on its way to dinner. Inside the vehicle, Hae-yeon insists that if they don't get rid of the car, he'll take matters into his own hands. Yoo-sung, eager for a confrontation, senses Hae-yeon's fiery spirit. Hae-yeon quickly realizes that engaging with him might not be the best idea. Suddenly, the car comes to a halt, caught in a seemingly endless traffic jam. Jae-nam, the driver, is bewildered by the situation. This jam feels unusually severe. As he peers ahead, he notices something alarming, a fight breaking out not far in front of them. Hae-yeon decides to step out of the van for a closer look. However, as soon as he opens the door and steps outside, a body comes hurtling toward him, crashing into the door he had just opened and completely demolishing it. Yoo-sung bursts out of the car, desperation etched across his face. Hae-yeon is taken aback, surprised that he seems to care. But instead of stopping to check on him, Yoo-sung rushes past, heading straight for the wrecked car door. To him, that door represents a vital piece of his artistic soul. Its destruction feels like a blow to his very essence. Hae-yeon freezes, realizing that one of his own guild members is more concerned about the car than about him. Meanwhile, the projectile that had shattered the car door begins to stir, regaining consciousness. He grumbles to himself, annoyed that someone had tossed him aside without a second thought. As he slowly picks himself up, he turns and is met with the stuff of nightmares, a face so fearsome it could make a grown man weep. Unfortunately for him, this terrifying visage belongs to a man who now harbors a vendetta for the destruction of his car door. Meanwhile, at the gathering that sparked this chaos, two parties are at play. The first is the Heisen Guild, led by their vice master Jo Dong-won, who taunts his opponents, daring them to come closer and risk being thrown to the ground. On the opposing side of the argument, the Zhongjin Guild stands firm, with their vice guild master Woo Jin-young taking the lead. He sneers at Dong-won, mocking him for trying to assert his strength like a fool. Amidst their banter, one of the guild members expresses concern for their infiltration team leader, wondering if he'll be all right after being thrown so far. Woo Jin-young reassures them, confident that their leader is just fine, boasting that he is the best in the guild when it comes to durability. He probably didn't even get a scratch. At least, that's how it should have gone. But unfortunately, he ended up scratching something else entirely. From a distance, the owners of that something emerge, carrying their severely beaten infiltration team leader, known for their remarkable durability. Hae-yeon flings the man aside like a rag doll, then plants his foot firmly on his face. With a steely gaze, he addresses the guilds, demanding to know if the creature that wrecked his car belongs to them. Meanwhile, the leader of the infiltration team lies on the ground, desperately apologizing and pleading for his life. The once confident members of the Zhongjin Guild begin to retreat slowly, their bravado fading as they sense an even greater threat has emerged. Meanwhile, their fear reveals to Hae-yeon that they are responsible for the damage to his car. He begins to approach them, with Yoo-sung and Sung-ah not far behind. He has gathered most of the information he needs from the unfortunate man he had beaten. This turf war is merely a clash between rival guilds. Yet instead of resolving their issues maturely, they're causing chaos in the street like a group of unruly punks. Now, due to their bickering, they are preventing Hyun from going out to enjoy some beef. One of the guild members, unfortunately, knows exactly who this intimidating figure is. He's Kang Han, a man who has earned a reputation for being nearly unstoppable when angered. Spotting Yu Sung and Sunga behind him, the guild member realizes that all the formidable members of the guild are present and accounted for. Upon closer inspection, it's clear that these individuals are a serious threat, even if their identities remain a mystery. Suddenly, Hyun shouts a staggering price of 500 million. His van has been wrecked due to their brawl, and he sustained some injuries from the earlier explosion. Considering the damage, both physical and emotional, he demands a hefty compensation of 500 million. Yu Sung interrupts, revealing a deep gash on his palm as he demands 500 million in damage compensation. In response, So Haein raises the fee to a staggering 10 billion, insisting on immediate payment. The Vice Guild Master, Jin Young, clenches his teeth for a moment before bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the demand. In an instant, he lunges at Hyun, but before he can land a single blow, a fist connects with his face. Within minutes, the rest of the guild suffers the same fate, dropping like flies and ultimately collapsing to the ground, completely overpowered by the formidable guild. Just as they prepare to leave and continue their journey, Jo Dong-won approaches with the Heisen Guild, expressing gratitude to Haeon and his guild members for their assistance. Hyun, however, brushes off their thanks, reminding them that their help was unintentional. He then adds, with a hint of disdain, that he doesn't hold the Heisen Guild in high regard either, as they share equal responsibility for the chaos that erupted in the middle of the street. Because of them, Hyun can't enjoy the beef he had been craving, leaving his entire dinner plan in shambles. Seizing the moment, Dong-won offers to buy premium Korean beef for Hyun instead, an extravagant choice that costs up to 100,000 won per person. Upon hearing this, Hyun's mood shifts dramatically, and he proclaims that from this day forward, he and the Hwaesun Guild are allies by blood. Meanwhile, in a different location, a woman receives the unsettling news that the Hwaesun Guild has executed a flawless victory, completely dismantling the opposing Yoonjin Guild. This woman is Hong Chae-in, the guild master of the Jeongjin Guild. As she processes the defeat, a thought crosses her mind. Perhaps it's time to send a warning as a form of payback. As soon as Hyun and his group arrived at the beef shop they had seen advertised, Jo Dong-won reintroduced himself as the Vice Guild Master of the Hwaesun Guild. Meanwhile, Hyun barely registered the introduction, too busy shoving an entire cut of beef into his mouth. Dong-won steps up to take over the cooking, eager to prepare the meat so Hyun can fully enjoy his meal. However, Hyun suddenly adopts a serious demeanor and questions Dong-won's confidence in his cooking skills. After all, the things Hyun despises most in the world are goblins, Yu Sung, and people who can't grill meat properly. If Dong-won wants to take on the task of preparing the meat, he better be sure of his abilities. Recognizing his position in the culinary hierarchy, Dong-won steps back, allowing Hyun to take charge of cooking the meat. He promises to simply enjoy the meal without interfering. A little later, after everyone at the table has indulged in the delicious meat and filled their bellies with beer, Hyun slams his mug down with a satisfied grin. Thanks to Dong-won, he's had a fantastic time. With the meal finished, Yoon cuts to the chase, asking Dong-won directly what he wants. The question catches Dong-won off guard. Hyun quickly realizes that such an extravagant invitation can't merely be a token of appreciation, so he presses for the real reason behind Dong-won's lavish gesture. Dong-won remains silent for a moment, but the truth is already hanging in the air. Finally, he decides to come clean. He hesitated to bring up such a serious topic so soon after their meeting, but Dong-won needed Hyun's assistance in strengthening the Hwaesun Guild. The two guilds that clashed earlier, Jeongjin Guild and Hwaesun Guild, had maintained a delicate balance of interests in their shared territory. However, just a week ago, the Jeongjin Guild began encroaching on dungeons managed by Hwaesun, shattering the peace of their once amicable rivalry. It's peculiar that both guilds are comparable in size and strength, leading to an unspoken agreement to respect each other's territories. Yet, the Jeongjin Guild continued to provoke them openly, pushing their limits. Today, the tension that had been simmering finally erupted, resulting in a fierce confrontation right in the middle of the road. Yu Sung is thrilled by the prospect of receiving a direct invitation to join an all-out war, but Hyun quickly tells him to keep quiet before he says something foolish. Yet, he's not the only one eager for a clash between the two guilds. A shift in the balance of power like this is a significant matter. The impending battle between the Jeongjin and Hwaesun guilds, already embroiled in a heated rivalry over rankings, promises to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Jeonnam can hardly contain his excitement at the news. Yun, however, remains more level-headed. While he understands what they're discussing, he feels no compelling reason to get involved, despite having enjoyed the meeting. But Dongwon isn't finished yet. Bowing his head in shame, he presses on, his voice heavy with concern. If things continue down this path, his guild is certain to lose the fight. The balance of power has been disrupted, and the Zhongjin Guild has been growing stronger at an alarming rate. As he approaches Hyun, he leans in and whispers about a rumor circulating regarding the guild. It suggests that they have been using some sort of substance that supposedly enhances the abilities of awakeners. The rumor raises a red flag for Hyun, piquing his interest in the case even further. He asks Sung-ah when the C-rank dungeon raid is scheduled, and he replies that it's in 2 days. With that in mind, Hyun decides they will assist the guild. Although he's busy at the moment, he assures her that once the joint raid is over, they will gladly lend a hand. Dongwon, indifferent to when they offer their help, simply wants to ensure they do. With that settled, Hyun suggests they share some more beer. Dongwon, thrilled to have secured their support, eagerly agrees to provide as much as they desire. Meanwhile, outside, a man discreetly holds his phone, capturing a photo of the entire group without anyone noticing. The following day, a blurry image of Hyun dining with the others surfaces online. The internet erupts with speculation, buzzing with curiosity about what the notorious guild was doing in this tucked-away restaurant in a quiet neighborhood. Accompanying the initial post are several pictures of the entire guild enjoying beers, alongside their battered car, adorned with the skull logo parked outside the restaurant. Yu-sung shares the post with Hyun, showcasing the snapshots taken during the team dinner. While this could be seen as a potential setback, Yu-sung views it as a silver lining. After all, while other guilds pour millions into promotion, they are gaining significant publicity without spending a dime. Now isn't the time for distractions, especially with the pre-warm-up meeting taking place right in front of the dungeon they've been preparing to raid for so long. Tae-gil calls the group to order, urging them to stop fooling around so they can get back to business. With Hyun finally quiet, the management team leader clears his throat and resumes the meeting. From this moment on, they will embark on the raid in Vanandae's forest. The world will be watching as they undertake this mission, with the talented individuals involved ready to sacrifice themselves for the peace and well-being of the nation. Yet, beyond that, he hopes for their safe return, so they can proudly claim the wealth and honor that awaits them for clearing this dungeon. With that brief spark of motivation, the various guilds and teams enter the dungeon, leaving Tae-gil behind. He watches them go, silently praying for their victory, as the heavy doors of the dungeon close behind them. Inside Vanandae's forest, the scene unfolds just as described in the team briefing. A clear, sunny sky casts its light over an open forest, framed by majestic mountains in the distance. With everyone gathered in the dungeon, Dongwoo claps his hands to capture their attention. He begins by reminding them that he isn't the raid leader, but he wants to take a moment to organize their approach, ensuring everyone knows their role. He explains that each guild will operate separately, as they should already be aware from their meetings with Tae-gil that the monsters in Tae-jungeon are known for their strategic behavior. As a result, dangerous situations can arise unexpectedly. While each guild possesses its own strengths, they have all been equipped with emergency signal flares, each indicating a different scenario. A red flare signals danger, a green flare indicates the discovery of the dungeon core, and a purple flare reveals the presence of a boss monster. No matter which flare is launched, all nearby guilds are to converge at the location of the signal as swiftly as possible. This protocol was clearly outlined during the team meeting, and while some may find it repetitive, it's crucial for everyone to grasp the conditions of the dungeon they are about to enter. With all the essential information exchanged, the guilds parted ways to officially commence their mission, exchanging wishes of good luck as they set off. As Yu-sung and Sung-ah begin to walk away, Hyun trails behind them. Just as he's about to join his guild, a voice calls out to him. It's Dongwoo, the skilled president of the association, who presents Hyun with an enticing opportunity to join his team. Dongwoo knows that Hyun and his guild are skilled, but dungeons can be unpredictable, especially this one, the most powerful they've ever faced. As Dongwoo smiles at him, Hyun takes a moment to consider the situation. Logically, Dongwoo is a decent guy, and there's really no reason to decline his offer. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to steal his troubles away, but with a reluctant sigh, Hyun decides to join them. He still owes the president for saving him during the Daeon's dungeon raid. Reluctantly, he agrees to join them for a day. Dongwoo eagerly shakes his hand, thrilled at the prospect of working together. With that, the talented association sets off through the forest, closely followed by the formidable guild. Not everyone is pleased about this collaboration, and Yu Sung openly expresses his frustration at having to team up with others. After all, the very reason they formed a guild was to explore independently. He questions why they are trailing behind these strangers instead of venturing out on their own. The answer, however, is clear. This is their first time in a C-rank dungeon, and unpredictable situations can arise at any moment in such environments. It makes sense for them to team up with another group for a while, allowing them to understand how the monsters in this dungeon operate before venturing out on their own into the unknown. However, that answer doesn't sit well with Yu Sung. Anger courses through him as he turns to Hoon, his voice laced with disappointment. "Are you really backing down after all that talk about tackling a dungeon and forming a guild?" he demands. Despite the provocation, Hyun smiles, as if he might lightly scold Yu Sung. Instead, he raises his voice, reprimanding the man for trying to pick a fight in such a powerful dungeon of all places. Yu Sung merely shrugs, still deeply disappointed by the dull turn of events. Meanwhile, two members of the association observe the intense showdown between the guild members. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, they whisper among themselves, questioning whether they've forgotten they're in a dungeon and not some playground. One of them remarks that Hyun is probably new or just clueless, suggesting they should leave him be. Hyun has clearly been trying to project a cool image in the media lately, completely missing the fact that it's safer to remain unnoticed. The gossip around him is relentless, with some even lamenting that a guy like him is being compared to the association leader. Their chatter is loud and obnoxious, easily reaching Hyun in his group. While Hyun feels only mild annoyance, he finds himself having to restrain Yu Sung, who is ready to charge in like a rabid dog. He warns the kid not to pick another fight for no reason, but Hyun shrugs off the hand holding him back. After all, he's not just some fight-hungry lunatic who lacks the sense to know when and where to throw a punch. Yet, despite his words, the mace he grips tightly behind his back reveals the truth. He's just a heartbeat away from pouncing. After Hyun calms him down, he stows the weapon back in his inventory, claiming he had drawn it without thinking. While Yoon is attempting to maintain a peaceful atmosphere, he understands exactly how Yu Sung feels. After all, he too finds the idea of taking down those guys incredibly satisfying. But there are more pressing matters at hand. Just then, as if on cue, the team members spring into action as enemies surge forward to attack. The first wave consists of goblin infantry, who charge in without hesitation the moment they emerge from the shadows of the trees. In mere seconds, the group finds themselves surrounded by a horde of goblins. Just as they discussed in the meeting, these goblins exhibit strange and powerful movements, far surpassing any they've encountered before. Dongwoo quickly begins issuing commands, instructing various teams to establish their formations. He emphasizes the importance of moving in coordination while ensuring they protect and cover one another. Meanwhile, this situation mirrored everything Dongwoo had heard in those countless meetings. If they didn't unite to respond effectively to this attack, they would all face annihilation. At the rear of the group, a massive mace came down, crushing a goblin's head without a hint of mercy. The beast within Yu Sung had finally been unleashed, and he relished the opportunity to battle the formidable monsters he had been hearing about for weeks. Hyun winces as he watches Yu Sung wear an almost euphoric expression while smashing the monster's skulls. The sight only reinforces Hai Yan's long-held beliefs. He knows all too well what he despises most in this world. First, Yu Sung. Second, people who can't grill meat. And finally, goblins. He swats away a goblin attempting to sneak up behind him, then charges at another one that isn't quick enough to escape. Grabbing it by the face, he flashes a sadistic smile as he activates his mana explosion. The goblin bursts apart in a gruesome wave of blood and guts. Much like Yu Song, Hai Yan begins to genuinely relish the fight, reveling in the thrill of destroying goblins without any restraint. The other association members, who had initially dismissed Hai Yan and Yu Song, now watch in fear as they come to the unsettling realization that the two are anything but ordinary. A wave of anxiety washes over them. They understand they shouldn't have underestimated these lunatics. The snarky comments they made earlier now hang heavily in the air, leaving them acutely aware that they might be in serious trouble. Later that night, after a successful day of fending off the goblin infantry wave, the two guild leaders sit beside a crackling fire. They take a moment to reflect on their strategies and discuss the events of the day, the warmth of the flames contrasting with the tension still lingering in the air. Dongwoo laughs heartily as he recalls the events of the day's battle. He had heard whispers of Hyen's prowess in battle, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience than he had imagined. As the two offending guild members from earlier knelt, bracing for their punishment, Dongwu offered an apology for their rudeness and vowed to impose even harsher consequences for their disrespectful words. Then, with a warm gesture, he asked Hyen if they would like to continue their journey together the following day, all while pouring a bowl of soup for him to enjoy. Hyen appreciated the offer, but knew it was time for his team to forge their own path from here on out. Dongwu inquires if the situation is related to the bet, and Hyen concedes that it might be, all while serving himself a bowl of food. The bet they referenced took place earlier at the dungeon entrance, where the team is still receiving their briefing from Tai Gil. The wager was made by Park Hoi-an, the guildmaster of the Flame Dragon Guild, who set the stakes on who would contribute the most to the raid, and who would deliver the finishing blow to the boss. Hyun may be reckless, but even he recognizes a foolish bet when he sees one. He understands that this is merely Park Hoi-an's twisted way of showing off, especially given their overwhelming numbers compared to the badass guild. To Yun, such a bet feels meaningless. However, Park Hoi-an relents and decides to raise the stakes for Hyen if he wins. He presents Hyun with an Easter egg crafted by someone with a penchant for pranks. As he examines it, Yoon can't shake the feeling that this Easter egg is undoubtedly linked to the administrator, Park Hoi, and mockingly asks Yoon if he knows what the item in his hand is. RMC briefly wonders if the brat actually has any knowledge of the administrator. More importantly, he questions whether the Flame Dragon Guild Master is aware that he is a tutorial graduate. Meanwhile, Hyen decides to feign innocence, pondering if the Easter egg is some sort of monster ball, reminiscent of Pokemon. Park Hoi-an tells him not to play dumb, as he already knows that Hyun has joined the Special Ability Management team. It seems that important information circulates internally, making it difficult to keep secrets. However, what surprises him the most is that someone like Park Hoi-an is also part of the management team. Recognizing a valuable opportunity, Hyun decides to accept the bet, pondering what he should stake in return. It must be a fair trade, something more substantial than merely having Hyen kneel. Park Hoi and then offers Hyun a compelling proposition. For 1 year, he will join the Flame Dragon Guild and strictly follow Hyun's orders as a guild member. In return, Park Hoi-an agrees to treat RMC like any other member. Hyen scratches the back of his neck, contemplating the offer, and reluctantly decides to accept. If that's all it takes, he's willing to go along with the bet, provided Park Hoi-an doesn't resort to any underhanded tactics. The Flame Dragon Guild Master assures him that he plays fair and extends his hand for a fist bump with Hyen. He believes in keeping their match fair and square. It's his motto, after all. Yet, despite his commitment to fairness, it seems rather unjust to place a bet like this against 3 opponents. Nevertheless, Yoon returns the fist bump and resolves to give it a shot. Meanwhile, in the forest dungeon, a new day dawns as everyone stirs awake and begins packing their belongings. As Dongwu prepares to leave with his team, he turns to Hyen, concern etched on his face. "Are you sure you and your group will be safe on your own?" Hyen nods confidently. "We'll be fine. We've already gotten a good sense of the dungeon and its dangers. Plus, we have a signal flare. We won't be completely alone if something goes wrong." Dongwu raises an eyebrow, skepticism creeping in. "But you know how it is with top-ranking guilds. They tend to be pretty individualistic. That signal flare might not mean much." Despite everything, Dongwu chooses to honor RMC's confidence, wishing him good luck on the remainder of his journey. The two teams bid farewell, and Hyen strides off with his guildmates, ready to face the dungeon solo. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Park Hoi-an is far from having a good time. The situation is grim, with 3 of his guild members injured and 2 already lost. The injured are receiving treatment, but defending them makes it difficult to engage with the enemies. Park Hoi-an grabs an arrow lodged in a tree and snaps it in 2. At last, he understands the true meaning behind Venandi in Venandi's forest. It's not the name of the dungeon boss as they had anticipated. Rather, it refers to a species of monster that inhabits the dungeon. They are arrogant creatures, reveling in the sight of the talented as mere prey. Park Hoi-an, observing their formidable fighting skills, struggles to envision a way to break through their defenses. One of the guild members proposes that their best course of action is to locate the enemy's base and eliminate them. However, that plan is far easier said than done. So far, their team has only faced ambushes and disarray. Finding the base of these monsters won't be a casual endeavor. It's all or nothing now, and drastic measures are required to eliminate this threat. If the monsters are lurking in the forest, then the solution is clear. They must eradicate the forest itself. Park Hoi-an boldly suggests burning it down to smoke the monsters out. The guild member from earlier vehemently opposes the idea, urgently warning his leader that burning down the forest could put them in grave danger as well. However, Park Hoyan remains resolute, convinced that there is no other solution. With their survival at stake, he believes they must take drastic measures to escape this dire situation. One of the guild members proposes using a signal flare to summon help, but doubts linger. It's unlikely anyone would respond. The top-ranking guilds are fiercely individualistic, preferring to operate on their own terms. Even if they did decide to come, Park Hoyan worries about the guild's honor and its standing in the rankings. That's why he wants to resolve everything right here and now. Without dragging anyone else into it, he instructs the mages to stand by as he retrieves his weapon from his inventory. After a brief pause, he waits for the moment the wind shifts east, ensuring the fire will spread as far as possible. Meanwhile, Hyun faces his first encounter with a group of vanity scouts. Despite their screeching and shouting, the monsters hold back, seemingly waiting for Hoyan and his guild to draw closer. They seem reluctant to make the first move. Ignoring Yu Sung's warning instinct, Hyun readies himself to charge. He turns to his guildmates and declares that they will rush toward the monsters on the count of 3. After a dramatic countdown to 3, the fearless guild charges at the scouts, eager for a swift confrontation. But instead of standing their ground, the scouts spring into action, leaping high into the branches of a towering tree just as Hoyan closes in. At first glance, it seems they've lost their will to fight, intimidated by Hoyan's fierce spirit. However, Yu Sung believes it's more about the sheer terror of Hoyan's expression. Regardless of their reasons for retreating, it's evident that this could be a trap. The pressing question now is whether the 3 of them should pursue the monsters or not. Yu Sung proposes that they continue on their original path instead. After all, the fact that they jumped away to hide could be a sign that the core is drawing near. Trusting his intuition, Yu Sung believes that something intriguing will unfold if they continue on their current path. However, Hoyan dismisses Yu Sung and his so-called intuition. In doing so, he inadvertently overlooks the very interesting event Yu Sung hinted at, unaware that it will soon become quite a nuisance. The monsters perched in the trees refuse to let the group pass unchallenged, raining arrows down from their lofty vantage points. While this would be life-threatening to anyone else, it's merely an annoyance for Hoyan. He shouts up at the creatures, urging them to come down and face him in a fair fight. Facing them like this is truly beginning to frustrate him, yet their tactics are surprisingly effective. One wrong move, and the Venande will attract other monsters to join the fray. However, when he finally closes the distance, it often reveals a trap. Despite their annoyance, none of them are particularly strong, so it's wiser to let them exhaust their stamina. Yu Sung finds the current method far too slow and turns to their leader, asking if there's a more effective way to deal with these cunning monsters. Hoyan, however, believes the solution is straightforward. All they need to do is take hostages and inflict pain. He's indifferent to the idea of ripping out claws or skinning them alive. Once he gets his hands on one of those creatures, their arrogance will vanish. After some effort, Hoyan successfully captures one of the Venande, pinning the creature down with a knife pressed against its throat. He warns the others that if they don't comply, their comrade's life will be forfeit. The remaining Venande exchange confused glances, but then they resume their assault, unleashing a barrage of arrows. It seems that taking hostages isn't as effective as he had hoped. The group races for their lives, exchanging playful banter about how misguided their plan to take monsters hostage truly was. After what feels like an eternity of sprinting, they finally discover a safe place to hide. In a chilling twist, they learn that the monsters had killed their hostage during the chase, a stark reminder of just how ruthless and relentless these creatures can be. But they can't run forever. They need a new plan. As the 3 of them brainstorm their next move, a red signal flare suddenly shoots up from somewhere deep in the forest. It's a distress signal, indicating that another guild is in trouble. Yu Sung glances at his companions and asks if they should go investigate. Hoyan, without hesitation, agrees to help. Staying in the forest won't solve anything for them. At the site where the signal flare was launched, the Guardian Guild is locked in a fierce battle against a horde of goblins. The numbers are staggering, but the Guildmaster urges his subordinates to hold their ground just a little longer. Thanks to the signal flare, reinforcements should be on their way soon. With the Guildmaster dead, the guild is now led by the Vice Guildmaster, Han Si-hwan. Though he urges his men to stay strong and continue fighting, deep down, he knows there will be no reinforcements. As the monsters begin their charge once more, he reflects on where it all went wrong. Perhaps it started when the Guildmaster began to act strangely. Once that moment arrived, their guild should have called off the raid. Yet, driven by the need to uphold their reputation, they pressed on, undeterred by the looming danger. The truth, however, was that they marched into battle solely because of Han Siwan's insatiable greed. Now, he has led his guild members to their doom, and he's about to follow them into the abyss. A loud thumping jolts him from his daydream, and he looks up to see a massive monster looming closer. Goblins pour in endlessly, their numbers seemingly infinite. As his guild members frantically raise their shields to defend themselves, Han Si-hwan suddenly collapses to the ground. In that moment of chaos, a goblin slips past the protective barrier of shields surrounding him. The sharp knife hurtles toward Han Si-hwan, prompting him to sprint to the side. His heart races, but he knows he won't reach it in time. Just as the blade is about to pierce his skin, an arrow flies through the air, striking the attacking goblin in the back of its neck. In that moment, a figure leaps into the sky, taking a deep breath as they survey the swarm of goblins below. With a thunderous roar, Hyen unleashes his lion's roar, nullifying the skills of all enemies in the vicinity and diminishing their stats. He then activates Wayne's secret technique along with Giant's power, amplifying his strength. Gripping his massive hammer, he charges forward and brings it crashing down on the first group of goblins he encounters. With a few well-honed skills and a comically oversized warhammer, Hyen bursts onto the scene, instantly shifting the tide of battle. In mere seconds, he dispatches dozens of goblins with brutal efficiency. A towering goblin sneaks up behind him, but Hyen effortlessly sends it soaring through the air with a powerful swing of his hammer. Meanwhile, a deadly rain of arrows descends from above, each one finding its mark with precision, striking down goblins in an instant. Meanwhile, Yu Sung and his trusty mace strike down every non-human creature in sight, ruthlessly dispatching foes alongside his group. The Badass Guild has arrived as reinforcements, and the three of them are more than enough to turn the tide of battle. However, Han Si-hwan's gaze is fixed on Hyen, who now appears almost beyond humanity. He's on an entirely different level, but that doesn't mean his hope has suddenly returned. The addition of 3 more people doesn't guarantee they can overcome this massive wave of goblins. One of the guild members rushes over to the vice guild master, pointing toward the other side of the forest. There, the Dangang Guild has arrived, fiercely battling the goblins and significantly reducing their numbers while providing much-needed support. Se Yeon stretches out her hand, and a massive wave of her guild members surges into the field, swiftly dispatching hundreds of goblins in a single coordinated effort. Their numbers plummet dramatically. The surviving members of the Guardian Guild erupt in celebration, filled with joy at the realization that they are, against all odds, being saved and will not meet a pointless end. As the dust settles from the intense showdown, not a single goblin remains alive. Hyen lets out a weary sigh, finally allowing himself a moment of respite after handling such a chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Han Swan takes a moment to survey the Dangan Guild, who also responded to the flare call. It has been quite some time since they entered the dungeon, yet their numbers remain unchanged. To make matters worse, the formidable guild appears completely unscathed, despite having only 3 members. In stark contrast, the Guardian Guild has suffered devastating losses. Dozens of his guildmates lie lifeless on the ground, a grim testament to their inability to confront this overwhelming threat alone. Han Si-hwan is jolted from his trance by Hyen's urgent voice calling out to him. RMC questions why he's standing motionless in the middle of the field. As the leader of the guild, he can't afford to be lost in thought when there's still so much to accomplish. Hyen reminds him that the next strategy meeting is about to begin, urging him to pull himself together and join them to discuss their plans. Han Si-hwan, still not fully recovered from the ordeal, shakily agrees and follows Hyen. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, tensions rise as Park Ho-yeon's plan to ignite the woods is unfolding with alarming success. The wind shifts unpredictably, leaving them unable to regain control. He orders his guild members to take cover and seek safety, but as Park Ho-yeon stares at the raging inferno before him, uncertainty grips him. With no other options remaining, he urgently instructs his guildmates to fall back and retreat. Once the team gathers for a strategy meeting, Ho-yeon speaks plainly, expressing his desire for them to target the core directly. Sid Warren remarks that they have no idea where the core is located and suggests they split up to search. However, Hyen confidently asserts that the core is nearby. He can sense its energy, and it doesn't feel too far away. Se-yeon is taken aback, astonished that Hyen can casually pinpoint the direction of the core. In turn, Hyen is surprised that no one else seems to share his perception. Based on his experience, if they begin their journey to the core now, they should reach it by midnight. If that's the case, it would be wise to press on without delay. The other guild leaders concur, eager to set off as soon as possible, except for Han Si-won, who remains stunned by the entire situation. He nervously asks them to wait, suggesting that it might be too soon for them to consider moving right away. After all, they had just finished a significant battle, and rushing into an even larger one seems reckless. However, Seon counters that they can't predict how Venandi will act. They've all witnessed the monster's intelligence and cunning. Giving them even a moment to prepare could prove disastrous. Han Si-won believes they should take a short break, as everyone is clearly exhausted. However, Li Han reassures him that there's no need for concern. Their guild has a healer who can alleviate fatigue. Han Si-won is left speechless by how eager everyone is to press on. While these strong individuals may be ready, the Guardian Guild is already nearing their limit. Heian has reached his limit with the man's incessant whining and decides to confront him directly. Han Swan, he asks, "Why are you so tense? Do you really expect us to go out of our way to escort you out or something?" He emphasizes the harsh reality of their situation. They are in a dungeon, a place where weakness can lead to death. The truth is, the Guardian Guild is weak, and that's precisely why he nearly lost his life. He only survived thanks to the support of the stronger guilds, but that doesn't mean he should assume they came to the dungeon solely to save and cater to his guild members. They were here to find a solution together. If he intends to stand around uselessly, offering no assistance, then perhaps he shouldn't be here at all. Han Si-won attempts to counter Hyeon's merciless words, but his efforts fall flat, leaving him sighing in disappointment. Deep down, he knows Hyeon is right, and there's no arguing against the man's harsh truths. With nothing more to say, Hyeon turns to the others, urging the talented group to eat before they head out, adding with a hint of humor that all that talking has made him hungry. Later that night, just as Heian had predicted, they arrived in an area teeming with various types of monsters. Time was running short, and he urged his guild members to concentrate on clearing a path rather than simply defeating the creatures. The skilled fighters pressed on, battling fiercely to forge a way through the chaos. At last, Heian caught sight of the core, pulsating ominously at the center of it all. The talented warriors rush toward the core, determined to destroy it, while Se-yan commands them to use the fire signal and unleash everything they have. The sky ignites with a dazzling array of colored flares, all emanating from the same spot, signaling to every guild in the area that they have located the core. Within minutes, the various guilds unite to bolster the main team, determined to eliminate the core once and for all. What follows is an all-out war, pitting monsters against skilled fighters. As the chaos intensifies, the boss monster finally makes its entrance. It's Venandi's great warrior, and from its very presence, it's clear that this creature is far more formidable than any of the others. Heian wastes no time, leaping off one of the nearest monsters. He pulls out his great hammer and brings it crashing down on the boss as soon as it emerges. The creature barely has a moment to let out a shriek before the hammer smashes into its head, killing it instantly. Even Heian is taken aback by how effortlessly the boss monster falls. It seems the dungeon's difficulty stemmed not from the strength of the monsters, but from their overwhelming numbers and Venandi's cunning. However, the boss itself isn't particularly strong. The loot it drops is the Sword of Venandi, a D-rank weapon once wielded by the fallen foe. It's light and sharp, making it easy to handle. But when Heian holds it beside himself, he appears almost diminutive in comparison. He also receives a bow as a drop, but while he's unsure about its significance, the sword is undeniably too large for him to wield. After a bit more time, the battle reaches its conclusion. It was anticipated, yet they suffered significant losses. Dongwoo feels a sense of gratitude that it wasn't a total annihilation. He silently prays for all the soldiers who have fallen before him, then orders the rest to gather the loot dropped by the monsters. The talented association will take care of the calculations and distribution once they emerge from the dungeon. The others remain blissfully unaware of the looming danger, but the war is far from over. Behind them, a raging inferno consumes the mountains and forest, its origin a mystery to them all. The flames have caught the wind, spiraling into a massive fire tornado. In a desperate bid for survival, Park Hoyan and the members of the Fire Dragon Guild flee from this fiery whirlwind, pursued relentlessly by hundreds of Venandi emerging from the depths of the forest. The group is uncertain about the events that led to this chaotic situation, but one thing is clear. Whatever Park Hoyan did in that forest has incited the entire population to hunt him down. As he screams for help and flees for his life, the wild scene unfolding behind him sends waves of panic rippling through the other talented individuals. One of them glances at the core, and a reckless idea sparks in his mind. He declares his intention to destroy the core, believing it will open the escape portal. However, Lee Hyun intervenes just before he can strike. He warns the rogue talent that breaking the core would trigger a dungeon break. The rogue protests, confused since they have already defeated the boss. Even if they break the core, the monsters shouldn't be able to emerge from the portal. Lee Hyun quickly orders the other talented individuals to secure the core before it can be destroyed, emphasizing that this situation is unique. He explains that research indicates monsters in a state of extreme fear can escape through the portal. If they don't act swiftly, a horde of monsters could break free, jeopardizing everything they fought for up to this point. The man remains indifferent, focused solely on his own survival. As desperation sets in, the other talented individuals begin to echo his sentiments, insisting that they must destroy the core and escape as quickly as possible. Se-yeon, quick to respond, instructs her guild members to block off the core before the rogue talents can reach it. Before he can respond, Se-yeon silences him, questioning whether he's truly willing to threaten his own allies. Before he can utter a word, she addresses the group, urging them to pay attention. They are the only ones capable of preventing the impending dungeon break. The portal lies in the heart of Seoul, and if they fail to act now, a catastrophic disaster awaits. One of the men, dismissive of her warning, charges at Se-yeon, intent on overpowering her to reach the core. She glances at the foolish man as he leaps toward her, ready to take him down. But before she can fully draw her sword, Yeon appears from behind, seizing the man by the back of his head and flinging him away like a toy. Turning to Se-yeon, he asks if their only task is to protect the core. She nods, still taken aback by his sudden arrival. The monsters are too focused on fleeing from the flames to pose a significant threat, making it unlikely they will attack. Protecting the core must remain their top priority. While the chances of an attack are slim, it's still a possibility they can handle. After a moment of contemplation, Hyun makes his decision and turns to face the approaching monsters. He instructs Se-yeon and the other guildmasters to concentrate on dealing with any creatures that manage to slip past him. He unsheathes his new sword, swinging it through the air to test its weight. Dongwoo stares at him in shock, realizing that he intends to face all those monsters alone. He tries to voice his willingness to help, but Hyun cuts him off, insisting that he shouldn't come any closer. He would only be a hindrance. He activates his giant's power, Wayne's secret technique, and Antria's skin skills. This is the perfect moment for him to unleash one of the abilities he has been saving for a special occasion, the Berserker skill, which clouds his judgment. With all his skills activated, he readies himself to charge into the oncoming wave of monsters. Sung-ah watches anxiously as Hyun turns his back to them, but Yu-sung reassures her, urging her to calm down. He knows their leader won't fall easily. Sung-ah questions him, wondering if he's relying on his intuition once more. The blonde responds with a non-committal answer, appearing completely unfazed. Meanwhile, the Flame Dragon Guild arrives, bringing with them a staggering horde of monsters from the forest. As they push past him, Hyun springs into action, charging forward and swiftly dispatching multiple monsters with incredible speed. They have witnessed his strength on multiple occasions, yet it still comes as a surprise each time they see it firsthand. He faces all the monsters at once, displaying what seems like incredible ease. However, despite his prowess, a few stragglers manage to slip through, making their way toward the core. Se-yeon springs into action, commanding everyone to engage in combat and protect the core at all costs. They work together seamlessly, and with the number of monsters significantly reduced thanks to Hyun's efforts, protecting the core becomes a breeze. Sung-ah provides arrow support from the rear, effortlessly taking out multiple monsters with a single shot. The few that prove too tough to be taken down in one hit are easy targets for Yu-sung as they fall to the ground. He weaves through the throng of monsters, deftly dispatching any that refuse to fall quickly enough. As always, Yu-sung derives an almost euphoric pleasure from the act of slaying these creatures, a sensation he never seems to tire of. As he weaves through the crowd, he spots a Venandi monster aiming an arrow at Sung-ah. He shouts for her to dodge, but he isn't quick enough. The arrow strikes her squarely in the chest, and he collapses to the ground. Hyun and Yu-sung freeze, their eyes wide with shock as they watch Sung-ah fall, wounded and vulnerable. A monster seizes the opportunity presented by Hyun's momentary distraction, landing a brutal blow that severs his arm at the joint. With his mana running low, the thought of being defeated by goblins feels utterly humiliating. Yet, in a remarkable display of resilience, his arm swiftly regenerates. Even the goblin, taken aback by Hyun's overwhelming power, pauses to express its astonishment in broken English. The goblin's attack seemed to ignite a fire within Hyun, pushing him to fight with renewed ferocity. With a swift and decisive strike, he cleaved the creature in two, mirroring the brutal injury he had suffered. Just as he caught his breath, a piercing screech echoed behind him. He spun around just in time to see another goblin lunging at Sung-ah, its jaws poised to take a bite out of her. Before it can reach her, Hyun arrives just in time, delivering a clean strike with his sword that takes down the creature. However, another Vanandi seizes the opportunity, lunging forward with its spear and stabbing Hyun through the chest. Blood begins to seep from the wound. At this moment, he realizes he has very little mana left. In a desperate attempt to conserve it, he resorted to some tricks, but those efforts now seem futile and pitiful. As he focused on strengthening his head, his arm was severed. When he turned his attention to his arms, his body was pierced. Realizing he didn't need to worry about his own safety during a fight, he deactivated his Antria's skin skill and resolved to go all out, putting everything on the line. With determination, he unleashed a mana explosion, targeting the Vanandi who had stabbed him first. With his hand gruesomely mangled and his body nearly stripped of skin, he turns to Sung-ah and asks if she's all right. Stunned, she can barely manage to mutter his name in disbelief as she watches his body regenerate before her eyes. He urges her to relax, reminding her that there's no time for panic just yet. Once he confirms that she's okay, he tells her to go ahead and escape the dungeon first. Before that, he instructs her to go to the Donggong Guildmaster and the others, telling them to evacuate as soon as they see his signal. With a tremor in her voice, she asks what will happen to him. Hyun looks at her, challenging her belief. "Do you really think I'm someone who's going to die?" Sung-ah stares at him for a moment, grasping his intent. Resolute, she decides to follow his orders, as she always has, and races off to relay Hyun's message to the others. Now alone, Hyun channels his energy into another mana explosion and dashes off to confront the monsters, determined to buy them some time. The explosion bursts forth, illuminating the entire area in a brilliant blue glow. As the battle nears its end, the ground lies strewn with the corpses of fallen monsters. Hyun surveys the chaos surrounding him, noting how the fires have grown fierce enough to shroud the sky in thick smoke. Meanwhile, at the core, the urgency becomes clear. The flames threaten to consume everything. With no other options left, they must destroy the core and escape. But there's a pressing issue. Kang Hen is still deep within the mountain, battling relentless monsters. As Se-hyun urges them to hold on a little longer, Sung-ah returns with a message from Hyun. He instructs them to wait for the signal before beginning the evacuation of the dungeon. However, Se-hyun is left puzzled, unsure of what that signal might be. Just then, a massive blast of mana streaks overhead, obliterating the core in a single devastating strike. The escape portal opens instantly, and Se-hyun glances back to see Hyun signaling her to leave while they still have the chance. She can't help but chuckle at his antics. With his reassuring presence bolstering her confidence, she calls out to everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible. With the message delivered, Sung-ah attempts to rush back to help Hyun, but Yoo-sung intervenes before she can act impulsively. He reassures her that Hyun will be fine, reminding her that she can barely stand in her current state. All they can do now is trust Hyun, as they always have, and avoid hindering him. Sung-ah, uncharacteristically hesitant, seems ready to argue but ultimately recognizes the truth in his words. It's time for them to leave the dungeon and hope for Hyun's safe return. One by one, the remaining talented individuals make their way out, standing anxiously outside the doors, waiting for Hyun to emerge. Sung-ah has received treatment, and she stands alongside Yoo-sung, sharing the same nervous anticipation as the others. Minutes pass, and with no sign of Hyun, a sense of dread begins to settle among the group. Suddenly, a battered figure emerges from the dungeon. It's Kang Hyun, alive but far from unscathed. A spear is still lodged in his chest as he stands before them, and the talented individuals waiting for him call out in excitement, relieved to see he's all right. Just as Sung-ah is about to rush over to check on him, she hesitates, his eyes narrowing as she notices something amiss. Somehow, even after making his way out of the dungeon, Hyun passed out the moment he set foot back on Earth, still standing upright. Yoo-sung approaches him and gently presses a finger to Hyun's forehead. Instantly, Hyun collapses without any resistance. The others question Yoo-sung's actions, but he simply smiles down at Hyun, unfazed. It seems his instincts were spot on once more. He had unwavering confidence that Hyun would survive. Time and again, Hyun proves he truly is the best, even now as he lies unconscious on the ground. With Hyun back, safe and sound, the immortal guildmaster, Han Myung-do, is the first to unleash his fury on the one responsible for the chaos that unfolded. He delivers a punch to Park Ho-yeon's face and tackles him to the ground, seething with anger. "Because of you, we all nearly died," he shouts. Park Ho-yeon attempts to defend himself, insisting there was nothing he could do, but Han Myung-do isn't swayed. At the end of the day, Park Ho-yeon is the guild master, and he shouldn't be making such cowardly excuses as if anyone cares. As the two of them clash, Kang Hyun gradually begins to rise, eliciting concern from everyone around him. Despite their efforts to keep him down for some much-needed rest, Hyun rises from his position with a smile, apologizing to the two men for interrupting their scuffle. He then turns to Park Ho-yeon, requesting the items that were promised in the bet. Yet, beneath his brave facade, he is still gravely injured from the fight. After uttering a few words, he suddenly collapses, succumbing to unconsciousness. When he next opens his eyes, he finds Yu-sung smiling at him and a visibly worried Sung-ah by his side in a stark hospital room. He sits up, now dressed in hospital attire, and instinctively cradles his head, wincing in pain. Despite his remarkable regeneration, every inch of his body aches intensely, leaving him barely able to move. The usually calm and collected Sung-ah can't hold back her tears as Hyun rises to his feet. In an instant, she tackles him in a tight embrace. He barely registers the pain, focused instead on her overwhelming emotion. He attempts to tell her that he's still sore and that she should ease up, but her grip only tightens. That day, after the dungeon raid concluded, South Korea's first C-ranked dungeon, Vinande's Forest, was cleared, though it came at a heavy cost, marked by many sacrifices. The Guardian Guild faced a devastating blow, one that extended far beyond the loss of their guildmaster. After the raid concluded, the Guardian Guild faced near total annihilation. Their losses extended beyond mere combat power. Their reckless actions had endangered the entire raid team. Meanwhile, the Flame Dragon Guild found itself at the center of controversy as well, having put everyone's lives at risk during the raid. In just one disastrous event, two guilds had fallen from South Korea's top 10 rankings. Kang Haeon's heroism, which saved everyone from the brink of annihilation, garnered high praise from all involved. Thanks to his actions, the Badass Guild skyrocketed to South Korea's top 10 with just 3 members. However, not all reactions were positive. His extreme image attracted a fair share of detractors, and soon, malicious comments began to flood in. Sung-ah pauses to scroll through the barrage of comments attacking Yan. Yu-sung glances over and notices her typing furiously on her phone. "Are you on mine again?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. Lately, she has been spending a lot of time on the internet, offering lessons to someone who clearly struggles with online etiquette. Yu-sung chastises her for her tendency to meddle in everything. As she begins to furiously engage in online arguments, he offers her a drink to help her calm down. However, she declines, more concerned about Hyun's tardiness for their meeting. Sung-ah reassures her, suggesting that she shouldn't worry about him. It's likely he has already made a full recovery on the first day. His regeneration speed is astonishing. Yu-sung knows that if they were to cut him in half, he would likely just reassemble himself rather than fret over that. It's more practical to find a way to alleviate the boredom of being stuck in the office. He suggests they throw daggers at the board to pass the time. As they make their way over, they stroll past poor Jainam's desk. The administrative officer is at his wit's end, overwhelmed by an endless mountain of tasks and a distinct lack of support. He has memberships to manage, ad inquiries to address, sponsorship requests to process, and even dungeon raid schedules to coordinate. After working tirelessly through the night for days, his workload only seems to multiply. What once filled him with excitement about joining the guild is now giving way to a nagging feeling that something is seriously amiss. As they converse, Hyun strides into the office, waving at everyone. The scene before him reveals utter chaos in his absence. He approaches Jaemin's desk and greets him, suggesting they skip the formalities and keep things casual. Once the formalities are dropped, Hyun tells Jaemin to tidy up his desk and get back to work. Jaemin nods in agreement, acknowledging the mess and even thanking Hyun for bringing it to his attention. In his mind, Jaemin is spiraling into a mental breakdown. If Hyun insists on nitpicking, then surely he should start with the rest of the guild at the table. Dark thoughts swirl in his head as he contemplates whether he should just eliminate them all. The intensity of his killing intent is palpable, leaving Hyun feeling as if his own life hangs in the balance with every word he utters. In a sudden shift, Jaemin approaches Sung-ah and hands her the bow he claimed from the Vanandi great warrior. She takes the bow with great care, utterly astonished that he would gift her something so precious. Among all of them, Hyun knows she will make the best use of it. It requires a bit of mana, but it should function even without arrows. Sung-ah squeals in delight, showering him with heartfelt thanks. Meanwhile, Yu-sung's excitement builds as he imagines that Hyun has something special for him. However, the only gift he receives is a middle finger. Yu-sung pretends to be hurt, but soon they slip back into their familiar banter. Just as their playful exchange continues, the intercom buzzes, signaling that someone is at the door. It's Han Si-won from the Guardian Guild. He introduces himself, but Hyun has no idea who he is. Frustrated, he complains about attracting all sorts of strange individuals, while the other two offer their own theories about who this scammer might be. Meanwhile, Si-won stands outside in utter shock, bewildered that they have already forgotten him, despite having been part of the raid and sharing a meal together afterward. And that's all the time we have for today. Hyun and his group undoubtedly have many more adventures awaiting them. What surprises does Han Si-won have in store for them next?